chick, yeah, you heard right. Take a peek at this body and my game tight. Always feeling pretty, yeah, I'm never shy. Stay on top of the world and my money right. I'm a boss chick, yeah, you heard right. Take a peek at this body on my game tight. Always feeling pretty and I'm never shy. Stay on top of the world and my money right. With my red suit, cooler lips. I hold the power in my fingertips. Like I said, yeah, I got this.
You like that?
I'm a boss chick. With my red suit, cooler lips. I hold the power in my fingertips. Like I said, yeah, I got this. Let me make this clear. I'm the baddest. So you understand. You can't have this. 'Cause I'm a boss chick. Baby, 'cause we rule the planet. I'm lying, just check out my status. And you can't do nothing about it.
Storms in a helpful hand. Bro.
broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get you. you heard about me. A little edgy, I eat my veggies, I only focus on green. I'm what they call a bad bitch. I stole my dude with a sales pitch. Little booty and lots of moody, just so you know about me. If I want it, get it started. Ring around the wrist like I'm Jordan. Throwing my fists, get it poppin'. I don't even care what you would think. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Yeah, they got me beat, cause I am on my petty shit, not your cup of tea. My coffee is Arabian, residing in one sea. But I'm from the 419. If we ever had a problem, get in line. Yeah, if we ever had a problem, then you're not the only one. I'm spicy, I'm sweet, but I get what I want. When I'm bossy, I'm moody, I come out on top. I hustle by day, sipping rose by dawn. Yeah, if I want it, get it started. Ring around the wrist like I'm Jordan. Throwing my fists, get it poppin'. I don't even care what you would think. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. I don't mean to scare ya, but I'm calling shots, don't mess with me. We fight with fire, cause I come from Generation Z. We going crazy, we about to blow. You talking about me, but got nothing to show. Lo siento, solo hablo dinero. Si no me pegas, porque estamos hablando. If I want it, get it started. Ring around the wrist like I'm Jordan. Throwing my fists, get it poppin'. I don't even care what you would think. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. I'ma get crazy, I'ma go dumb. I'ma get rowdy, I'ma get loud. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down. Just like 2020, we came to party and burn the whole world down.
Please hold up, cause my feet can't touch the ground. As my knees hit the rough, my heart is feeling drowned. And I can't lie still, cause the tides are slowly rising. Just chasing surreal, and my prayers will fall to rest. It won't bring me down on this jar within this ocean. Though I won't need you now, I'm forever sticking tough. The waves bite at me, my skin feels shattered still. But strength I will be to force out of my will. Please hold up, cause my feet can't touch the ground. As my knees hit the rough, my heart is feeling drowned. And I can't lie still, cause the tides are slowly rising. Just chasing surreal, and my prayers will fall to rest. It won't bring me down on this jar within this ocean. Though I won't need you now, I'm forever sticking tough. The
tuante. Tenangwana. Sambia. Nachigera. 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 Esena. Baraku. Bananyogome. Yenyokaranya. Nachigera. Yakontuante. Tenangwana. Sambia. Nachigera. Yanatuante, unangwana ne.
What's up, recappers? Welcome back to ESL Impact Season 4. Here's the action from Week 1. The season started with a title fight between Enigma Galaxy and their nemesis NIP, with the Queens of Counter-Strike taking the win this time. Figure Keeper's new look stunned the VP Angels, and One Wing Gang prevailed over EN's Athena in a grueling series. Day 2 saw G2 Oya come in with a fire. After a tight affair on Ancient, they barbecued Let Her Cook on Inferno.
Perfect time, sirs! Are you kidding me?
Navi Javelin showed no mercy against Guild, while 9 Pandas Fearless were pushed to the limit across 104 rounds to win over Shinigami. South America kicked off with the newly dubbed Fluxo Demons taking a close win over Macraeus, thanks to a nifty nuke from Nani.
It's good. And Nani, essentially.
Our first big upset was delivered by Davina, with the debut from Danny devastating favourites MIBR. While Ravens took flight with a win over Kitasgrasa, and Furia felled Kafina with ease.
However, right now they have a chance to run out the A-bomb site, but my god, they are being mowed down on for the ace.
NA's top dogs FlyQuest spread came in swinging.
She's going to be able to find one. Now Ultra's going to have to pick up all 4. Final one. Catalyst. Diffuse.
With the K-Day Slay special against Toxigeki. While Shimmer outshone the Sirens of Tsunami, sending them to the depths. EG Gold dazzled as they blew cherry bombs out of the water.
Vanessa with a full mass. It's perfect. She lines up 2.
Chipping up for the third, there it is. USP pulled out, York for the last man standing, and Vanessa picks up fourth.
And Team Karma's return was explosive, winning out the Battle of the Veterans against Hyperion. And that's just the beginning. With a whole season of action to come, you better be ready.
ESL Impact is brought to you by Intel, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and 1xBet.
A whole season of action indeed. We've just kicked off week 1 last week. Now we jump into the second week. My name is Lucy. Joining me as always is B-Dog Brandon. How you doing in this beautiful second week of ESL Impact?
Yeah, can't wait to be here, honestly. I mean, look, week 1 had all the ups, the downs. We even had Nigma Galaxy beat NIP for the first time ever. So there's a lot of storylines, a lot of key takeaways, and that was only week 1, as you mentioned in your recap, Lucy. So many more weeks of Counter-Strike, and we're bringing you all the action here again today.
Yeah, we had a pretty explosive first week. I think a lot of the games went by the book. The one you highlighted there, Nigma Galaxy, obviously demolishing NIP in a very decisive fashion. That was a little bit unexpected, given that NIP had bested them in the last 2 occasions. But I think in terms of the results across the board otherwise, kind of went as we expected in Europe. I think in South America, there was a little bit of an upset delivered by Divina against MIBR. That was off the back of Danny, as mentioned in the recap. This 16-year-old talent absolutely demolished MIBR. She had like 60 kills across this 2-map series. Phenomenal performance. And then in NA, all the favorites prevailed.
Yeah, it's really cool in South America that we've got Poppins on Fluxo Demons, who's also incredibly young. And now we've got the pathway, right? ESL Impact, we're providing new opportunities for all these young players to prove themselves on the biggest stages here in women's CS. And, well, I think, you know, Lucy, we should probably talk about one team in particular that shone in week 1 as well. And that was Big Akeeper, who we're actually going to be highlighting here today. But I want to take a look at the Akeeper excellence, because this was against VP Angels. This was in week 1 of ESL Impact Season 4, and look at all of these ratings above 1.0 for everyone, but in particular Zana 1.56 and Paulie, the newest addition, 1.24.
Yeah, and notably, it wasn't like this was a washout series, right? I think one of these maps went OT or the full 30. I think might have just gone to OT. That was the one where Zana and Paulie absolutely popped off. Paulie, I think, got 40 kills in that overtime. I was super impressed by her stepping up in particular, given it was her debut with this roster, the first time we've seen her coming in here. And obviously, we'll obviously dive into this a bit further, but this team's gone to an international roster in terms of speaking English now. So great to kick things off with a pretty dominant win.
Yeah, and it's a really good thing for Big Keeper, the fact that Paulie has hit the ground running. It was double overtime on Anubis to close that one out. VP Angels looked like they were always in the running in that game, but unfortunately for them, Big Keeper, they did kind of prevent that comeback and it didn't happen. And Zafina, on the other end of things, it was a 2-1 defeat against One Win Gang. That was a really grueling best of 3, an absolute marathon, and they're hoping that they can just kind of shrug that off, learn a lot from the demos and go again today. I'm really excited to kind of see this matchup unfold, and that's taking place here on the stream. We could also talk about the schedule for the day as well and talk about what's coming up, because look, as mentioned, that's the European game. Entertainer taking on Big Akeeper, and over in South America we have a look at Ravens versus MIBR, and North America Hyperion taking on Shimmer.
Yeah, I think both those games are going to be interesting. MIBR, shaky start, but a team that I put a lot of stock into. I really rate the players on that team. Big fan of Furzy, who had a bit of a rough game to kick things off, but also China and Kizza. We've seen them in action recently online. I really think that they're very solid players. So we'll see if they bounce back against Ravens. And the final game is also quite interesting too, given that Shimmer is a name that's been around the scene for a bit. Hyperion, fronted by Artstar, who obviously used to play with Dignitas alongside Emily and Rain. coming back. So some exciting games going on the mainstream. There's a few other games going on as well, just on the community streams. I think we can take a look at the groups, and I can highlight a few of those matches, including Enigma Galaxy versus VP Angels and One Wing Gang versus NIP Impact.
Yeah, and of course, Europe is split up into 2 groups. If you missed it last week or you're not quite in the loop, North America and South America have a little bit of a format change. There's now 1 group for these regions. Everyone will play each other once, a single round robin rather than the double. And I'll be honest, I really like that format change because it gives a lot more opportunity for you to play all the different teams in the region and kind of really see where you stack up. It's the top 2 teams that make it through in North America and South America, and Europe, it remains the same.
Yeah, it's a great change. Definitely going to make it a lot more competitive. And I think it's going to make the sort of, I guess, mid to tail end of the season super exciting, right? Where we don't really know kind of how it's going to evolve at this stage. But once the favorites start clashing, you know, once FlyQuest goes up against EG, once you have Team Karma clashing with both those teams as well, I think that's when it really gets particularly exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And Twitch chat, you know the drill. I want to know who you think is going to win this matchup. Hashtag ENTS for ENTS Athena. Hashtag BIG for BIG Akeeper. It's so good seeing so many organizations invest into the scene, because not only does it make for good viewing and kind of good development for the scene, it makes the hashtags a whole lot easier as well.
I was going to say, this is some of the easiest hashtags that we've had. It's like, you know, exactly what it says on the tin. So spam those hashies, as we call them in the biz, hashies.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but it's just so cool. It's so cool, Brandon, to have ENTS now joining us. Big, obviously one of the first names into the arena. I don't know, like, you told us like 2 years ago they were going to be here. People would have been like, what are you talking about?
I know. And the fact that we're getting more and more organizations coming in is fantastic. I mean, One Wing Gang was announced last week. There might be a few more in the pipeline. Who knows? But what I do know is that we are very lucky to have every single one of these teams dipping their toes into the ESL Impact waters. And I could not be more thankful for giving more and more opportunities for women's Counter-Strike. Lucy, I want to talk about the veto because there's a lot of conversation points here. I know that ENTS Athena, they quite like Nuke. They're quite a big fan of Overpass. Big Akeeper, I know they're a big fan of Anubis. Where is this one going, if you had any ideas?
I'd love to see an Anubis come out. I think that Big Keeper could maybe go for some more punishing picks here because of the map pool. Obviously, we're seeing them quite proficient on Ancient as well. Even Vertigo. They like all the maps that are good maps, which is why I like Big Keeper a lot. You know, the fact that they're a team that came in and embraced Anubis, you know, one of the first, I think, to really do that. Alongside, I guess, Nine Pandas Fearless, I guess the other team that I would look at as embracing that map has been great. So hopefully we can see that veto in a moment. Oh yeah, here we go, coming on through. So go.
There we are. Oh, there you go. Ancient
right.
removed, Inferno removed. I think that's a bit more expected, to be honest. There, the permas out the way. I want to look at the picks. If ENTS Athena banned first, then that means that they pick first. And well, where are they going to go? Overpass and Vertigo for Big. This is a really
I like the
good
Vertigo pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's a pretty punishing pick against. I mean, you can't really call ENTS a new team, but it's definitely a map that I feel like it's not one of the strongest. It's a map that I don't know if I've seen Missy call on a significant amount, so I feel like it's a great pick for Big. Zana in particular is prevalent on that map. I know G7 gets a lot done, so the big question for me is how Paulie integrates into it, but I know NIP were very big on Vertigo as well, so it feels like a great map for this team. Yeah,
ENTS Athena, I spoke to Missy a little bit before, and she said that they haven't actually practiced Vertigo all that much, so that's a very punishing pick for Bigger Keeper to come into. Here's the ENTS Athena squad. We can take a look at them in all of their jerseys and all of their glory, and you can kind of see the stats from the last map. Oxyset is a very good player. 31 kills in that last map. That did go to OT, and here's the newest, who's one of the potential newest additions as well. Milo joining ENTS Athena. I think Milo last season as well performed really well. Was really kind of big in my like stonks and stock expectations for Milo into this season, and I'm excited to see what she can provide.
Yeah, I think if you're not familiar with the ENTS Athena lineup, they are 4/5 of the Aces lineup from last season, helmed by Missy, who AWPs and IGLs. I don't think she was AWPing on the prior iteration because they had Pocha in the mix on that team, who they actually played up against One Wing Gang. So it's cool to have that little revenge arc, but for Potya anyway. But Manka now comes into the fold as the latest addition. She'll be up on the screen shortly. You may know her from G2 Oya from her time on that team. She also played an MVP last year, so she's been in and out a few different teams, but feels like a nice, solid player here. I feel like when she was on G2, it was kind of when G2 was not quite sure in its own identity. And I feel like G2 now looks a lot more like they know what they're doing with all their roles and everyone's place in the team. So it feels like Manka was just unfortunately not on the right side of that one. But hopefully with Enzathena, she can bounce back.
Yeah, absolutely. And focusing more on Bigger Keeper. Main talking points for Bigger Keeper is that they've swapped communications in towards English. And D7 thinks that actually they're better communicating in English because there's much shorter words you use for callouts, and therefore you don't have to clog like the voice comms with too many callouts. So that's why they think,
that's
okay,
good.
well, actually, it's probably a little bit easier to communicate in English. Zana fluent in English and Spanish, and apparently her English is better than her Spanish. So who knows?
Yeah, I always thought it was interesting that the team commed in Spanish when they are a majority Portuguese roster. You know, I would have thought they'd go Portuguese, but I think Jenny, I guess, just overruled that. I guess they had ID in the mix as well, right? So maybe that was the reason that they were initially Spanish. And then once you're kind of in that Spanish language, you may as well keep to it. But yeah, I mean, English makes sense for so many international rosters, just within CS generally. It's kind of the norm now. All the best teams are international. So it kind of makes sense for this move, and it expands the amount of talent that Big can draw on, right? And obviously Paulie, that latest talent addition. And I'm really excited to continue seeing how she performs in this team because her debut last week was fantastic.
It was really good indeed. And the fact that she was the second highest rated player on the server for Big is exceptional. And you know what? Just for that reason and how well they've integrated together, I'm going to pick Bigger Keeper for this one, Lucy. I'm going to kick off the predictions this time around. What about you? Who do you think has got this?
Yeah, I'm actually going to go with you on this one. I'm also going to go Bigger Keeper. I think that this is a team that, I mean, they almost made it to LAN last season, right? And now they've made a change, which I think looks like it's benefiting the team. Zana is in great form. I have always rated her as one of the best players within the ESL Impact circuit, definitely one of the strongest AWPers we have. So with every other piece sort of seeming to come together, it looks pretty good for them. And Twitch chat agrees, Brandon. We've got a 71-29 split.
That's nice. We're all a big happy family this week, and we all agree on the same things. No arguing to really take place. But with that being said, I'm still expecting a very competitive best of three. I'm expecting Enzathena to come out the gate swinging on Overpass. I expect Vertigo to be a little bit turbulent for them. So with that in mind, I think this best of three for Enzathena kind of lives and dies on Overpass. I think it is such a crucial responsibility that they take this map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have no, you know, won't be surprised if they do bring it over. They did lose the year on it. It was 16-14 though, so a very close affair. And interestingly enough, it was actually the CT side where they struggled on, right? We think about Overpass and often how it's a map that, of all the maps in the pool, is one that favors the CTs the most, right? And you expect to, you know, if you're getting a decent T side, you kind of feel confident, but wasn't the case in that opening series. So looking to reverse their fates here today as Bigger Keeper as we kick off map 1 of Overpass.
It's interesting that you mentioned that Enzathena struggled on that CT side because they're actually going to start off on the right foot then, potentially. T side on their map pick. Let's get things underway. Missy has got a lot of utility. Paulie with the smoke and the kit.
D7 getting contact. Bit of information. Falls on back. Now the T's start to keep pressing forward. D7's still going to be present. Just falls back to the next contact point. And if they're able to get close and overwhelm her, that's a quick path towards A. And there comes the kill. Waldy kicks it off, and they can immediately go to A. There's no rotation because the information comes a little bit late.
Yeah, and now you can just spread beyond the bomb site here. If you're Enzathena, smoke goes down, but it's a little bit deep. And that allows a lot of space here for the players to come up towards Dumpster. Jenny will get the first kill on towards Waldy, who initiated all of this contact to begin with. Missy tries to chime in, and all suddenly the USPs are getting ahead of all these Glocks. Manka tucked in towards toilets, just having a little bit of a jiggle. Remember, there's a smoke and kit still in play.
Smoke goes down, Bomb's just being stuck in it, and that's so difficult to deal with. Manka can't even get a look in. Zana and Jenny getting their kills do enough. She even falls at the end. So it doesn't matter so much they concede A. If you've got a smoke kit and 4 players alive, it's so hard for the T's to fight back there.
Yeah, it's so awkward. Especially when you've kind of got the crunch of the CT players just swinging and really offsetting your crosshairs, trying to make themselves the main point of focus. You can try and just sneak away the defuse. Force buy in, of course. And Athena already running a very fast execute. Look at this. They are straight in towards short. Potentially just going to go straight in towards B. 3 defenders here for Bigger Keeper ready to receive. But that is a really good flashbang. They're already over bridge. Waldy overwhelms Jenny R. But Paulie will hit the trade. And suddenly the MP9s will clean up.
Yeah, not much to be done here. I'm going to say that T-smoke that got dropped kind of towards Pillar pretty much unraveled things for them. I understand the idea behind it. They might have something to say about this round. Still sticking around. The 1 versus 4 required for her. There's Paulie.
There is Paulie, yeah.
Guys.
Hopefully we can get back into the game. There we go. Milo is teleported in towards Monster. We'll get one on the way out, but D7 claims the kill. 3 casualties there. Yeah.
What I was saying about the smoke, right, is it kind of gave Paulie, because there was no one coming out Monster, it gave Paulie so much space to play around that pillar, right? I think she got 2 frags just playing around it because she didn't have to worry about getting swamped from sight. She only had to focus on that one line, and there was no one kind of holding for it. So I understand the idea. They wanted to separate the fight so they could fight down into water, but didn't quite work out for them because Paulie was uncontested.
I think the flashbang was a little bit shallow as well. Here we go, fighting towards Monster this time, and Ida just says thank you very much. Just takes a couple of kills. Paulie as well chiming in. These early B threats and presences have been absolutely obliterated by Bigger Keeper. The defense is completely rock solid.
Yeah, I mean, on a round like this, I think you're kind of just testing the waters on the B-bomb site. You just want to put a bit of pressure on early, kind of see what the CT responses normally are going to look like, and then you can adapt as the game goes on. If you're lucky, you can get through and maybe get a bomb plant, but obviously not going to happen this round with the bomb where it is and the amount of CTs that are tucked on around it. A little boosty boost. Nope. Sana spots it out, and she'd love to get some kills with the SMG. Jenny gets one of them. A nice 3-0 start for Bigger Keeper.
I think the name Cursed, I think, is Oxyset. Just
Yes,
for confirmation.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. All right, cool. I mean, look, formalities out the way in terms of the force buy and then the eco. Now we get to my favorite part, I think, in any Counter-Strike game, the first gun round, where we can kind of assess what's properly going on. We get to establish a little bit more of a default here from Athena. And for Big, what are they up to? Again, a heavy lean over towards the B bomb site. Big nade as well, lands on towards Missy, and the boost from Paulie results in success.
Yeah, nice boost coming through. 4 players start over. Very nice. And looking like considering the alternative boost as well, but making a noise, don't quite land on the head. Oh, okay, still gonna go for it. All right, you've made a bit of a ruckus here, Paulie.
You're definitely there.
That's the threat of it now, right?
This is a very interesting lean for Bigger Keeper, especially because normally I think you associate 4-player presence on B if you had the AWP in play over towards A. Zana, that is really aggressive with the MP9. Spots one out, and then instantaneously there's a smoke. Flashbang through. They're just going straight in. Ida dealt with. The MP9 will trade out and do a lot of damage on towards Missy.
Yeah, that's a really great entry, but just nothing to follow up with. Vanka, though, might be given an opportunity here. Going to be double swinging. Actually, it's just a single. Player at ramp wasn't quite in sync. There's a chance for them to fight through this. Remember that Zana has just that SMG. They're trying to isolate this fight, wanting to find her. Paulie just surviving, but Zana and Paulie get it done.
Really impressed with Paulie on this anchoring position down at B. Has passed every test with flying colors. 8-1. Just knowing when to fight. It's always a swing with someone else. We talked about the little bit of disorientation between the single player swinging towards short and Zana didn't go on towards Monster. But as soon as Zana takes the contact in that final fight, Paulie immediately swings off that contact, and there's always a second player, the trade space in. That was just perfect from Bigger Keeper, and that made that gun round feel like a bit of an eco.
Yeah, Paulie out here, 8 for 1. Zana, 5 for 1. The 2 stars that shone in that opening series. Obviously, only 4 rounds in, but, you know, it's good signs. You know, I felt like when we saw Paulie on NIP, we definitely saw some good moments from her, but I think kind of overshadowed a bit in the rifling department by the twins, right? Kiara and Naomi kind of have the spotlight a bit more on them, whereas I feel like there's maybe a bit more space here where maybe there's some more defined roles in terms of some of the big players.
I think roles is also quite important because Paulie is just slotted into Yossi's roles. So it is pretty much a like-for-like change. Zana finally on this orb. Rings out a shot, but it's a little bit of a bait because D7's over towards the toilet, just tucked in. Divider, and then we'll swing off the flash from Jenny. But it's only one and done. P250 rings out, and now an AK can be picked up.
Yeah, Armor to go behind it as well. Still 2 players here. So they've got the rotation over here. In fact, a third making her way over. Paulie coming to join her friends. I'm just going to crawl up long. Jenny should get this information pretty easily. There it is. Just an incendiary as well. She can throw forward if she needs to, and that's going to be dispensed now. Should be easy enough to deal with this. Getting onto the sidewall, he does find a kill. Zana needs to hit this shot. Gets a little bit scary. Something to the pistol to ensure the frag. Jenny's there with the final one. So just 2 full, and Big continue the run.
Oh. And a little bit of a disconnect. But that's okay, because it gives us time to reflect on the first 5 rounds and how this has really been going. I think what's interesting is when you take a look at Bigger Keeper and the way that they are taking these fights, it's always supported by utility or by personnel. Even in that instance where it looked like Zana was going to be a little bit overwhelmed with a couple of missed opportunities with that AWP, immediately after she grabs the kill, gets the info that the player's out towards bank, Jenny just runs through the smoke just to try and help out her teammate. Initially, at the beginning of the round as well, D7's tucked in. Zana can take the shot, and before D7 can even swing, there's already a flashbang going over the top. There's a very strong support network that we're seeing within Bigger Keeper on the CT side, and that is really difficult, especially for Athena, who are obviously still a new team because you're adapting in Manka to your system. Also, you're swapping your AWPers, and you've also got a lot of young players on the team, so it's a lot of experience having this within the server, and also just trying to figure out how you can best go about this.
A perfect start for Bigger Keeper. And half of the rifles back out. That one was just some pistols. So we'll see if they can get another one, or get one going on this T side. Just need to, you know, get that first round, start to trickle a few in. Ball play a lean early from Big towards B, so this seems to be pretty consistent from them so far, where they kind of just leave D7 as the solo player over towards A. And it's interesting, right, because I've had the AWP out and Zana for a couple of rounds now, but opting to keep her active over towards B and just rotate to A.
It might be just a game plan thing as well. Watching how Athena played over past last week. Just seeing, okay, well, the B executes were pretty effective, so having an extra player over.
Everyone's rotated because they got that shot control.
Yeah, that's a real overcommitment, but it's actually correct.
It's heroic-esque.
Oh, D7 just pushes through the smoke, goes 1 for 1, but you're right, there's just so many players here. That's a really nice collection of kills, nearly for Oxyset. Does a lot of damage on towards Ida, but the trade is there. Paulie will reveal her position from short as well. 3 versus 2.
Well, Ends quickly worked out that B is open through Monster. They know Paulie's position. Have utility to isolate it. Actually waiting to see if they could just find the frag, but oh, tag from the heavens, Sana strikes. Missy just wants to get the bomb down, and now Paulie walks on through. Oh, headshot. Both players so low. Sana swapping to the Tech 9. They know that damage is done.
Just needs to have a crossfire here. This bait and switch is a little bit awkward, but I kind of like the idea. You've got Milo holding for the short play, but Missy swings, and that breaks the complete idea of that crossfire. If you let the first contact be the monster player, you can go around the pillar on the left-hand side, but instead, Missy breaks the chain, and Bigger Keeper are able to line them both up.
Pretty cool calls from Bigger Keeper, right? That full rotation over towards A once you got that control on B early. I guess they didn't spot any players out towards Monster. They got the short control, and so they were able to then leverage that information, go for that full rotation towards A. Very cool stuff. D7 catching a nice timing, and then obviously all the support there to continue the trade frags. Good attempt, though, to try and bring that one back in the, I think, 2v3, 2v4.
Yeah.
Now A might be tested. Ooh, Sana looking for this kill, does find it. Nice one onto Manka, and she's just going to chill out here. Just be a little bit careful, though. He is looking to avenge Missy with her AWP as well.
Oh, timing. Zana tries to escape through long toilets, but Missy will get the revenge. D7 occupies the space left by the AWPer. And Jenny's also here in close proximity. So players split among the two bomb sites, but this time more of a lean out towards the extremities. Long and a monster setup for Bigger Keeper. Missy here in close. The jump spot is good because now you're not ready for D7 around the corner, and she will find the AWPer.
Great little swing, and now she's going to AWP. Okay, she's going to fall back. That's Jenny to support her. This can still get a little bit awkward for D7 in particular because she's kind of stuck out here in towards long, but just about going to get around the corner. Now can re-swing, hits her shot as they jump on over. Can't quite get the follow-up. Jenny looking for a fight and is able to deliver a massive double kill supported by Paulie's flash. Big, just keep the rounds running.
Yeah, that's really cool from Bigger Keeper. Again, just having the extra players there. I like the design of that round as well. The fact that you've got a double up towards Monster as a crossfire and a double up towards Long. The initiation of Jenny jumping for Bank to allow D7 to swing close. It really just gets the AWPer's attention. Missy is so focused on the long range engagement. Then surprise, you've got a little bit of a jump scare with D7 swinging around that corner. Flashbang support as well from the new blood in the roster in Paulie. Everything's going as smooth as can be for Bigger Keeper.
And this is after we kind of set the story of Ence's T side being their strength against One Wing Gang. All right, this has got pace to it. Two Mac 10s, Tech 9, pistols. Smoke lines on through. Manka's ready to extinguish this Molotov on the other side, but holding at the moment, delaying, and that's allowed two CTs to get on the other side. Ready for this pop out. This double up is going to be deadly, but the flashbang is great. The spray, good. Oh, does a lot of damage. Two players to 5. The HE with 1. Looks like they might have been able to hold off for now.
There's no more disruptive utility for Bigger Keeper, though. There aren't any more HEs. There's a lot of smokes and there's flashbangs, and that means that Ensfiena can be, well, still feeling a little bit unsettled, but nowhere near as much they are before. I like this idea, right? Missy is making as much noise as possible, and then Oxyset is going to try and rotate in towards B and try and plant the bomb at the bare minimum. Jenny's still here, but the angle she's holding is extremely passive and it's non-committed. So that basically means you could probably get the bomb over.
Yeah, just going to walk on through. Jenny should find Missy here for free. Yeah, there's that kill.
And Oxset's chances here. Well, none. She gets killed through the box by Sana. Big, having no worries, dispatching. And it did get a little hairy when they were standing on the other side of the monster pipe when the flashbang, I think it hit both of them. So the kind of anti-flash setup was not ideal. Or I don't know whether it was maybe just like the multiple flashes. They kind of swung back a bit too early on the second player after the first one popped. But regardless, able to recover it pretty convincingly.
That's been the second bomb plant of the half for Ensafina, outside of the pistol. So that's a really telling story, and one that is a little bit troublesome here. Need to get things going on the right path here. Connect control, I think, is definitely the way to go if you're Ensafina, because Bigger Keeper have really been leaving it open. There's a lot of space you can definitely exploit from owning connector here. Instead, the only thing Ensafina own at the moment, not only is Fountain, but a bit of damage to their HP bars. The grenades thrown in early from Bigger Keeper do the damage.
Nice setup here. D7 where the AWP was previously and holding the slither angle. Spots one. Okay, she's been spotted though. Oh, that timing. She just held for a second longer. She gets that kill. Certainly slither angles being held here. But Jenny, good for one. There's no way you're expecting too long.
No, you're not, but the molly is really good to offset Zana. Still manages to get one before she drops, and you know you spotted some player out here, but maybe not accounting for D7, as you mentioned, and she does wonders. Doubles down on towards Oxy's set. Now Milo, last player here. And gets double swung on from two different angles. Again, Bigger Keeper prevail in every single scenario. There's so much variation being put into this defense. Ensafina can't handle it.
Yeah, that was really cool. Just the decision. They got all the information based on that. The first slither angle at D7 spots one out. Two, in fact. And then Jenny R spots out, gets 1 for 1. That rotation over from Zana to get her in to take first contact. So you're not expecting the second player. Beautiful. D7 doubles up. And I mean, I know it's early days, Brandon. And I know it's only the second time we've seen Bigger Keeper play. But
yeah,
I'm excited for this Bigger Keeper. This feels like maybe the best Bigger Keeper yet.
I'd agree with you, and not only just because they're 9-0, but everyone is contributing on the server. It isn't just the Zana show. It isn't just we're getting key contributions from one player. Everyone is stepping up in big ways with big moments. Here, you've got D7 double. Previously, you've had Paulie anchoring down the bomb site spectacularly. And you've had Jenny R coming in with some big moments. Everyone's arriving on the server, and it is making for a nightmare scenario for Ensafina.
I've always considered Jenny R one of like the most impactful players. She just is fantastic at getting the hard work done. Well, after a few rounds of prodding at A, back over to B, and what's this HE going? Hit coming through. Ida, does get domed. Bit of damage done, but not enough. Manka now extending it to side. Flame slam, poorly removed. This hit's going well. Milo opens up with a triple.
Oh, D7 though, ahead of the incendiary. A boost up in towards heaven might be incredibly unexpected. Never mind, D7 just spams and gets rid of Milo. There's another player there though. She isn't quite aware of right now. Manka in amongst the shallow waters. Zana here as well. This is a little bit difficult for Bigger Keeper to handle, but D7 is just winning out every gunfight. All right, sure, but Manka, her reposition is everything. Really nicely done.
Great for Manka. That's what she's brought into this team for. So sharp with it, but yeah, I mean, it was Milo with the opener. Milo, right? Not Milo.
I think Milo, yeah.
Because, like, in Australia, we have this drink called Milo, which is spelled the same. I'm thinking of how, like, a Finnish person would pronounce it. To me, a Finn would say Milo.
I think because the capitalization's on the L, we are going Milo.
Milo. We just need a Finn to confirm. But yeah, it was a great round for her. It's the long and short of it.
And the long and the short of it is, that was spectacular. But Manka does really well after not getting to kind of offset and unsettled by the spam. Just that reposition in towards the water angle to deal with both players. We hope that Entafina can now make this a consecutive thing, not just one round here or there. Because if Bigger Keeper grab hold of the game again, well, suddenly that's all the money gone and dealt with. But there we go. Milo back at it again with another headshot.
Yeah, beautiful frag. It's crazy that she wins out against Sana, who's like literally holding for that play, right? Very passive over on A. D7 is just sitting back in bank. So retake is going to be on the cards if they do decide to go for an A hit. Does look like that's where they're interested in, is Missy clears with the AWP.
I like that you're leading with the AWP here on this T side. Because the more angles you clear, the closer the riflers can get. But with this retake, I was going to say, they might not even need them because Jenny R's found one, done a lot of damage onto Oxy set. Bomb gets punched in, but there we go. Nice shot. D7 reveals her position from bank and finds two. Leaves it all up to Milo. Got a triple in the previous, would now need a quad in this one.
Yeah, she's been phenomenal. Been stand-up performer. They're just going to swing it once. Too many bodies. Can't quite find her mark. And Ence's dreams of getting the consecutive are denied. Double digits for Bigger Keeper on their opponent's map pick. D7 stepping up now as well. And that's another player that I guess she hasn't been needed so much because there's been a lot of presence over towards B. But she is such a solid rifler. Always been one of the most mechanically insane players to watch at times. It's great to see her firing off here as well.
Interesting decision for Entafina as well, because Manka could have dropped Missy and AWP. Instead, they're just going for rifles, which would indicate to me a lot of pace. And that's exactly what's happening. Look at this already through Fountain, just holding dub, trying to make it through the toilets. But D7 has already backed off and is now taking a much more passive angle and has got the support of Zana. If she needs it, swing on the corner. It's a little bit wide. Missy capitalizes.
Yeah, not ready for a play to have already crossed, but Zana now steps in and can't quite get the follow-up. Ends with a player advantage. It's been a minute since they've been in this position. But look at the rotations. Two players have already come in to fill the gaps. Jenny R's getting aggressive, pushing up towards long. Might have herself a fight here against Waldy, who's holding for this exact aggression. It's awkward. Jenny puts it back into the 3-on-3.
This is so wild. There's 3 players out long now. The Bigger Keeper, they haven't had a single player kept on B. So this is just open. Paulie comes in towards Heaven, gets the confirmation, I've just been smoked off. It has to be the B play, waiting for the plant to then throw in the nade. But the rotations are coming through connector, so that molly is null and void.
Manka swinging in, looking for 2, but only the 1. A lot of damage done. 2 players at half HP in the server. Kits, smoke in play. What can Paulie get done? She's the key factor here. Needs to find this fight. Jenny can't quite find Oxy set, so it comes now onto Paulie. As she swings, Milo comes on out and Ents get their second.
Yeah, I'm really not too sure about that one from Bigger Keeper. I feel like a lot of these gamble rotates to the other bomb site, as you mentioned, like heroic-esque on the CT side. That would be so much more, I think I'd be feeling a lot more comfortable with it if Bigger Keeper had control of connector. Because then you're creating a divider in the middle of the map. You're understanding the control you have, and then you can put your pieces in the better positions, in my opinion. I think without connector control, with it being just really neglected by Bigger Keeper, I think that is such a gap in their defense, despite the scoreline being 10-2.
Yeah, and despite it being 10-2, the money is in the gutter. They had to eco this one. So Ents are getting out a third. I say that with complete confidence.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it with complete confidence. Oh, Milo. She's on for an ace.
Go on.
Get it. Come on, Milo. Oh, no. Zana denies it. She'd love to get another kill here, but not going to happen.
I like that Ensafina let her go for the ace as well. They all just stood back just a little bit and go, go on. See if you can get it done. Really impressed with Milo, actually. 15 and 12. Performing spectacularly here, despite the scoreline deficit. And it's been really instrumental in winning a lot of these rounds for Ensafina.
Yeah, it feels like they're starting to get warmed into it. Obviously, it feels like a little bit too late, but if they've improved on their CG side from that one-win game, then certainly still a case they made here on Overpass. They'd love to get these last 2 rounds.
I think it's almost a necessity. Long space being gathered. Got Milo as the monster lurk this time, so rather than going in, being proactive towards short, it's holding a lot more passive, just in case Big Keeper wants to try and take space there. Oh, missed shot from Zana, a little bit uncharacteristic. Waldy punishes. Oh, but then pulls out utility just as the rotation comes up. It's Oxyset that gets dinked instead, but for the majority, Ensafina are in A. There's a player that can work their way down towards Bank, but at the same time, you've got Bigger Keeper pushing Monster, but Manka's holding for it, and Waldy's found Jenny.
All right, you know where D7 is, so you can just chill out. You should have this one locked in. Okay, they've gone for the Bank plant. They're backed up into Bank. There's absolutely no way D7 can get a free kill here. Manka might be delivered if Manka continues to push forward. Depends what D7 opts to do here. I don't think she should really stick around. I think she's just looking for exits from the looks of it, so that's fine.
Yes, it's always going to be the save here. Because, as mentioned, the economy is not really that well established despite double digits. However, this will be a 3-stage loss bonus now, so you can get some MP9s, and oh, there's a free AK. That's a pretty good find for D7.
Yeah, I should take that. And that's going to be the only significant weapon. This is a pretty important round for Ents to win if they want to get this strong start, or strong end, sorry, to the hub. Manka getting both those kills as well was massive. She only gets 1 there and falls. That was an entire half of the map then lost to Ensafina, and then you've just got these players present towards Long and Bank, so would have been definitely retake territory.
This is a fast play in towards short when you've got the AWP supporting as well. Oh, Jenny spots. Sees a lot of players from this T side in towards the waters. Boost coming up. Ida doesn't have a grenade this time. That's where the nade was landing before that she was throwing. Milo definitely heard the drop there of Jenny. But so far, no kills, no damage.
Again, this 4-player lane. D7 with that Soul AK playing retake on A. No kit, very little utility, but a swing comes through. Delivers Oxys at the kill, and now you know that Paulie's stuck in here. Goes down to Missy. Just the pistol in the side. The Famas does come on through. Rotations are going to be here. D7's on her way, but they're getting overwhelmed. Manka delivering kills, and this might be the end, although maybe not. D7 and Zana found a killer place. Missy keeping things together. It's all on Zana. Tucked on down, just the USP. Can't get it done. A 10-5 half as Ents get something back on this T side.
You think it's so important to convince everyone else that you're not boring, but it's making me feel like my skin is crawling. I keep pouring out my empathy to someone I don't even see eye to eye with. I don't mind if you don't have it all together. Yeah, I get it, we're all human, but I give you an inch and you take miles. It's tragic, ruining my sanity with tales of animosity. I it all up. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more. But you're not worth the time. You never put me up front 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Never put me up front 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night.
Welcome back in, everyone, to the second half of this first map of our best of three between Big Keeper and Ent Athena. And that's a little bit of a tongue twister that I wouldn't normally associate it with. But Ent Athena, what they've done.
Big Keeper, Ent Athena, Big Keeper, Ent Athena, Big Keeper,
Thank
Ent
you.
Athena.
Yep.
It's fine.
Okay. All right, great.
Your tongue needs some warming up.
Okay, well, it does indeed. And look, Ent Athena, more importantly, have given themselves some building blocks to work with in this second half. Here is the meta pistol strat that we're seeing a lot at the moment on Overpass. 3 defenders kind of occupying connector for these quick rotates down up A or back in towards the B waters. Meanwhile, Big Keeper, well, they might walk straight into it. Wildy, lovely shot, but instantaneous trade out of D7. And now here come these connector players. Nice shot from Oxyset. And suddenly the bomb's dropped.
Yeah, looking for another kill, but is she ready for when a party is able to, well, at least avoid death? Manka coming to support, but these trades are 1 for 1. Jenny R brought down low, and she is pinned between so many players, but it doesn't seem to matter, at least for a moment. A 1 versus 1 now. Zana knows where Missy is, playing in the divider. Yep, the bomb now has time. Missy is low, and Zana spots her out.
That's really unfortunate, I think, for Ent Athena, because they had the right idea of the round. They had everyone in the right spot, and it just comes down to a 1 versus 1, and it all hinges on timings, and Zana goes the long way around, whereas Missy thinks she's going to walk through the toilets instead and go out towards long. Nice try for Ent Athena, but it's an 11th round on the board. It's both pistols being won out by Bigger Keeper.
Great recovery as well, right? Particularly with the... There's a player advantage, I think, there for Ents at one stage. But Jenny R gets that massive kill in towards connector. It's enough. Force back from Ents, and they kind of have to win this, otherwise this map starts to fade away for them. This is gnarly. 2 players in connector, 2 players in short.
It's a lot of control, and it's a lot of intel. At some point, you're going to have to rotate your players towards A, because currently long is completely open, and Bigger Keeper are exploiting it. They've got a lot of ground here, and they have been a little bit vocal, and that has attracted the attention of, well, I was going to say Waldy. She did turn around for a moment, and instead just smokes off Divider and creeps in closer. Finally, there is that rotation.
She's heard it. They're aware, and everyone's starting to move. Look at Manka on the map. She's already pushing up through, so they know this is happening, but as soon as the bomb goes down, things get a little out of control, and Milo falling. Wally with a double. So they can now plant safely. Otherwise, I say that. Kill does come through with Desert Eagle, but it's just that one. Manka's flank. Mank flank is not as dank as she would have hoped.
Yeah, Manka flanker, not quite danker. Maybe an exit. Maybe not. Good round. I mean, look, Bigger Keeper knew that the area they hadn't cleared was out towards toilets and divider. Paulie just hits both. Really nice work. There is that SMG activating. Just trying to constrict this players in towards the bomb site. $600 a kill, remember, on that MP9, but only just the one. Zana even escapes the bomb explosion. Too far away, out towards log.
Immediate HE bought by Missy, so we're going to go for a nade stack into this round out the gate. There's sort of two ways this goes. Either they go towards Fountain and go for the classic stack in towards T-Stairs, or you go for that B setup, which does look like what they're going for, where you have a player spotting, then you unleash the barrage in towards Monster on contact.
I like this one.
So, yeah, it's fun.
This is like you prepping the cannons, right? It's like each tentacle of the Ents logo. It's got a grenade in their hand, ready to throw out by Monster.
Can you imagine octopus with grenades? If they weren't already terrifying enough, you've armed them now.
They're really intelligent as well, so I actually think that would be terrifying.
Yeah, they wouldn't just be throwing nades willy-nilly. This wouldn't be like your
they'd have
teammates.
lineups.
Yeah, they'd have lineups. These guys are getting nerdy with it. It's just like going against Brandon.
True. I need to actually spend some more time in CS2 learning utility.
Yeah, you need something to redeem your aim.
That's so rich coming from you. All right. Mac 10's up and about.
More like Farmer. No.
Oh.
I kind of...
I liked it. I really liked it, but unfortunately...
You know, I set her up and she just didn't deliver, so that's on her.
Yeah, but she's not a postman, she's a farmer, so can't really blame her.
Hold up. This is getting a bit weird. D7 and Ida are now in a 2 versus 2.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, it's being recovered. All good. Nice triple from Ida. That's going to keep Big on their winning ways.
Yeah, it's fine. That did get a little bit turbulent, though. A lot of kills coming in from just the pistols and the HEs. Made it a question mark, but Bigger Keeper make it an exclamation mark. Another side quest ticked off, and now they're aiming towards the main goal of taking the series, 13-5. But this is the first gun round in play now for everyone. Oh, hello. Totem pole. I think this one has been, well, not only has it failed, it was really late. Don't do it again.
What are you doing?
No, come on.
Points, Anna. It's one of those things where like everyone's already here, so you kind of feel like you want to commit to it, but like you're $10 late. 10 days short. Wait, no.
10 days late. $10
short. Yeah.
But it took so long, you forgot the anecdote. So
I know, but I had
really
so much time to even like meander over that anecdote. Like I actually went through a stroll through anecdote.
Speaking of meandering and strolling, look at this from Ensafina. No way. D7 has hit the most ridiculous timing. She's going to go, the issue is she's going to go B clear, guys. Come B. And hang on a second. Why is Milo there?
Yes.
It still gets
but it's still Freaky Friday out here. As D7, don't go back. You've got all this control. Okay, you've got one.
You know Milo was there as well.
Oh, the smoke. Devastating. It lands and her feet are exposed and D7 laps them up. 3 versus 3. And she is traded, but the space taken time enough to get this bomb through, although rotations have come down. Flashbang is good. Paulie is half blind as she goes in towards the water. Bomb should go through.
Oh, nice shot from Zana. Also adjusting towards heaven. There was a drop in towards water that was definitely heard. Ida doesn't need to swing. Just play off the AWP contact. Instead, goes a little bit wide. Zana thrown into the 1 versus 2. But first shot hits. Now dancing around this pillar, looking for Missy. Who's elevated up high, but Zana drops her down low, 6 feet under, and Bigger Keeper take the round.
Yeah, that's Zana. That's Zana every day of the week. A clutch mistress, putting on a fantastic show here. 3 kills there, 1 versus 2 to close it. Astonishing stuff. And it all comes off the back of D7 getting this information, getting this control, getting this massive double. It's unlucky for Milo. But no luck required for Zana, pure skill.
Enzafina. And D7's just walked monster again. Already claiming all of this space. But it's actually all a little bit of a ruse this time, Lucy, because the bomb is making its way towards A instead. And they've just made it all the way up. Still, D7's locking in these rotates. There's going to be a really long rotation through. Anyway, look at that timing. Milo will find D7. Bomb planted on A. In the meanwhile, good shot from Jenny. Looking for the spray, and yeah, locks both in. That's really well done. This is a 4 versus 2 that had the potential to be a little bit upsetting, a little bit sour for Bigger Keeper, but that's not actually the case whatsoever. Only losing the 1 AK that has to be saved over. Oh, yeah, Keeper. Well, they're going to go up to map point here. Zana does miss the shot, but that's okay because it's not punished at the moment.
15 about to be secured. And, I mean, this has been one-way traffic on the T side. Mentioned as we went into this map that Ents had been struggling on their CT side against one win. And those struggles look to be continuing here against Bigger Keeper. 10 chances now to take away their opponent's map pick. Vertigo looming as well as the next.
That's a pretty sweet sentence. You're a Bigger Keeper fan, isn't it? 10 chances to close the map.
Yeah, a lot of Bigger Keeper fans out there, as the poll showed.
Oh, although Manka does overwhelm Ida into short water. Falling back. Oh, actually, Bigger Keeper and Sfina just claim this space and they keep it as their own. This is really good. They've got a lot of map control here, but the mistake is Waldy crossing back. Let's get the dink on towards Zana at the very least, but it doesn't really matter so much on Europa.
Yeah, good setup here. Milo, ooh, good for one, but yeah, Manka's there to collect the follow-up. And then, as I say, not getting any of these CT rounds, looking like they should. John, hold up. Hold up. Holly's still alive. She's still kicking. She's still swinging. She's got the baseball bat out, and she is striking. It's Missy. Now 1 versus 2, and they've got time to back away. They've got time to work with, time to let her think about how they're going to plan this one out, because they can go back to A. It's open, it's empty, and it's free.
They've got to move pretty fast, though, because Missy's going to start cottoning on to this and realizing that she can also rotate. It's a foot race, and it's actually at a slowpoke's pace because everyone's walking. This is going to favor Missy in the long term. Can pull out the AWP and strike down these players. Scoping in just a second. And denying. Paulie removed, and suddenly Zana has to go forward. Will plant the bomb safely. Is she going to swing? No, just drops the smoke and backs up.
Thought Missy was maybe going to go for the wallbang there. Zana plants, and on the angle, strikes, clutches out again. Another 1 versus 1 clutch for her. Bigger Keeper taking their opponent's map pick, denying anything on that CT half. A dominant affair by Bigger Keeper.
Yeah, really dominant indeed. And I was really impressed by the team play of Bigger Keeper. For Enzafina, we started to see not only signs of struggle on that T side overall, but we did start to see them waking up a little bit into the end of this first half. And unfortunately, in the second, when you lose the pistol and you haven't really got too much of foundation to rely on, you kind of start struggling, because it really looked like, you can see it from the highlights here, that they were going to claim that and suddenly start to build into the game a little bit. We saw some very good moments out of Enzafina, but ultimately Bigger Keeper, their core, it's been around for a lot longer. They've got more experience, and on this map in particular, they looked really strong.
Yeah, a lot longer is an understatement. I mean, this Bigger Keeper team, the core of it has been together for, what, 3+ years, basically? At least more or less, with players coming in and out. But I mean, looking fantastic here. Paulie in particular started super strong on the CT side. Wasn't quite the same story on the T side, but the rest of the team was all there popping off. And Zana, a phenomenal performance. I think on the side of ends, I was particularly impressed by Milo, right? It felt like she really stood out head and shoulders kind of above the rest. She had that massive 3K entry on the T side, which kind of kicked off that kind of tail end of rounds they managed to get, which kind of got us talking about a potential comeback, but unfortunately they couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. And well, you spoke about Zana, and we wanted to highlight her for the player of the map, and we can bring that up now because just exceptional. Even won that 1v1 to close out, overpass 25 kills in, that was 16-5. So in 21 rounds, you get 25 kills. ADR 101 is unbelievable. And when your team averages 88 ADR, that is a worrying sign for a lot of teams here at Impact.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal performance from Zana. Kind of, you do expect her to be performing well here, given that she's such a strong AWP, definitely the strongest player in the server, I would say, on an individual level. But that's a statement piece coming through. The fact that it just felt like she had so much freedom AWPing on that CT side. It felt like she could really get whatever she wanted. She can move about with impunity. And then on the T side, 2 massive clutches that came through. That 1v2, which she got 3 kills in that round, was beautiful.
Yeah, it really was. I liked what we saw out of Entsfina in particular with Manka, because Manka was starting to get into some of those star rifler positions. And I think that's what she's been brought in to do on this team, really kind of step up into the spotlight. I think compared to her time on G2 Oya, I think that Manka can create a lot of space. And unfortunately, we didn't really get to see that on Overpass. But moving forward, I'm excited to see kind of where the season takes Entsfina. But for now, we've got to look ahead to Vertigo. And this is where I start to worry a little bit more for them, to be honest.
Yeah, given how strong Big Keeper have come in on their opponent's map pick, going to Vertigo, we kind of mentioned in the pregame that this feels like a bit of a punish pick in a sense. It feels like a map that Bigger Keeper are hands down a lot stronger on. And you mentioned as well, right, that Missy had said it's not a map that they've been putting a lot of emphasis on, right? Particularly when you've got a relatively new squad coming together. You're going to be sort of picking specific maps that you really want to almost perfect, right? You want them to be your kind of go-tos, which means there's going to be a map or two that definitely falls to the wayside. And fortunately for them, it's one of Big's strongest maps.
Yeah, it is a little bit worrisome for them. But at the end of the day, if you're still playing these maps, you're still going to be getting the experience and you can still learn a lot from these demos. So I think despite having these experiences, despite worrying a little bit about how they're going to shape up on it, you can always flip it on its head and say, okay, well, you're playing against one of the best teams we've got in ESL Impact in general. You're playing against one of the best Vertigo teams we've got in the ESL Impact circuit. The amount of knowledge you can take away from this map alone, and who knows, they can even surprise us. I don't want to write them off completely because we could have a Manka masterclass, we could have Milo coming up big, but unfortunately, it's Big a Keeper just performing really well.
Well, we'll find out shortly as Vertigo will be up next after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Stuck in the past, oh yeah, until I had no choice. I had to find my voice. I was a tea without a boat to the shore. No one around me who could throw me an oar, oh yeah, until I learned to fly and made it to the sky. You got to open up.
Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything that you want to. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything that you want to.
Hiding in the shadows never did nothing good. Nothing good. I was a tea without a boat to the shore. No one around me who could throw me an oar. Oh yeah, until I learned to fly and made it to the sky. You got to open up, hold your head up. You got to open up, hold your head up. You got to open up, hold your head up. You got to open up. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they want to. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they want to. Hiding in the shadows never did nothing good, nothing good. Open up and be free. Only then can you be. You got to open up, hold your head up. You got to open up. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they want to. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they want to. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they want to. Open up and be free of the shackles pulling you. Only then can you be everything they want to. Excuse me while I take the floor. Spotlight shining, it's my show. And you gon' let me a little bit more, 'cause I got that electric glow. Didn't know it, now you know. Want you vibing with my flow. You ain't never gonna let it go. Once you see my electric glow. Fresh out the oven, I'm piping hot. Get too close and you might get shocked. Told everybody sit back, just watch while I climb all the way to the top. Oh no, no, I can't just pass by, 'cause my electric glow, it shines too bright. And everywhere I go, I catch all eyes. They must have never seen a goddess in plain sight. Ooh, want too much for you. A whole lot of power in these high heel shoes. Ooh, shining how I choose, 'cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Ooh, want too much for you. You're gonna need shades to enjoy this view. Ooh, shining how I choose, 'cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Excuse me while I take the floor. Spotlight shining, it's my show. And you gon' let me a little bit more, 'cause I got that electric glow. Didn't know it, now you know. Want you vibing with my flow. You ain't never gonna let it go. Once you see my electric glow. Fresh out the oven, I'm sparkling. Lighting up every room I walk in, so intelligent, all I do is win. Didn't hear me before, let me say it again. No, 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 I can't just pass by, 'cause my electric glow, it shines too bright. And everywhere I go, I catch all eyes. They must have never seen me light up the night sky. Ooh, want too much for you. A whole lot of power in these high heel shoes. Ooh, shining how I choose, 'cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Ooh, want too much for you. You're gonna need shades to enjoy this view. Ooh, shining how I choose, 'cause I rule the world and my girls do too. Excuse me while I take the floor. Spotlight shining, it's my show. And you gon' let me a little bit more, 'cause I got that electric glow. Didn't know it, now you know. Want you vibing with my flow. You ain't never gonna let it go. Once you see my electric glow. Once you see my electric glow. See my electric glow. My electric glow. Once you see my electric glow.
When I look at you, I'm trapped without a clue. I guess you came down from outer space, from head down to toe.
Vertigo, map number 2 here. The map pick of Big Keeper. It's not one that I think that Athena are strangers to, but not one that they've been practicing, as you mentioned, Brandon. It was the decider map, right? Versus One Wing Gang last week, one that went to overtime where they fell short 1917. So I think they want to bounce back. They definitely have some confidence on it, but against Big feels tricky.
Yeah, my lights just kind of did a dramatic, like, da-na-na, when he said about overtime. That was actually 15-10 in favor of One Win Gang, and Ensfina actually will build back into it to get to overtime in the first place on that T side. So I was impressed, and I'm anticipating that they'll be probably reflecting a lot on that map and bringing it forward. Speaking of dun-dun-dun moments, I want to update you about some scores, Lucy, because Enigma Galaxy beat VP Angels 16-4 map 1, which you kind of expect, but that's pretty dominant. One Wing Gang have just beaten NIP Impact on One Wing Gang's map pick 16-12, and Delaney dropped 37 kills.
37 kills in regulation. Yep. That is one of the best performances I think we've had in Impact, right? Like that's crazy.
I think it might be maybe like the best in terms of kills in regulation maps. Yeah. It has to be incredible. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, NIP now need to go and reverse sweep. It's Vertigo up next on their series. It's Vertigo up here next in our series, and I want to kind of reflect a little bit and recap for maybe some new viewers, and also just obviously we're in second week of ESL Impact Season 4. I want to think back to ESL Impact Season 3, Lucy, and Big Keeper and their tenure on Vertigo, because I know this is a very strong map for them.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, I thought you were building up to a point.
I can build up to a point if you want.
It felt like you were it felt like you were building up to something you wanted to state that the way that you led. Like you were building up, like, oh, I've got this great point I want to share, and I'm like sitting here ready for it, and then you're like,
No, I wanted to kind of just not hog all the limelight, but I can talk some more about Vertigo, no problem. Look, I think D7 is instrumental on this map for Bigger Keeper, and obviously you got to talk about Zana and how incredible she has been since not only this map but the last series. Vertigo is her playground, and we're expecting to see more dominant performances from Zana, not only just from Bigger Keeper throughout the season, but especially here on Vertigo. Paulie's integration is a little bit more unique. I think her roles overlap of the time she was on NIP Impact, because she was anchoring for NIP, and now she's going to be anchoring again for Bigger Keeper. And so the roles should be more comfortable, I think, still with Vertigo. She'll understand what she needs to do, and I don't think there's going to be too much of kind of teething issues there.
Yeah, I mean, the only teams that Bigger Keeper have lost Vertigo to, and that's since this Bigger Keeper came into effect, Nine Pandas Fearless, NIP, Enigma Galaxy, right? So the three teams you kind of look at as maybe some of the best Vertigo teams that we have, but particularly NIP and Nine Pandas, I look at those two as the best two Vertigo teams. And Big Keeper have beat NIP on that map as well in the last season of Impact. So definitely a strong map for them, not one of their primary picks. I'm guessing they opted not to pick into Anubis on purpose, thinking that maybe Ents were prepared on it, or ready for that pick to come through and had some counter strats in play. So pulling the curveball out, because I would have thought Anubis would have come through over Vertigo. So I'm excited to see what they deliver with this map coming in.
I think it's also the case of the fact that you've taken double overtime to put down VP Angels on that map. But VP Angels are very strong on Anubis, and I spoke to Mio about it, and she basically said Anubis is like Mirage, everyone can play it. And I was like, I don't think that's actually quite true, but I like the sentiment. Regardless of that, we're not on Anubis, we're on Vertigo, and I just lined up some really cool utility here, and Paulie's actually gonna be the one throwing it. Look at this.
Okay, it's all been dropped, ready to execute.
I think that's CT.
I was going to say right, Jen, but you might be right. Jenny Art going to be charging on through, and okay, it was half right. Between the two positions we both called. Zana charging in. Missy strikes though before she can even get close. D7 does deal with the short player. That enables this bomb to go down.
And that's pivotal. You just need to establish good afterplants here if you are Big keeper, or you could stay on the bomb site and just hit headshots if you're Ida. Nice job. Brings it into an even steading, and well, D7 providing cover allows Ida just to swing low. Milo, however, will double down, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Paulie reveals her position, and Milo takes her head clean off her shoulders. What a round.
Milo, go, go, go. That was beautiful. What a three-face. And yeah, I think that webcam of hers is frozen because her hands were definitely on the keyboard as she hit those shots. Those were beautiful. Absolutely delightful. I don't think she was even expecting that player to be there in short when she went out onto the side, but gets the info, gets the swing. And that was with these beautiful kills coming through. D7 and Ida picking up a kill apiece, but Milo continuing the form she showed on Overpass and getting a much-needed pistol round, something that Ents have been struggling on.
Absolutely. And the only awkward thing there for Bigger Keeper is that they didn't have really good trade space in there. You can't really account for Milo doing that. Incredible. What a way to kick things off. A much-needed pistol, as you mentioned. Force bite immediately here for Bigger Keeper. And the MP9 getting up close, a boost over the top. I don't think you can really see this. Free fire, not available, but Manka still goes around the corner anyway and nearly gets rid of Zana as well.
Aggressive posturing. Works out for Manka. I think you'd be happy with that, knowing that you brought Zana down low. It is just Waldy over here. She's very isolated. 1 kill would be enough, but if she goes down and... oh, she's going to be cleared. Jenny spots her. Massive. Now the bomb can come through. As mentioned, those rotations are so far away. No kit either. They went for these rifles, and that's come at a bit of a cost as it goes into the retake.
Yeah, this gets a little bit awkward here. Do you even want to go for this? Because you're going to be eco anyway if you lose the round. Zana very low, so that's your consideration if you're Entzafina. Ida by the generators. Oh, there was a lineup available, but Oxyset hits the headshot. A lot of damage has been done, though, to these defenders. Not on the bomb just yet. Up and over default, though, is Milo. And there goes Jenny through the smoke. It's a combination of kills from everyone on the roster. Bigger Keeper, they immediately reply with the force.
Yeah, that was great. I think that's maybe a little bit of a, I don't call it a mistake, but just like bit slow from Ents, right?
Yeah.
After the initial fight on towards ramp going their way, they know that Zana is low and won't be kind of sticking around aggressively. They've got the one-way smoke down. You didn't need to keep 2 players still committed there. The other player was also deep elevator, so Waldy was kind of stuck there alone, and the position she was playing is a bit of a tough one to get even a multi-frag from. And okay, Ranka though, getting aggressive with this MP9. Actually trying to swap on over. She's done so much damage. Gets herself a Galil and gets out of there.
The fact that Manka is still hanging around up above these smokes is pretty impressive, because now has the support of 2 other players from Entzafina. In fact, 80% of the roster is over here at A. Yet again, leaving Waldy a little bit alone. Molly flies up for Bigger Keeper as they try and retake this ramp space, but the positioning is really solid here from the CTs.
However, it is just Manka, and oh my god, D7. There she goes. Popping heads like balloons. And nobody's celebrating except for Milo, who's still hitting these shots. Zana. Oh! Oh dear. What a swing. What a shot. An AK collected. And oh, she even gets another. Able to pull it out and leaving Paulie in the clutch. There's at least that one player is in towards short. Has a little bit of time to work with, hoping that Milo does get a bit aggressive. Goes for a bit of a wander. She's not at the moment. Just sitting in towards gap, not going to be revealing herself either. So Paulie's not going to get any fights here with these positions. Wants to go looking for it instead, but they're so passive, not giving up anything. Small top. Oh, if she'd thrown it, might have been it. Still gets the kill though. Oh. She heard Waldy. Time, an issue, has to plant. Taps it, faking it out, hoping for the run through. Paulie, that is beautiful. 3 kills, the 1 versus 2. Stunning from Paulie.
Yeah, and in fact, it's Entzafina that feel a little bit deflated after that one. I cannot believe Paulie has got the confidence to fake the bomb not once but twice for both of the kills, even with 4 seconds, even at the point where you can't swing. But no, calls the bluff, and that enables it. Because if you're in Ensafina's position, if you're Waldy, you think, well, has to commit to the bomb plant, have to go for the swing here. Paulie, nerves of steel. I like this pause as well.
I think for Paulie in that last bit where she fakes it out, I think you kind of have to fake it out there, right? Because there's only 5 seconds left. The CT, 5 seconds left, right? So the CT knows that you have to commit to the bomb plant. So faking it, knowing that Waldy was so close already, you're expecting that swing to come on through. Because if you've gone for that bomb plant there, CT can get up close and deny. So just a beautiful read on how Waldy was going to play it.
Oh, nice shots. Missy gets both. Even upgrades to the AK. These pistol plays are doing so much damage onto Bigger Keeper, and Ents are just getting right up in their grill.
Yeah, after all the aggression towards Rant the last couple of rounds this time. Over towards B, they barrel on down, and Missy doesn't miss the shot. Now she's got the AK. Zana only just got her hands on this AWP, and she's let them know it's here. Goes to the wall bang. Not going to be finding anybody outside of it, though. I don't know if I've really ever seen that wall bang actually get anything. But gotta fire it off.
Yeah, it is rare. Well, sometimes it just collects a little bit of damage or scares the opponent away, thinking, oh no, I might perish. Good angle. I really like that angle that Waldy just took, but actually plays a less committed angle because Missy is here as well. Flashbang. I was going to say it's quite good, but it goes a little bit deep on Genial's positioning. But Milo, yet again, pistol prowess is incredible.
Sana, before Shimmer had an opportunity there, Missy's not going to give up anything. Tucks it now, knowing that the AWP is locked in on her position. Genial being low makes it really difficult for her to be the one that takes the space. And, oh, it's a cool bait out. Sana able to finish the job after she gets the tag, but she doesn't have the time. Needs to find these kills ASAP, and not being given many opportunities. Actually throws the AWP off. Good thinking at the last second, deny that upgrade. But hey, they'll be happy with the rifles. They just brought pistols into that round.
Yeah, the pistols are really shining here for Ensafina. Got to give a lot of credit there to Missy. I really like the way that she was playing that angle on towards B as well, because it wasn't committed. And players on bomb sites, especially anchoring them down, can often fall into that trap, especially when they're on their own. And that's what I'm going to be looking for specifically on the B bomb site with Waldy, is which angles she decides to adopt when she's kind of left on her own. Because a lot of players fall into the trap of just being a little bit committed and can get caught off guard. Good incendiary. That's going to force Bigger Keeper back. They wanted to go a little bit faster and towards middle, but one incendiary, $600 prevents the push.
Mancup, getting curious. Okay, well, they know you're close, so she's going to commit. Smokes off one of the angles, and oh, it's a little bit wild. Tech9 wins it out. Maybe a bit of an unnecessary peek there.
Yeah, no, definitely unnecessary.
Now you're left a little bit lightly defended, but gaps being filled. Good HE does a bit of damage, and in fact, there's 3 rifles here to defend. Trying just to force their way through, and D7 with that AK she found off Manka is getting work done. Sana delivering a headshot. They're brute force their way in.
This is a really difficult situation to even attempt the retake, in my opinion. 5 versus 2. You know these players are low, but at the same time, you have to prioritize your income, your bank balances over the opposition. And Ida's now just going on a hunt because, look, I've invested everything. It's just a Tech9. If you can deny rifles, that's really huge here for Bigger Keeper. Milo, Waldy, reset. Go towards B ramp. And I was literally just talking about committed angles. That round is a clear example of exactly what I was on about. Manka goes too aggressive. Missy fights forward ahead of the smokes, isolated on her own. And then the peeking towards short, again, completely on your own. Ida can't find Waldy, so 2 rifles are saved over.
trading back these, force fire pistol rounds. That one, yeah, comes off the back of a little bit too overeager, giving up the opener. Jenny gonna get a bit aggressive here. Spots out one. I don't think she's expecting that drop down from Missy though.
That smoke is a little bit forward, so it allows a gap for Missy to potentially work with, but also it goes the other way. Jenny's just holding D7. Already seen her be quite prominent on this adventure towards the A ramp. Oxy set in towards the sandbags and actually gets baited in perfectly. There goes the strike, but the shots miss out. Oxy set will fall, but Manka will get the trade at least for the time being. But the kill feed is lighting up orange on blue. Bigger keeper in a 4 versus 1.
Yeah, will do. She swings as Jenny's actually holding for it as well. So perfect. Finds her kill eventually that she's been waiting all round for. That's just D7. Finding a nice opener. Good timing as she scales up, catches the player in the open, and the player that tries to trade has just got the deagle, so it's a little bit awkward. Couldn't quite make it work. Enough damage is done. Zana's there to then trade out as well. And after the 4 spies back and forth, ends the ones that get reset. And now they're going to go fast and towards mid. Paulie can maybe add a few frags to her tally as the USPs run on through. Okay, a lot of damage, but only the 1 kill.
At least it's all the intel, though. And if you're Jenny, you don't really want to hang around here for too long, even though it's tempting. Just plant the bomb on A, get the round locked in. Don't lose too many rifles to the pistols. You don't need to. Even if it is a good opportunity to try and pad some stats.
Hold on to the AK. And there's USPs for a little look-see. Big. Happy to keep players alive. Bit harder to save here in CS2 Vertigo. There's just more damage. But you find if you, I think it's like, you need at least like 30 or so. Maybe even more now. Maybe 40.
They up the radius a lot, right? Like on every map.
Yeah, it's
not
crazy.
only the radius but the damage. So I don't know. But are you free next? Are you free next Wednesday?
Yeah, CS2 released next Wednesday.
Maybe.
Maybe.
There was a
CSGO.
cryptic tweet about it.
I thought it was that say CSGO, but it's not, is it? It's just Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Oh, good nade. Back out with the guns as well for Ensathina. This smoke's really cool. Being thrown in by Big Keeper up the ramp. It gives them a one-way as they walk up, but you kind of expect them to be there, which is why you can spam it. Manka gets out of dodge, and Oxyset finds the opener on towards Zana.
Seven looking to try and get something back, and she might catch them at the perfect time. Oh! All right. That was beautiful. She's not done. Oh, she's never done. 3 kills before she's eventually put down. She has done enough. A 2 versus 2 now. Devastating from D7.
That's what the D stands for. Actually, it's Dimension, and Bigger Keeper have changed their ideals into this one as well. Moved away from A and have come over towards B. Paulie has got a very advanced position here on the site, can just hold for the cold zero angle. And a Molly goes in to really invite this peek. It's exactly what she's holding for. This is really clever.
Yeah, sadly, they're not going to give it to her. Beautiful angle. Always feels good when you get this kill. But it doesn't look like Milo's going to be presenting it. Sitting back for some retake utility. Kid on Waldy. Flames come on over.
Great Molly.
Paulie's still tucked into the back pillar here, though, and that's going to be so difficult to deal with. You got Ida up close, and Paulie doing the damage. Getting spammed on down, and there's Ida swinging on out. Beautifully played off each other. Like clockwork. They get their 6.
I said great Molly, but it actually landed a little bit shallow compared to, I think, what Ensfina wanted. Because if it landed, I think, maybe honestly like a pixel deeper, then it spreads behind white box and it would have flashed and flushed Ida out. Look at this round though from D7. Single-handedly just opens up A. And you're right, the afterplant was really well played, and once again just reduced to a hero rifle for Enterthina. But the rest are just armed with pistols. Paulie last time only got 1 kill from this position. This time it's 2.
I want to say I love watching D7 play when she's getting like active and like getting in these like intense multi-kill positions, because like she kind of reminds me of Rop sometimes, and kind of how robotic sometimes her aim can look. She's just so quick on flicking over to like the next head, converting those spray transfers. It's delightful. Yeah, delightful. Despite having a bit of a weaker buy, they're making this work, but Paulie, again, proving to be a massive thorn in their side. Oh, look at her go. Almost collects a double there, and Jenny's nade. It's the one that gets it done.
I was going to do the ace.
Denied.
Paulie getting the full house. But yeah, denied by the utility. I think that's a really good point you bring up as well. And I'm glad they've reset back to it, because I think D7 was kind of playing that lurky role in Season 1. Season 2, Bigger Keeper went through this transition and they changed kind of everyone's roles. And it was to accommodate a player, and it didn't really feel like they're clicking the same. And I was a little bit curious about it. But Season 3 and Season 4, D7's gone back to this prowess. And it's really, you're right, exciting to watch when she's in flow state. Like watching those nades come in from both the CT side in the same position and the T side come over. It's like a volley in tennis.
Yeah, or ping pong.
We do like ping pong.
We love ping pong. Ping pong in the studio that we cast the ESL Impact finals from. Always a hit. Mrs. Thorpe, I don't know if we've seen this on the CT side yet, so
not yet.
Keep an eye on her. She's in towards mid currently, so I won't be seeing her facing up against Sana just yet.
Ooh. Good swing out of Manka. Creating that space. Denying Bigger Keeper access up towards the ramp and delegating a lot of personnel over here. Look at them all go. Oxyset now on this boost. I really like this. The fact that you get the kill and now you've elevated a different player. Ida head. Ooh. Quite spotted, but the arm was.
Fingers over the lip. And there's the head. Paulie's taken off her body, and Ida tries the wide swing, but Oxyset to reposition, even managing to extract herself, but Manka does go down. This is getting a bit chaotic, and the smoke miss has hit a no-scope, just spamming on through Zana. She doesn't need one either. But she's now in the clutch, and she has no time. This is done. How many can she take down? Another no-scope, but denied before she can do any more. And get that third.
Sure. 3 no-scopes in one round in like 20 seconds. You love to see it. Immediately an AWP gets repurchased. Jenny R can drop that one over towards Zana. Enterthina, a good round. I really like this design in towards short where you get the opener, then you reboost. Oxyset does fantastic. And then has all the support. Flashy stuff. Enterthina come away with the round.
Yeah, you feel a bit hard done by if you're... Okay, never mind. You definitely feel if you're hard done by if you're missing. I was going to say because she invested in AWP and then she was able to get one at the end anyway, but... Her AWP's gone. Sana makes quick work of it. Oh, there's a load of players on the other side. Flashbang is good. It's fantastic. Baldy gets a double, but the trades were there. Jenny R, incredibly low, but the player advantage rests with Big.
Jenny can even get this AWP off the floor if she wants to use it. Low HP wouldn't matter if she was on the sniper. But I'm really enjoying this. This is just a complete silence across the server from Bigger Keeper. They're pumping the brakes and they're basically saying to Enterthina, come on then, come and get the info. Because they are just waiting so patiently right now. And as a result, Enterthina are now going to start to take space in towards mid and back in towards A, which leaves B completely vacant.
Yeah, this one's worked out exactly how they hoped. Just going to contact in. Not going to find anybody home. So much utility as well for the post plant. And that's not the case for Ents. So they kind of had to get this gamble correct. You can't give this retake even a look in. They are fast down ramps. They might be able to catch some exits, but yeah, no chance for the round.
I don't know. You can kind of maybe give it a go because you have got a kit. I'm gonna creep forward. Paulie on the angle, holding. Surely this is the first one you clear when you go around this corner. And yeah, Oxyset does deliver it, but now that's intel. Okay, well, both were out towards stairs. Either can then take the next piece of contact and even find the follow-up. Really well handled in the afterplant. I like the idea, though. Ents, they play that one correctly because when they're in that player disadvantage, they still group up and they play as a unit and then move in together. They're not allowing isolated gunfights. So the structure of that is really well handled. Unfortunately, for them, they just walk into this crossfire set up by Bigger Keeper.
Yeah, I almost have to eat my words then. Particularly when Paulie goes down for free, right? You've got low HP on Jenny, but also unfortunate for Big Keep, they couldn't recover the AWP at the end.
Yeah.
It's like half a second off being able to pick it up. Hands need to be a little bit longer. Hands, arms, just long fingers.
Oh.
Long, slender fingers gripping around the AWP. And
slurking around the AWP.
Slurking around it. Well. Well.
I'm just picturing the agent model with like really like double the size fingers.
Do you know salad fingers?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's...
Can we get a graphic?
I like rusty spoons.
Rusty Deagle.
Rust turtle.
The one tap of the AK headshot. So fantastic. Against my agent fingers. Anyway, I can't. I already got into character then, jeez.
Yeah, that felt like rehearsed. Like you've been.
Those videos are really weird. So like the story of Salad Fingers is something I never thought I'd actually talk about on a broadcast, let alone an ESL Impact one. But the lore is really bizarre. And that's all I want to say.
Yeah,
and now we can move on.
It's like peak thousands like internet content. Another one that's more recent that's quite good, which I'm sure you're familiar with, is Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared.
Yeah, that's
also great.
Yeah, that's a kind of a scary
Has some
one,
banger
right?
songs.
True.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. Back on the gunny.
That really got me there. the Salad Fingers voice.
Yeah.
Got a pace to beat you. Some heat cheese, some flames. Licking. No fingers. This ain't no KFC.
Oh, Nate doesn't really do too much, but I feel like Zana's been caught out a lot in this first half. I'm not really finding too much impact. Found the opener onto Missy a few rounds ago, but more often than not, if Enterfina finds an opening kill, it's on towards Zana. And that's going to just accelerate the play. They keep it like, all right, you want to fight us on A? We'll just go B. D7 leading the charge alongside Jenny. Missy, that's a good shot. And Wardy chimes in for one more. Even trades, keep the player advantage with Ents.
Yeah, D7's so low as well. Despite those kills, it has to be Jenny. She's getting up close to the generator. Versus 3, they're just on the other side. All of them are there. She gets the first kill, but they swing. Beautifully handled. Missy with a massive 3K as well. A player that I think has been underrated in prior seasons of Impact, but we're seeing what she can do. And she's a very capable player, leading the charge here for Ents. That massive 3K. It's still 9 for Biggie Keeper, but
yeah,
some of these rounds are looking like we're seeing the pieces of what this Entertainer team has to offer.
Exactly. Like it's a good showcase, and we get a little insight into their development. 9-6 would be a fantastic result to close out this first half, if they can manage it. Issy. Oh, too many targets to aim at. That's a little bit unfortunate. Going around the corner expecting one. In fact, it's half the roster. Flashbang, really good. In fact, so good that it blinds yourself. Jenny needs to back up just a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like the flashbang might have actually masked the presence of Aldi as well. I think you maybe move Milo away. As soon as you get contact here, Milo needs to disappear. Make a way over to support. Ooh. Sticking around. Not for long, though. Does have to fall back. They are just poking and prodding. They're playing with the rotations, but deep presence towards B stairs is still quite threatening. Speaking of, Manka wants to get aggressive now. She's walked all the way around from ramp to gap.
Oh, good find. Need more, though. Nearly line up. It's Zana on the AWP, and it's Ida out A, who nearly actually transfers on towards Manka. 3 versus 2. Waldy in towards default. That's fantastic. They line up, but it's only the Dink. D7 throws herself into this clutch bomb planted. Now needs to take up a decent position.
Manka's got the kit. This is going to be a pure fight here. All spotted out. D7 has the information. Did Manka spot her on that jiggle?
No.
Doesn't look like it from her position. That's given D7 the walk around. Creeping, crawling, jack of a box, jumps up, pounces, and gets that 10th for big.
What a player. So much experience there, just knowing that as soon as she spotted out Manka on construction, she can just creep on forward, because Manka didn't instantaneously swing. Therefore, the timing just eluding. That was nearly the lineup from Waldy, but not to be. Last round of play here in this first half. They keep her double digits again.
Pace towards A. Ida gets a nice opening. A lot of damage being done here in the flames of what end up dispatching of Zana. Still got Milo. And you've still got Oxyset in towards short, though. She's just got the Deagle.
Oh. Oh, gosh. Get out. Get out. Oxyset with the swing. Trying to catch players off, but unfortunately, shots don't quite connect. Paulie can now lock in the plant. 4 versus 2. This looks like 11-4.
Certainly looks like it. Waldy has to do it all as Milo falling. She is left all alone. Paulie's in the side. Zana with 2 kills to end the round. And 11-4 half big, continuing their domination this series.
Moving on. I'm moving on. Got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I got a new love. He runs for miles. 67 fast back. Oh, it's just my style. We're headed down. Enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Should've looked both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Hey,
wait before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
$11-4 is a little bit more dominant than 10-5, but it's still concrete evidence the bigger keeper aren't here to mess around this season at ESL Impact. And for Entefina, it's a steep learning curve, but it all begins with a pistol, and hopefully they can get the second one here in this map.
Yeah, and we're seeing all the signs of what you'd hope from this team when you look at the individuals. You can see the ideas, the pieces, and the opening frag are all there.
Yeah, B completely open right now. If Entefina wants to take it that way, and it looks like they are moving their way forward. Rotations have come over as well. You have got Jenny and Paulie here. Paulie is incredibly low. When did that happen?
I think that's over towards A. A little bit of a biff, a little bit of a baff. A little bit of a gaff. Paulie. Narrow angle to take advantage of the low health points, but not able to find anything. Bomb gets planted. There is a kit in play for Ida. Sana with the dualies can do a lot of damage, but they have to get a move on now. Still sitting in the side of 4 of these players. No one's really towards stairs. They want to fight. They want to brawl, and Paulie, despite the low HP, manages to find one, but Oxysat, that is fantastic. 2 kills, 3 kills. She's done it all.
Yeah, well played, Oxysat. Just dancing around the generators, isolating all of those kills and ice in the veins. Really well done. Entefina, a much needed pistol. A reminder that Entefina need to win this map to stay alive here in the series. And with plays like this, oh, it certainly feels possible. That was snappy on towards Ida.
Yeah, lovely. Just playing around the gens, bouncing off either side. Gorgeous stuff. And that's what big onto the full pistoles. Genia would appear to fitty. And it's a whole gaggle of Galils for Ents.
Yes.
And one for every.
I like that. The gaggle. Obviously, I think we coined that reference. I'm going to say we did it. We did Zagala Zeus as well.
That's the best one.
The fat. We aren't fan eyes of the fam eye. That's another one. I've run out of them.
All right, well, we'll continue working on them, trying to push the forefront of collective nouns here on the ESL Impact broadcast. Speaking of collectives, that's a stack over towards B that's avoided. Look like they were going to walk into it. They're not. They're going back to A.
We could use we could make up a word for the plural of octopus and call them octopisces, because then we're involving astrology as well. And that's been quite prevalent on like other ESL products.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this is the product where you'd almost expect to see astrology take the forefront.
Yeah, especially with like Athena.
Yeah.
No, that's mythology.
That's mythology.
I'm getting
Got
my
knowledge
ologies. Yeah.
The wrong one. Maybe you need to go back and check out your ontology. Okay. Stickology.
I like this. Yeah. Will they get a kill? My guess would be yes.
Yeah, I like the methodology.
I like the implications of this stack. Oh, there's a lot there. Audi says, I don't really want to get involved in that, but also want to try and deny this Galil. Bomb explodes. They all swing together. They know the bomb would have done some damage. Oxy set low HP, just about holds on. And
That's
no
the
gun
AK.
was saved.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's not a big deal, but the biggest deal is Oxy staying alive there with the AK. If she'd gone down, it gets pretty punishing. Because the aforementioned gaggle of Galils, right? That was all they had. So it was just a single AK. Now they got 3. That's a association of AKs. No, that's not it.
No, that's not it, but Waldy nearly finding D7 over towards B. Could have been it. Instead, D7 backs off. Flashback's really good to get Zana off that angle. But look at Paulie creeping up close.
Yeah, nice little forward position. Interesting seeing the 2-on-2 setup in play for the CT side. I guess when you've managed to get Paulie's control there, you can put a bit more presence over towards B. Missy catches the beautiful timing. Oh, she's walked up through. Gonna find one. D7, does she swing? There it is.
Ooh.
Has a smoke she can drop. She can stay alive, keep being a nuisance, and Paulie takes the fight on ramp.
That's such a wide swing out of Paulie. It's the last thing I think Oxyset was expecting. Now a reset. And Paulie's still fighting forward. That is brave. That's really aggressive. The jump spot gathers the intel, and that will keep Zana here as well. 40 seconds left. Enter Athena. They start running up the ramp.
Yeah, Zana could catch a beautiful timing here with that smoke. Oh, they're all got backs turned, and Zana takes 2 to the grave. Paulie as well, swinging through for the final frag. That's just beautiful re-aggression. Catching the best timing possible. An instant timeout from Athena. That one has crippled them.
I feel like this timeout should have maybe come a little bit earlier, since this is the first one used in this map. But it's here now, and it's here to stay. 30 seconds can reevaluate situations and just remind Athena that, look, you have to be aware of both ramp and gap. That was really well played. I like the fact that Zana takes a contact and Paulie, her trade spacing is just 1 second later. So Waldy instantly turns back around to deal with ramp, and then not ready for the second one of that extension towards gap. Nicely done. A bigger keeper double the score lead now of Athena. And stones
like,
throw away.
You're always ready for a second to swing, right? Like,
yeah.
But when it doesn't cover in gap immediately, you think it's going to be great.
Yes,
So
exactly.
This is a full spy. What do you reckon?
These are cool flashes. These will get Zana off the angle. Paulie won't be affected by them, and, well, she actually's got the support. The full support of Big, but Oxy's got the Deagle out instead. Jenny swaps to the pistol, now needs to back up. I don't like fighting here. It's a little bit scary, but that's because Ida's here as well. Waldy was holding for D7's lurk, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, skates on. Absolutely sprinting to be. Waldy picks up the M4, puts down a smoke, gets to space. I have to play retake. Ida did so much work getting the refrags out. Oxyset's decal continues to be absolutely phenomenal to watch. Smoke goes in. Ida's the one with the kit, with the smoke, with the flash, and the health points. Jenny is limping into this retake.
Got a similar conversation piece what we had on an Ents retake a couple of rounds ago. This is really slow out of bigger keeper. They've got the utility. You can just smoke things off, and maybe they're saving it for the bomb, but you need to get a wriggle on. Bomb's already halfway gone. Good swing from Jenny, and actually collects both. There is a kit, so there is enough time, but they left that one really late.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that Jenny's the one that gets both those kills as well, right? She was the one that had no health, but Ida soaks up the bullets for her, allows her to collect both kills, and that one felt like it could have been Ensa's, despite it being the force spy with mostly pistols in the mix. The fact that they're able to find D7 lurking out. Oxyset hits that massive double kill with the Deagle. Ida recovers ramp. Then Jenny puts the double nail into the coffin. Now they're the ones calling the timeout.
Good timeout as well, because basically it's just bigger keeper. It's similar to what they did on Overpass, where they called a timeout after they won the round. They said, okay, we need to tighten this up a little bit because the rounds are getting scrappy. That's a pistol play. That's a pistol round that should never get that close. As a result, bigger keeper just wants to make sure they get this one over the line. There isn't any kind of tripping over the shoelaces, metaphorically, of course, and allowing Entefina a foothold back into the game. This buy is a bit wild. Manka's on a Tech 9 no armor. Missy's got head armor and a P250, and Oxyset's got a hero AK.
Well, it's definitely the player I'd want to have the hero AK.
True.
Last up ramp, they've been given a lot of control. They're not contesting it. They went for a double mid setup early to try and take that. So they're very passive over towards A. Zana sitting back in heavens, looking down upon them with the AWP, and actually has some support with her. In fact, all of that mid presence has come over to A. They want to re-aggress.
Look at this contact. You're not ready for it. Bomb dropped. Ida finds the opener. Ida's been phenomenal out here on towards ramp. Jenny R's even contributing. It is a swarm of bigger keeper players just taking that contact towards A ramp.
Yeah, Zana wasn't even involved there. She was there just in case things got hairy, but beautiful time to go for that re-aggression. And as I mentioned, they kind of went for an early mid setup where they had two players. They got a bit of information and not spotting anything. I think they heard a lot towards ramp as well. Rotated back over, and when there wasn't that immediate executive utility, they think, all right, well, maybe they were faking out A. Let's get the information. They push forward as a pack and they maul them.
Oh, okay. And Zana just hits the timing shot for good measure. Paulie has now walked through this gap smoke as well. Spots a player, but Oxyset delivers the killing blow instead. Great trade. Zana flashed off the angle. I was going to say that won't upset her because she just keeps on firing. Oxyset doing everything in this round. Dragging Entefina, kicking and screaming up the ramp.
Yeah, 3 massive kills. I can't believe she keeps fighting here. She might be given a 4th here. Ida's looking like she's going to get inquisitive. Crosshair placement. Superb. 4 locked in. It's D7 against the world. She's just going to be sticky over towards B. Money doesn't support her getting even close to getting involved. So a quad kill is what gets it done.
What a round. And whilst that was fantastic mechanical ability on display from Oxyset, not taking anything away from her, that's bigger keeper just trying to end the game there and then. That's a lot of confidence, especially Zana hitting that timing shot on the flashbang. Paulie feels like she can swing. And then as Paulie drops, Zana thinks, okay, well, I can then hit a trade and have to be around to support Paulie anyway. And then just give over all of those kills. But take nothing away from Oxyset because that was fantastic.
Yeah, been superb to watch her this map. The series, really, but this map in particular. Oh, she'd love to get the ace, but also wants to hold on to the AK. So we're not going to see that fight come through. And keeping their dreams alive here. It's still a long journey ahead. You mentioned in the pre-map that it was the T side that they staged that comeback against Fun Gang, right? So
yeah,
not an impossible task.
No, absolutely not. All that needs to happen is some other players need to just start raising the floor a little bit for Entefina. And that doesn't start with Manka, who just gets bodied by a 5-7.
Yeah, flashbang to support, even another one thrown back over to Jenny. So we'll see if she gets another chance to be activated. There's the flash. Peek up, not going to spot Waldy, who's tucked on through. She's called over some reinforcements. Ooh. Aggressive. Gives up her life. D7 with a good chunk of Big's team is over towards mid, and they're probably going to arrive a little bit too late.
Absolutely. No utility as well, so no flashes can go through this smoke. The nade chips away at some of these players. Waldy with another re-smoke towards the generator. A swing and a miss for Jenny. Instead, it's just headshots for the rest of Ensafina. A couple of kills come through at the tail end. 3, in fact, for Big, but more importantly for Ensafina, they take the round.
They survived the test. We'll do with a 4K that. Easily dealt with. And it's done out great, Big Giver. Yes, you got the ult for Zana. Got the Famai.
Yeah.
The River Collective outside of Famai. Got an X of Famai. No, you don't. Well, one of them.
I'm not sure what you're doing there. The one's in mid. Oh, good flash. There's the opener.
Sana now might get an opportunity as well. Although Ida falls and does cause her to pause a little bit. D7 now getting aggressive. Big love this kind of like poking and prodding at the different sides of the map at different timings.
This is a great angle as well. D7 can grab one. Oxyset will hit the trade. Remember, Milo is quite low. Look at this from Big Keeper. They are running straight towards B because they've lost that aggressive player.
Ult fires off. No kit, barely any utility. Big Keeper know they have to fight, and Zana finds the kill. Paulie as well as Milo stuck in the back of the site, and she is overwhelmed. Can't get anything done. Too many players charging her down. That's going to be a serious point for Big Keeper.
I really like that, and you completely nailed it. The fact that they didn't have utility meant they needed to fight, and the timing of when they fight is also really important. Because if you let Ensafina fall all the way back and just play off the bomb, get established into crossfires, it's so much worse fighting that forward and only having to smoke to really try to tempt that retake. So by just swinging early as soon as the bomb is planted, you force Ensafina to have these gunfights they don't really want at the moment. So you're taking the fight on your terms and you're just overwhelming and overpowering. A really good round.
Well, makes sense to throw a timeout now as back's against the wall. He's got the max 10. Should at least get 3 AKs out and a good amount of utility. It's definitely still a pathway back in for Ents. Win this round and it will reset Big Keeper. No loss bonus for them currently.
Look how close Paulie is. Ready to just get involved. Drops the incendiary. And that actually completely negates that flashbang that was being set up for Manka. What about pushing through, but can't go because of the flames?
So another flashbang being set up. Paulie gonna swing off it and is spotting one player. Manka's in the smoke, but Oxy said again. Huge shot. Zana can't quite connect, but oh my god, how did she manage to do that? Almost with the 5-7 onto Missy as well. Zana getting away with murder. Now D7 can tuck in towards Wood. Has support coming on over. Just goes active early. Maybe a little bit too early. Ida wasn't quite there to support yet. She goes down. It's got to be Jenny.
That's got an incendiary, but we need to move in close. This positioning, I was going to say, would be unexpected, but Waldy just swings for the fences and is able to get that kill. Ensafina, stay alive.
And as mentioned, you can see what that's done. Big have to take the eco here. You might see a couple of pistols come through, or they don't have to take the eco. 1900 loss. I kind of feel like they should have, but they want to end it now.
Want to end it in a similar fashion for NOP against One Wing Gang. NOP didn't like how Mirage ended, and they beat One Wing Gang 16-6 on that second map. So that scoreline and series is all tied up.
Yeah, trading maps pretty convincingly there. It's kind of surprising. That would be an insane map for One Wing Gang to pick up and put them in contention as kind of the dark horse in the group.
Definitely.
Definitely made Big happy if NOP lost.
Look at this. Ida is down the ladder alongside several friends. D7 tucked in towards the corner. This incendiary might be a little bit of a disguise and nearly the lineup on towards Milo, but here comes Ida and the MP9. That's now an AK that can be picked up. And remember, Milo is really low.
They got the bomb as well. I'm pretty sure they're aware of it. And yeah, Milo's found, dealt with, Sana tucked on through.
Wow.
This might be it. That little push through mid, catching the timing. The force bite, looking like it might be able to do the work, although Oxysat has something to say about it. She's on 25 kills, but she's not going to add any more. Ida with a double ends the series. Big take it, 2-0.
I'll be honest, really well played from Entafina on Vertigo, especially when that's the map they don't really typically feel too comfortable on. Put up a lot more of a fight than their own map pick, but Bigger Keeper across the board and across ESL Impact Season 4 so far have looked really dominant.
Yeah, this is a very exciting Bigger Keeper. This is, as I was kind of mentioning, right, during Overpass, it feels like maybe this is the Bigger Keeper we've been waiting for. The Bigger Keeper where all of the parts are starting to click, the roles feel correct. We're seeing D7 pop off. She's really stepped up. We're seeing a bit more of kind of Season 1 Valencia D7, where she was kind of that star, getting these massive kills on these timing lurks, but also great to see Sana continuing her form season after season.
You got to talk about Entafina and some of the stars on their team as well, because Oxysat was popping off, especially towards the tail end of Vertigo. We see this highlight here where she gets 4 kills. I think Manka as well was pretty instrumental, although not the probably amount of kills you'd associate with Manka normally. Her impact was really felt on the server and was a driving force in trying to get Entafina back into that game.
Yeah, it was just a shame that the CT side was kind of just missing the rounds right. They only got 4 on that defensive half. And even on a map like Vertigo, where you don't necessarily need to win it on the CT side, you definitely need to be a little bit more competitive on that first half. And it was a similar story on Overpass, right, where they got 5 rounds on their T side, and it just wasn't enough to work with once they got things rolling in the second half.
And that's also with Entafina taking both pistols as well on Vertigo. And that kind of really paints the picture about how dominant gun rounds were for Bigger Keeper in that game, especially the ramp control. Normally in Vertigo, you kind of do get the aim ramp simulator. And well, we certainly got that. And I want to pull up a head-to-head because I want to highlight 2 players on the T side that were really dominant at taking that space. I got Oxysat versus D7.
Yeah, I mean, it was really fantastic watching both these players play. And I think that's almost the biggest takeaway for me for this series is how insane Oxysat was on this T side of Vertigo. I think she ended the map with 20-something kills, 20, 24, 25, 26, around that sort of mark. And it was fantastic just watching those multi-kill openers she was getting on ramp in particular.
And the entry kills is what I think is really interesting. Stats from the tournament. Entry kills for Oxysat up to 12. D7 on 11 entry kills when she's normally the lurker on T side, which I think is pretty wild. If your lurker is also entry in, then that's a lot of space being created for Bigger Keeper. And that was certainly no stranger to them on Vertigo, especially with a number of those rounds falling in favor to them because of the work D7 was doing on the other side of the map.
Yeah, actually, it was quite interesting because both those players were finding a lot of their impact on ramp, although Oxysat it was often with part of the pack, whereas D7 it was kind of just finding that space and just exploiting it. It was really cool to watch both of them getting away with similar amounts of impact over towards A in particular. So pretty exciting stuff, despite Entafina falling here. I think we definitely saw some really good showings from them. I guess The only issue is with ESL Impact is, you can't afford too slow a start to the season. You can drop a couple of maps here, but, you do need to start getting that ball rolling soon. And from what we saw, definitely have the potential.
Yeah, look, you can kind of see the framework of this team, and you can see how they're all playing together. And I feel like it is more of a team effort compared to what we saw last season with Aces. I feel like the structure has started to change a little bit, because with Pocha on the AWP, it felt like Aces last season, a lot of the plays dictated around Pocha finding opening kills. And I know that is the case with One Wing Gang as well, and how they set themselves up. But this season, and just from the small sample size we watched there against Bigger Keeper, it feels like everyone is getting more involved on this Ensafina side, and you're getting a lot more players actually really coming into the forefront.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to watch both these teams. Kind of the first time we get to see them on the broadcast as well. And well, speaking of seeing them, we have our interview with us. Ring-a-ding-ding. It's Ida. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We're doing great. You've just had a 2-0 start to the season. How's that feel for you guys?
I mean, it obviously feels great. It's what we expected, and we're feeling very confident. So I hope we keep this going.
I mean, really good to have that mentality. And I just want to ask kind of about Overpass in particular in this matchup against Ensafina. You guys on the CT side had a lot of success, and that came largely in part to a number of rotations being made as a little bit, not as a gamble, but based off information that you got on the server. Was that matchup specific, or is that how Bigger Keeper are now adopting Inferno on the defense?
Inferno.
Overpass. Yeah.
Yeah. It was anti-strat basically. Like we had some big intels, and we just did it. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. I thought that might have been the case, but it's good to kind of ask for everyone at home as well. And speaking of asking about things, I want to talk about Paulie. And obviously her integration into the roster has seen a lot of change, not necessarily in the roles, but in the communication. And I got the chance to speak to D7, and she said that English feels a lot more comfortable. But from your perspective, how has it been swapping over?
I mean, in the beginning, it was hard because being IGL, I had to speak a lot more. And sometimes, even now, we spoke everything in Spanish. So even like positions and things, it's really hard to change positions more than the language itself, because it's the first thing that comes to your mind. But it's being very smooth right now because everyone is fluent. Like Marta said, the positions were a bit hard because sometimes we didn't even know the name of the position in English. But now everything is going fine, and Paulie is adapting so well, and we're super, super happy to have her.
Did you expect Paulie to hit the ground running as fast as she has done?
I mean, no. I mean, I thought she was going to have a harder time to adapt, but she's super smart. Like, we tell her one little agreement that we have, and she's going to do it the next round, and she's adapting so well, and everything is going very good.
I'm really pleased to hear that. Last one from me is, obviously you've had to kind of deal with all of these hurdles and potential challenges lining up for this season. How did the preparation look coming into ESL Impact Season 4?
We did we did bootcamp, but before we were already practicing, we changed a lot our T sides in the maps. Not a lot, but we just updated for the meta, and not much. We just updated everything a bit. We're talking a lot more with our teammates, in server, to prevent better setups and everything. And that's basically it.
Cool. Well, I was wondering, with Vertigo coming out, was that an intentional choice because of the matchup? Because I was kind of hoping we'd see Anubis from you guys, because it's been such a strong map, or are you kind of just flexing depending on the opponent?
I mean, they were... because of the bans, we always tried to get the map pool on our side, obviously. So Anubis was going to be Decider anyway, so we just let it happen for Decider, and we pick another map that we like,
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Well, obviously worked out for you regardless of where it ended up. In terms of this season, obviously it's a kind of similar group to last season. The big three that were kind of in contention season 3 was obviously you guys, Enigma Galaxy, and NIP. So looking at those two teams, how are you feeling about how you're going to match up against the two titans of the group?
I'm confident. I mean, Nigma will always be fun. We always have like a great time playing against Nigma, and against NIP, we will see. I'm not really worried.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, no, that's good. That's good. You gotta have confidence.
We will
Don't
see.
need to worry.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel confident in my team. They're the best, so we will see what happens.
We certainly put on a fantastic performance in the server today, so we can't wait to watch your progress over the season. Thank you so much for joining us, and yeah, good luck with the rest of your games.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. I like the confidence, right? I like that she's laughing and she's a little bit embarrassed about how confident she is. But I mean, that is the mentality you have to have if you're a team vying to make it through to the LAN finals and even make a deep playoff run. You have to believe not only in the process, but in the players around you. And from now hearing collective thoughts from Bigger Keeper, it is clear that their mindset is focused on one thing, and that is making it to that LAN final in Valencia.
Yeah, and honestly, with the way his team is looking, with the way that Paulie is looking, I mean, even I was saying, she's kind of surprised at how well she started off, right? It's been really cool to see her just immediately coming in and putting up insane numbers. So it's a team to get very excited about. And with NIP starting their season a little bit rougher, then maybe we've got another team that could be filling that second spot on the list.
Yeah, potentially. Let's take a look at the standings. Let's just kind of see where the groups are really lying and shaping up. Obviously, Group B plays on the Thursday. We're here on Wednesday. And, well, some games have concluded. Bigger Keeper go 2-0. Nigma Galaxy also 2-0. They beat VP Angels on Overpass. That one was actually a lot closer. I think it was 16-9, the final score. And for One Win Gang and NIP, they're battling it out on the third map as we speak.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, right? I feel like for both those teams, it would be a statement for One Wing Gang to pick that one up. And for NIP, it almost feels necessary for them to win it, right? Because One Wing Gang is a team that you kind of think they should be winning against pretty much 9 times out of 10. So that one's an interesting one. Both teams will be battling it out to either be 1-1 or potentially a 2-0 start for One Wing Gang.
Yeah, absolutely. And that kind of concludes the action here in the European division for the broadcast. Coming up next, we've got Ravens taking on MIBR. And for MIBR, they're going to look to kind of kickstart their season back into winning ways. It's Neo Kai and it's Donna running you through that one just after a little bit of a break.
From your favorite cup, but you're still not waking up. Oh, what a mess. You know how the story goes. Same as yesterday, or so I'm told. Sweep the filthy truth underneath the bed. Cobwebs in the corners inside your head. Oh, what a mess. We've got to clean it up. We trudge right through the mud. We've She's walking down the street. She's turning up the heat. She's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street. All guys, they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street. It's just so bittersweet. You can't compete and nothing's stopping her. Nothing's stopping. Walking down that street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever used to. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude. People say you're very shy. They don't know you can't be wild. Change the person you become, and this very moment it's all mine. Oh, good memory.
knocking alone. This is your door. I'm knocking alone. I'm going home. I'm knocking alone. This is your door. I'm knocking alone. Going home. I'm knocking alone. This is your door. I'm knocking alone. I'm going home. I'm knocking alone. This is your door. I'm knocking alone. Going home. Keep your body moving. Don't underestimate, let's go. You know we really do this. Let the energy take control. Gonna keep improving. Hold tight, gonna really get some. Got my confidence oozing. Level up, get set, level up. 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 Level up.
Bring it on, and you will see I'm ready now for victory. I'll carry on, I'll win the game, I'll take it all, I'll hold the flame. I will rise to the top and watch you fall. This is me, it's my time, my curtain call. I want it all, I want it all, I'll get back up again. I want it all, I want it all, I'll fight until the end. Ain't no stopping me, I'm in this game to have it all. I'll be the best that I can be. Want you to see me standing tall. I want it all. Take me on, and you will see I'm ready to make history. I'll carry on, I'll win the game, I'll take it all. You'll sing my name. I will rise to the top and watch you fall. This is me, it's my time, my curtain call. I want it all, I want it all, I'll get back up again. I want it all, I want it all, I'll fight until the end. Ain't no stopping me, I'm in this game to have it all. I'll be the best that I can be. Want you to see me standing tall. I want it all, I want it all, I want it all, I'll get back up again. I want it all, I want it all, I'll fight until the end. Ain't no stopping me, I'm in this game to have it all. I'll be the best that I can be. Want you to see me standing tall. I want it all.
I used to be lost, hoping to find a place I could call my own. Someone to hold, something to trust, somewhere to call my home. Shut out the rain, make me happy again, something I could lean on. But when I got lost in the dark and forgot how to love, all I needed was to take a deep breath and be reminded again that I've come too far to give up now. Gonna let it all go, 'cause I've come to know nothing means more than to be happy and free. back at myself. I know I'm enough. I know I can make it through. I can be strong. I can be brave. I can be brand new. Shut up the noise. Gotta find a new voice and let the light in. 'Cause when I got lost in the dark and forgot how to love, all I needed was to take a deep breath and be reminded again that I've come too far to give up now. Gonna let it all go, 'cause I've come to know nothing means more than to be happy. To be happy and free. To be happy. To be happy and free. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Gonna be happy and free. I'd give it all just to feel the sun on my face. I would let it all go now that I know the feeling it brings. Oh, oh, oh. I've come too far to give up now. Gonna let it all go, 'cause I've come to know nothing means more than. Oh, oh, oh. I've come too far to give up now. Gonna let it all go, 'cause I've come to know nothing means more than to be happy. To be happy and free. To be happy. To be happy and free. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Gonna be happy and free. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Gonna be happy and free. I know we've been losing time, stuck inside my head. Don't know if you read my mind. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my mind. I've been losing my I know we can work it out. Tell me what's the harm. Let me spell it out loud. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right. Can't be wrong.
play it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show, but sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Among the waves, let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Creating mountains where the valleys used to be, and all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah, but I've overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. I'm sorry, I do not remember ordering a glass of your opinion. I'm sorry, I forgot the expert in all things me. It's you. My apologies, I didn't come to you first with every single decision. I'm the worst. I'm sorry, wait, you know what I'm not. I almost forgot. Don't, oh, no, don't tell me what to do. Yeah, you don't tell me how to think and live and be. No, I'm not you. Thank God, back off and don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. I'm sorry, I thought I unsubscribed from your junk mail long ago. It's time. I'm sorry, I only trust about 3 people, and you ain't one of them. My apologies if I managed to hurt your fragile ego. Like I said, I'm the worst. I'm sorry, wait, you know what I'm not. I almost forgot. Oh, don't, oh, no, don't. control me, but you don't know me. So here's an idea. If you are gonna be salty, could you at least paint tequila? Don't, oh, no, don't tell me what to do. Yeah, you don't tell me how to think and live and be. No, I'm not you. Thank God, don't tell me what to do. Oh, no, don't tell me what to do. Yeah, you don't tell me how to think and live and be. No, I'm not you. Thank God, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Yeah. Where would you be without a woman to be strong and bold and offer gentle hands to hold? Could you have made it here? Where would you be without a woman? Would your feet be on the ground? Or would you even be around? Where would you be without a woman? Well, I won't let it knock me down. I'm a queen, I wear my crown. I'm not ashamed to live my life, and I know that I'll have a lot more fun 'cause I'm a woman. We all get days that go wrong. Sometimes it feels you can't go on. Don't let them win. Just reach down. You'll turn it around. All these roads we take helps us find a way, even if we learn the hard way. We get through it all. It's okay to fall. We are standing tall. They can try, but they won't succeed. They know we won't fall so easily. We own the world, and the world will see. They're never gonna knock us down. Cause we are brave, we are strong, no way to lose. We can't go wrong. Just trust yourself and reach down. You'll turn it around. All these roads we take helps us find a way, even if we learn the hard way. We get through it all. It's okay to fall. We are standing tall. They can try, but they won't succeed. They know we won't fall so easily.
always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavy. The calm is just a memory. It's failing me, and I know I could never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Light up the dark, I'm superhuman. I'm spreading stardust into oceans. I wanna go up high and close my eyes to places nobody found. I'll never come down. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavenly. The calm is not a memory. It's here with me, and I know I will never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova.
Hello and welcome back one and all to ESL Impact. Now back over to South America we head, as we have got a bit of a bang. It's Ravens taking on MIBR just off the back of a relatively clean 2-0 for Big Equipper taking down Ent Athena, one of the new organizations here into Impact. My name is Naokai. I'll be joined by the wonderful Donna for today's South America game. Donna, how are you doing?
Hello guys, I'm doing splendidly. And you, Neil, how are you?
I'm pretty good. I can't complain. Of course, last week we had, or I had, it's probably one of the closer games, I want to say. It was actually, went the 16-14, went the distance. We actually saw a little bit of a competition. A lot of the games were very one-sided, a bit of a stomp. So it was good to see kind of a bit of an even fight there. And this one could be more of the same. It's pretty tough to call coming in towards this one. But I would probably say Ravens coming, in my opinion, as the favorites.
Honestly, I think it's like a 50-50 chance here. Both teams can probably surprise each other. I would go with Ravens also, just for the matter of fact that they literally stomped their opponent on Inferno in the last match. So they have played against Kitty's Grasa, or I don't know how you pronounce it, and they had a close win on Overpass, but on Inferno they won 16-4. Really great and strong performance. On the other hand, MIBR, they lost their first match. Both of these teams already played only one match so far. MIBR lost 2-0 against Divinia. And it was a bit more like a closer, tighter score. But Ravens, they have I would say like the motivation here on their side for sure. They're up 1-0, and I would slightly go with them too, but I think we can count for some surprises here for sure.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, at the same time, we have another game happening, which is Furia taking on Macreas. Macreas, of course, played against Fluxo Demons last week. That was a pretty close game. Furia right now still look like the most dominant force within the region. We'll have to see whether things change there. Fluxo definitely a side we're keeping an eye on, just because of previously B4, they were one of the sides who at Dallas were a top 4 finishing team. So we keep an eye on them. But right now, Fury look really, really good. I think Macraeus have got their work cut out for them heading in towards that one. We'll have to wait and see. We'll kind of keep up to date throughout and see which one kind of where that ends up heading. Of course, if you want the people at home, you can vote in chat too about where you think this one's going to go. We've kind of gone with Ravens early doors, but MLBR, they have been a team, an organization that have been very prominent within Impact kind of from the beginning. So I still feel like there's a world in which with a good veto, we can maybe see MLBR pull off, not an upset here, but a good performance. Maybe we can push it to 3 maps.
Could be. The veto could be also interesting, by the way, because just in general, the map pool, I would say, is not perfect here for each other, but I'm gonna go to that later when we actually are on the veto. But this is something that might be pretty interesting. Oh, actually, we already started with the map veto, so perfect timing here. So MIBR, the first one is mostly Ancient, and Ravens is Mirage. And this is going to be interesting because I think we will maybe see a map like Overpass Inferno played out here. So we have already ban on Nuke and Ancient here. I would go maybe actually for Inferno pick, exactly from Raven. MIBR picks Vertigo, which does make sense. I could even see a Mirage pick here for a Decider, even though it's a map that MIBR picks, so it might be better for Raven to not go for it. But we will see. They're thinking about it though, so it is a bit of tricky. And we have Mirage Decider map. Yeah, it's a tricky one here because we have a Decider map that is actually one of their that was MIBR's first pick on their last match. So it's a bit dangerous, but still Mirage is like kind of like a map that every team probably feels a bit comfortable on it. And Raven is just gonna go with it. And as I said before, they already won up here, and I do think that they have like the confidence on their side. So the veto looks pretty interesting though, and could be that we also see a third map on Mirage. But let's take a look on the players here, Neo.
Yeah, I feel like you're spot on. I feel like when you go into an Inferno pick for Ravens, again, a map which everybody knows very well. Same because for Mirage. So if you kind of Ravens, you have a choice between do we potentially float an Overpass or Mirage? You kind of most often want to go to a map like Mirage. The map everybody knows. You don't really see anything new on it. Even if you play the Tugs, it's a map which is just very common for individuals to pop off on it, and which is something that Ravens at time I've kind of relied upon. Someone like AT coming up huge for them and really kind of putting up a bit of a monstrous performance. So at the moment, the highest rated player for Ravens coming off the back of their previous game. So I think that's one of those things for me where I look at this. I think the Mirage pick is a smart one, but that's obviously if we even get there, right? Inferno's very good for Ravens right now, and I'd probably put them as kind of the favorites. Katie, of course, on the screen there. So when we look towards on Ravens, definitely something to keep an eye out. That Vertigo pick, it's good for MIBR in the sense that it's a comfortable pick for them. I'm interested to see what Ravens look like on it. They haven't played it yet this season, so it's still a little bit new for us in terms of where they stand. But there's a world in which that becomes a bit of a win factor for MIBR. If they don't take Vertigo, they don't have a chance in the series.
Yeah. So, and now we are going on the MIBR side here. Let's talk a bit about their players. I think we should... they're like names that we have seen also in the previous season, like Reggian and Keisha. They have had outstanding performances also in the last season, if I'm not if I remember correctly. And it's just always these names always kind of pop up. They're pretty consistent in their performance, and I think this is something that gives MIBR the certain strength they need, just to push through. They have new additions as well, but also on Ravens. It's kind of a bit of mixed up in the South American scene here. So it could be very interesting though, but I'm definitely going to look out for Reggian and Keisha. I think these two players are one of the key players in the team. And also, by the way, Neo, what do you think? It's kind of interesting because both teams have a 3 Brazil core and then 2 Argentinian players. It's kind of
it's like a bit of a rivalry,
right?
Kind of the split. I think you're spot on there as well. When you're talking about Reggie, and I think she's definitely someone we look towards a lot on MIBR to make a big difference here. She's been pretty consistent across the seasons as one of the better performers, but also in terms of their most recent game. Even though it was a loss against Davina, she was still brilliant. She just still dropped a very good rating individually. So I think we look towards her as probably the main factor of where we look towards frags in the same way we look towards KT on Ravens. So it does become a bit of a debate there. We talked about already our predictions. I'm going to put you now on the spot. We've had a bit of discussion. Where are you thinking this one's going? Are you going towards Ravens or MIBR?
I'm gonna go with Raven here. I just kind of like feel like they have a momentum, and I will believe in that, but it's not gonna be easy.
Okay, fair enough. I'm also going to go Ravens. I think their opening game was really solid. I mean, it's a very good showing. MIBR's loss to Divina was a little bit shaky. Like you said, it was quite dominant. That worries me just a tad, so we'll have to see where this one pans. But I think for me, Ravens, I think it might still require 3 maps, so we might still need a decider. But in the end, I feel like Ravens just have a little bit of a stronger map pool overall, and maybe some stronger individuals for me, which I think is going to be very important for them when we get in towards, if we do get towards a longer series. So I'm gonna go Ravens as well. So we're both agreeing there. You said that we both kind of spoke about the potential of a map number 3, but there's also a world in which Ravens come in towards this, wanting to push for that number 1 spot, wanting to kind of really put the pressure on Furia early doors, and come in towards this early part of the season absolutely flying, which so far they have been. Their opening game was really solid.
I could see that, because I was actually about to ask you, who do you think is going to come in hot after Furia? Because, yeah, we know Furia is amazing, and they have always secured their spot into the playoffs. But I feel like it's a bit of a question mark. Who's going to be the second team that's going to claim the spot for the playoffs? And I feel like Raven could actually be a good candidate for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ravens are a team. Another one I'm always going to be kind of keeping an eye on for me is Fluxor Demons as well. Obviously, previously B4. I think they're a very solid team when they get going. I think Poppins is one of kind of the best youngsters coming out of the regions too. So for me, I'm going to keep an eye on Fluxor Demons, but Ravens are a very good shout. There's a world in which we see them go huge. Ladies and gents, let's get underway in towards map number 1 here. It's Inferno, where we kickstart our campaign. And we are starting on that CT side. Ravens starting on T side. Now, Donna, bit of util for the T side and double dualies for MIBR.
Oh, I love the dualies in the pistol round. They can cause so much trouble. Double dualies especially. So this is going to be very interesting. Obviously, it will depend a lot on where they're positioned. I love the dualies in Boiler here. Ferdy can cause huge damage. Maisie already spotted 2 players here coming closer towards mid, but she's actually backing off. Really good timing. And look at that now, Neo. Oh my god, this could be interesting.
Looks like a pop out of balcony going to happen momentarily in towards mid. Bit of damage being taken there. Still jiggling on the angle. Could be in trouble. 30 to find the first, looking for more. Makes it a double, in fact. He's still finding frags and not yet deny. MIBR may have lost the sight. The retake is absolutely on. Bomb will go down. But advantage for MIBR here as well. This is looking good. Essentially, Ravens have to get active, and they do. Vi will find one more to bring the numbers back level. This is looking chaotic on the way back in. Pulling the pistol out. Oh, it nearly gets shaky. Very nearly, but all down to Reggiane. Down she falls to the hands of Vi. And somehow, some way, Ravens have salvaged that one. It looked like they were in trouble.
Yeah, for a moment, Hansen, especially when I saw the second pair of dualies rushing towards the A side, because this was the moment I was like, okay, she's rushing with the dualies over there. She's going to clear the side out. But yeah, it was kind of like a bit, I think, not exactly on point here at this moment. Ravens, they play the boss plan pretty calm, to be honest, played really good, and won their first round. Really important here on Inferno to get such a good start. And we have a 4 spy here on MIBR side.
4 spy coming through. 1 scout, 1 MP9. A few pistols to wield with. Already. Gonna get nice and active here. I like this from Ravens. Closing out a lot of space in towards top banana. Just make sure that basically MIBR can't pull any gimmicks pretty early here. It's the right way to do it. Hot flash looking like it's going to be dropped here in towards top banana. That would be good, potentially, if they want to get the MP9 active. But with the lack of firepower, I think they'll struggle. And Ravens, they can just call a pause.
Absolutely. They have still over a minute left, Neo, and look at the utility on MIBR side. They have 2 smokes, 1 flash. That's not a lot of util they can use to buy time. They just use their last smoke to block off B, but they're gathering towards banana here with the bomb slowly, and they have a lot of time to go for the execute, and we have no util to defend the bomb site anymore, so it's gonna be most likely an execute on B. We have Ferdy here with the scout. She could actually cause some huge damage here if she gets the first shot, but otherwise I think the odds look good for Raven here. Yeah,
they do, absolutely. Smoke coming through as well. Arkham gonna find the first. China falling, so will Kizza. Lulu 10's popping off. I think this round may be done here. The 3 remaining over towards MIBR, no real chance. I think they're just going to call it. Really isn't anything to work with here. It's a classic Inferno play, Donna, really. When you lose the site, you just go for a save. And I think saving with 3 remaining alive on a force buy is not the worst thing in the world.
No, it's not. And I mean, they're going to have to eco next round anyway, so they could try to cause some damage with the 2 deagles they have.
Sure.
And the scouts, maybe take away some weapons, cause some economical damage for Ravens as well, because this is also the kind of like the moment where they can build up momentum, but also build up economy. So it's really important here for MIBR to kind of like, you know, make a cut here and try to stop him from this. I really love how Raven played it out. They were very patient, and you could see their game plan was to just like bait out the utility first and then go for the execute. So they were kind of like very like how to say, careful with their own utility, and it worked perfectly fine. It looks like they're gonna have a lot of map control on this T side, Neo.
I think you're right. I think so far Ravens are looking very confident early doors. I mean, obviously they came in towards that with the understanding that we've got much better firepower. So let's just try and do whatever we can to get up in their face and kind of expose that. And they did. They got played. I think it's a pretty confident Counter-Strike being played by Ravens early doors. They run towards the corner. Flash going to come through as well. Once again, Ravens just going quick. They know they can afford to do so. They've got the better firepower. They know that was a force buy. And MIBR, they're in trouble. Flying around the corner. The flash is good. Vi tucking ahead. Kids and Reggian, one apiece, but Lulu tends for a double. Looks for more as well. China going to find one with the P2K. It's chaos on the B side. Bomb still not down. They're actually in a bit of trouble on the other way. Ravens struggling to get this bomb planted. Mitzy's got out in front as well. Amy falls as Lulu tends with 40 points of HP. Getting a quad clutch here. There's one more. Scout on the other side. Lulu 10 tapping away with the Galil. I gotta find it. What a round. Another just pure chaotic round. And Ravens make it stick, but that was pretty expensive.
Oh, man. I mean, this actually kind of like, it started out pretty good, right? They stomped B, and the beginning was very good, but then, yeah, exactly like I said, it was a bit chaotic. Almost lost them the round, though. So, also, like, the use of util was not perfectly timed. You know, it was a bit of, like, late, also, like, mauling off ruins and everything. But it worked out in the end. 3-0 lead for Ravens here. Another full buy, but we have here the first rifle round for MIBR. And an AWP on Furzy.
Little pop shot coming through. Arkham going to fall. Furzy making an AWP sing pretty loud early doors. Once again, now Ravens are forced to change up the game plan just a little bit, but they walk back in towards the AWP. Vi gonna fall, and in doing so, now things do get a little bit shaky.
This is exactly what MIBR needed. The 2 entries from Furzy were so key to getting some control back. And now look at this. They're trying to get space on mid, but it doesn't work. They're locked down, and it's a 2v4 situation. Namely here in Apps. Bomb moving from mid towards short. But is it going to be enough? We already have 2 players here in A. Probably the rotation is going to come soon from B. So they're running out of time. Navy gets a kill. And it's a 1v3 now for Lolitans. But Mizzy cleans up. And it's a clean round from MIBR here. 2 casualties, to be fair. But still a pretty good start, I would say.
I think it's a very important round as well, because the round prior, where it was against kind of the remnants of the force buy, MIBR made it very expensive, and because of that, it forced Ravens into a full buy that round. And because it went south, now Ravens are left into, it's a force, but it's a really uncomfortable one. Double AK-47, 1 MAC-10, couple of pistols to try and make it work. It's not nice at all here. MIBR, it's a very important round that they've just picked up, because it's given them a whale of momentum in their side. First, going to get aggro even more. This is brilliant. So aggressive. Gets caught off guard. Macting going to find one. Mizzy will trade.
Oh, super important trade here. Otherwise, it could have been really, really bad for my MIBR. But they got some control back in Apps here. But they still 1 woman down. And on top of that, Furzy, who had so much impact in the last round. So it's kind of a difficult round here for MIBR. Smokes use up as well on full utility on Ravens, so they can go for a full execute here.
Yeah, absolutely. Waiting for an opportunity to do so as well. All goes just a little bit quiet. Really isn't kind of too much information to work with. Flash going to come over as well. Mizzy not fully caught by a quick trade by Arkham going to come through. The M4 Reggian coming forward to reclaim some space. Lost the line. Down she with 4. Same goes for China. So now things have changed up quite a lot. Kizza, all that's left. 1 versus 2 as well. One going to go down. AWP and an M4 to work with. There's a world in which, with the economy so low, that Kizza just doesn't even give this a go.
I think if she doesn't find an early kill, she should go for the save. Their economy is very bad here, and their position very good. She goes still for it, but the op is just faster, and it's a 4th round here for Ravens. Very, very dominant start for them here. And look at MIBR's economy, man. Their money is down. They have to go for some, maybe buy a few pistols, try to go for a stack, or maybe even push mid. This could be a good call, I think, in this situation. Try to like surprise them with a few nades and just like a pistol rush or something. Try to get some weapons away. Otherwise, I think it's going to be the 5th for Ravens here as well.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think that's a very important round. The Ravens have just picked up, rushing down mid here. The Orb's in trouble. Arkham will have a bit of support. Lulu 10's farming in towards Banana. She will fall. It's only a consolation kill, just the one, so not the worst at all. A very easy 5th there. I really don't think there was too much, really, if you're MIBR to work with. You've gone for a full eco, so why not just try and do something?
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice try, though. It would have been obviously great for them to get maybe 1 or 2 frags on top, just like cause some more economical damage. But anyway, the round is gone. It's 5-1 for MIBR, and they're on another full buy here. And Thursday is on the op again, so I really hope to see an entry from her, because this kind of like was the key of winning MIBR's 1st round. Early banana control here by Ravens, but they're fighting for banana right now. And Thursday with another entry from mid. And it's a 5v4 now in MIBR's favor.
Now what? KT for 1. Quick trade from Kizza. 3 versus 4. Numbers favoring MIBR. 1 minute 25 to work with. Still plenty of time for Ravens here. 2 10s. And the Orc spawning 1 jump peeking. Tag on towards Kizza as well. Very lucky to stay alive. Re-peeking it for Thursday. That's good. AK looking for more. And Naby's going huge. Smoking towards CT. That's the B-side. Completely vulnerable in the 2 versus 2. Bomb should be able to go down, but it's got to go off for a long rotate all the way from Ram. What can Reggian do in the time here? He posting up and will fall. So now Vi in a little bit of trouble. 55 seconds to work with. Smoke fading as well. This is rough.
Oh yeah, both players already here. She knows that. And that's tough. I think they're not even gonna let her plant the bomb. Maybe she finds another kill here somehow. She's gonna pick up the Molotov here, which could help her out to get the bomb down if she mollies CT. But she's going for the direct plant, and they're pushing her.
Ooh.
The plant got through, but MIBR is already on the defuse. At least they got the plant down for some extra money. But it was a bit unfortunate here. They had a great chance on the 2v2 here to win the round and to get a 6th. But MIBR not giving up so easily. And holy, Thursday is so... She's so impactful right now. Another two important frags in this round. So both full buy rounds that we had. Thursday was the one actually having 2 of the most important kills here. And this is saving MIBR so big time right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's another round as well. Even that re-peek in towards Banana, it's so aggressive, but it just shows individually how confident Fertie's feeling. Really, really well done. Right now, Ravens still not comfortably in the lead. They've got the lead. It's just about making it look comfortable, and that's not where things feel, at least for the time being. We can see if anything comes forward. As he posted towards top and on, we've already spoken about what she can do here. York might want to get a little bit of a fight as that smoke starts to fade. Nade will come through. Slightly missed it. Doesn't shoot the traces either.
Setup, Neo. Look at that. 4 on A side from MIBR, and they're walking right in it. This could be very interesting.
One flash, there it is. Speaking of, the boiler player had an opportunity. 30 gonna find one on the other side of the site. Naomi answers back. Smoking towards long. Naomi might not respect it, but it might cost her her life if she swings her way through. It will. Down goes 2. Make that a 3rd as well. Vile fault. And they're on going in the favor of MIBR. Up to a 3rd. They're starting to close things down here a bit, Donna.
Oh yeah, and they're starting to get some confidence. Because look at that. They went for like a 4 stack setup on the A side, and they left Thursday all alone with the op on B, which you can do obviously also like in a full buy round. It's kind of like a bit of a gamble because if they go for B execute and she's there all alone with the op, it can get very tricky. But I think also like just like the last gun rounds for First were so good that she had the confidence to say, okay, guys, I'm holding B alone, go for the 4A stack or whoever made that call. And it was brilliant. It was perfectly adjusted to Raven's call here right now, and they just obviously didn't expect them to have a 4 setup on A side. It was really the perfect call here on the CD side, and also a very important key round here for MIBR, allowing them to build up some money on top, getting some momentum back here. And for Ravens, they're out of money right now, so they're gonna go for an eco, but they're still good. I think five rounds is still a very good start for them. If they can manage to win another 2-3 rounds, I think that's pretty solid. So it's really more MIBR still being on the tougher spot, I would say here.
Yeah, I agree. I think right now there's not the initial points of kind of to worry about for Ravens. They just need to make sure that they make this first half competitive. Infernal's one of the few maps in the pool which is generally revered to be pretty even in where it stands. But if Ravens can put up kind of 7 to 8 rounds on the C side, I'd be more than happy. Considering it is one of those even maps. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, realistically, this should be a 4 for MIBR pretty comfortably, considering they're against just the pistols. We'll see, though. I'm going to say AWP in trouble, but it's actually those who are in trouble against the AWP. First, he's going to find the first. China for 1 as well. Arkham will trade. So will the AWP. AWP goes down. This does become a little bit problematic, but Reggian reclaims the space. It's all becoming a little bit chaotic now. It's all down to 1. Maybe 1 versus 3 here. Unfortunately, no real chance.
Probably not, but if she gets 1 more frag, that would be huge because they had a full eco here. Just pistols. She doesn't get it, but still, I would say not that bad. They managed to get to frags here, which is also important, obviously, like just to force them into buying again, keep the economy as low as possible for the enemy team. Nice attempt, though. And the score is getting more close now. 5-4.
Yeah. Gotta be said, I think right now, this game's starting to heat up a little bit. We were unsure where it was going to lead. At the moment, MIBR starting to close down the gap after a slightly poor start. Something where early Utah, oh my god, Arkham and Katie are both so fortunate to stay alive. Getting out of dodge there from the Utah, but taking a lot of damage to it. It's going to make the rest of this half pretty tough for them. The rest of this round, may I say, pretty tough. And they might even become kind of cannon fodder, just kind of die for the team a little bit. Able to be traded. Going to go back over towards B here. It's a triple stack for MIBR.
Oh, they're having really good stacks on their side, Neo. Again, perfect when Raven's going to one side. They have the majority of the team members here. It's an incredible stack here for MIBR, and I would say it looks pretty good for them right now. Especially considering that we have 2 low HP players. Antenna flash coming in. And yeah, it's going to get cleaned up by Reggian here. Insane 3K right now, and it's just a 2v3 situation. But still there's some time left, so looks like they're going back towards A. We have Vi here trying to clear long. I'm not sure if they're aware that there's still a player here on pit. Oh, Mizzy could be the key player here, Neo. If they don't clear her.
Yeah. She might go and check. This late into a round as well, so I've not shown any presence, especially in towards mini pit. Even poking your head up. If she doesn't go check there, this round's done.
Well, they're not checking it.
Moving out, 15 seconds. The bomb plant going to go over towards backside. Mizzy knows all too well about this. Bomb will go down. They're going to struggle to set up a post plant. They have no idea that she's here. But she's just waiting for reinforcements. This is smart.
That's
it's pretty
huge.
heads up. She's going to get checked. No way. Davey checks it, and that gets rid of the ruse as well. The gap in the smoke, but Furzy can't punish it. Now a 2 versus 2, and this round flips. It starts to go in favor of Ravens. Might be as well. Vi looking for more. Will find it as well. There's a crossfire setup. Does need to take a fight because Namie's posted. What a play. Namie to check mini pit is huge.
Absolutely. I love the call that they went back. Also very huge that Vi was like still, that she remained on A, right? Even though they like kind of like went for the B executes. She like was lingering for a long time there, which kind of like gave them this like window to just like get back into the A side. Honestly, I thought it would cost them the round that they didn't check mini pit, but it worked out perfectly fine for them. 6th round for Ravens, a huge important round, and MIBR without money again.
Yeah, that really is pretty damn unfortunate. It has to be said. Definitely changes things a lot. All right. As we speak, Ravens back in control of this game. The Pistols looking into his apartment. Snamey. Don't know if he spotted the player. Now has. AK crisp has. Finding one. Furzy falling. This is a bit of a throwaway round for MIBR. If they can make it expensive, that'd be great. I think anything more, we don't really worry all too much about. We'll see. At least for the time being, there is a lot to like over towards what Ravens are doing. So far, Kizza and that 5-7, good work. But I think the second they spot a little bit of presence over towards top mid, they're just going to flood towards B. That's what they've done. Bomb will go down momentarily. Maybe going to be tested. AK will just drop a smoke. Smart way to play it. Force the Pistols to fly through.
It's a tough one, but Keisha has an AK. Maybe they can do some damage with that. But they're all pre-known. It's so tough to get inside the B bomb site here. Just trying to get some exit frags here. Bomb is ticking. They're moving forward. And Katie, she's gonna get the first frag. And it's only China and Keisha alive. Keisha went for the save. China trying to get somewhere exit frags. Didn't work out, but wait. The bomb radios, maybe they actually caused more damage, but no, not quite enough. Only one casualty on Raven's side. Pretty clean round from them. 7th T round here. On their side, it's looking good for them, Neo.
It is. I think right now there is a lot to like. Ravens are starting to put up a really good repertoire on the C side. And this is kind of where we look towards them picking into this map. If you're picking into his Inferno, more often than not, it's a comfort pick for yours. And that's exactly what it looks like. Ravens, they knew the risk picking a map, which everybody knows, like your Infernos or your Mirages. They just know that mechanically they can take the fight to them. Furzy, jump peeking across. A little bit of info spotted in towards ramp, but doesn't opt to repeat. Probably the smart way to play it. Do anything too kind of overzealous, little anything too audacious.
I love
around with the orb.
I love that MIBR took the banana control here pretty early on. They have a lot of info here and a lot of to work with. Ravens, they have to retake banana if they want to take some space again. But Keisha, she's doing a really good job pushing them back. They already used 2 Molotovs on just taking banana control back, which is really huge for MIBR because if you look at Ravens, I have 1 Molotov left and 2 smokes, which is gonna be a bit more difficult for the execute. And we already have the rotation coming in from China. Oh, this nade is gonna cause some good damage on Kate. Look at her, she's only 3rd HP, and we have a second rotation here coming in from MIBR. They're gonna be 3 players here on the side soon, and the execute is gonna go through. But will it be not too late?
See, swing on towards the corner as well. China will fall to the hands of Katie. Kids are still touching towards first. Orange needs to go huge, but can only pick up the 1. Numbers favor Ravens. 30 seconds on the clock, and the bomb will go down. Who needs a CT smoke when you can just fight your way across? Ravens do exactly that. No util left in their back pockets. They're going to have to pug their way to a victory. Smoke over towards Banana. Molotov in towards New Box. 2 places where Ravens aren't set up. It's a triple stack on this right-hand side. There's the first. Arkham and the AWP. Reggiano will find one with the FAMAS, but this round surely done already. Noise has been made, and Arkham's had a massive round. 3 kills to her name. It's going to be Ravens up to an 8th. This is big. They're putting up a monstrous first half here, Donna.
Oh, yeah. So much energy, so much power from Ravens here. MIBR, I mean, they have also good ideas, to be honest. Again, they had early banana control, kind of couldn't keep it. And the rotation came in also, I would say, in time. But they just got stomped in the end. They already had 3 players when they went through with their execute. And it's pretty hard to get on B side when you already have 3 CT players waiting there for you. Yeah. But Ravens, they are just... they're just out aiming them right now, Neo. It's like, I would say it's not a calling issue here right now. It's more like that they're just getting outperformed at the moment. And
absolutely.
Yeah, not looking good for MIBR. Again, no money left. They could try to go for some push again or for a stack. Only an MP9 here on Keisha. And that's pretty much it. So looks like a pretty certain 9th round for Ravens here.
Yeah, it's safe to say that things feel pretty worrisome right now, at the very least, for MIBR. Jumping towards... Apartment's not quite making it. It's a bit of a gamble stack here for MIBR. They've gone for a gamble towards A, which so far looks like the right call. Lulu10's getting a lot of space over towards B. B9 lucky to remain alive. Katie re-smoking behind. This is just all trying to bait out fights here. At the moment, nothing really being given up. Still, this looks good because the bomb's rotating towards B and it's just one to keep them at bay. Just that singular MP9.
I think they're smelling the stack, Neil.
Yeah.
I think they have a pretty good idea what's going on that A side, so they're just like going back. Really great call here by Ravens, and they're going for the B execute. It's going to be a very clean one. No one to be seen here on B, and MIBR, they're just like probably going to try to go for some exits like we saw in the previous round when they went up banana. Maybe this time they can actually get a few frags, but Kate, she is cleaning up some juicy frags here, and yeah.
Get a bit of stats. That's all it is. I mean, this is, again, one of those rounds which we don't expect all too much from. Lulu10's going to find yet another kill. 13-7 Lulu10's is currently finding herself off. Regian round the corner. Led to the head. Lulu10's make to the 14th. Ravens are going to make it a 9th overall. Donna, right now, this is an absolute massacre.
Okay, Neil, listen. This round is key for MIBR. Ravens, they already have a pretty strong T side. I think they can be happy with that, even if MIBR would get 2 more. But for MIBR, this round is key. If they want to have a chance, then they need to win this one, at least this one. And I think it's about up to Fergie again getting maybe here an entry with the AWP because she had so much impact with it before.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Oh, let's take a look and see. Can anything come forward from this? Molotov deep in towards banana. This is good control early doors from MIBR.
Yeah,
this is
love
what
that.
you have to do. You have to get proactive. You're really losing early map control, especially over towards B, which has been pretty consistent for Ravens. MIBR gonna take the fight back to them. Fight fire with fire. In the penultimate round, Kizza.
Ouch.
Eat a nade. That's rough. But thankfully still alive, and actually they don't know that she's there.
Yeah, that's a good thing. And I love that MIBR is keeping the banana control so far because in the... Oh, nice shot from Fergie. Beautiful entry here. Exactly what they needed. And they still have the banana control. Now it actually looks kind of like tough for Ravens.
Yeah.
They are also like two players on pretty much low HP going for the banana push. Oh, China's in trouble, Neo. Can she get away?
Rough. She will, but she's in trouble in still. I mean, smoking towards CT. She's alone in towards the side. Pop flash around the corner as well, trying to take a fight, but with 1 point of HP. All it takes is a strong gust of wind, and she is out of that round. Arkham, Ada would be hearing. Fergie falling. The round has flipped. And this is what we've seen so many times. Just when you think Ravens are about to lose a round, they find a way back into it. Now they're 2 versus 3. I don't know. This feels like it might be a lost cause. I mean, a lot of damage has been dealt. It's the big thing. One might be denied here. It will. Okay, round on. Yeah, finding one more. And Mizzy will see it off. So for a mere moment, it looked like Ravens were going to claw back the round in their favor. Not to be. Not to be. So we still remain in this in a somewhat even fashion. I think if it's a 9-6 from IBR, it's not the end of the world. And CS 1.3, I think I'm right in saying, is showing, which is a 1 in 83 chance, I think it is. 1 in 80 something chance. So it's a rarity. It's a special occasion here.
Absolutely. Well, but speaking of the game, 5th round, very important. The key round that I talked about before, accomplished here by MIBR. Fergie going for some aggression. Oh, look at the banana push here by MIBR. China loses her life. Only Keisha. Look at the nade damage, Neo. This is huge. Oh my god.
Oh,
I think
panic.
that's a bit of panic smoke, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything is okay. Look at the HP. It looks very good for MIBR right now. 4 players alive. And, well, Luli and Arm came very, very low HP. That's gonna be tough for them. It's kind of a bit up to Vi here to be the playmaker in this situation. Otherwise, it's a 6th round from MRBR, and I would say kind of like a bit recovery from them if they manage to do that.
I agree. I think if they get to 6, they can actually be pretty happy with it. Let's see. Smoke going to be dropped as well. Kizza hears the noise. We'll just fall away off the back of it. Doesn't need to overextend all too much. This is all coming down to this, basically this first fight on towards the site. It's a slow rotate from Thursday, but she's staying scoped in. That's the right way to play it. Numbers favor MIBR, so as the smoke starts to fade, they've got to expect something to happen. Here it is. Smoke over towards CT. Thursday's still going to take a peek here just before it plumes. I'm going to go out in front. This is aggressive, and I love it. Missed shot, threads the needle. Thankfully, Kids is there to bail them out. Looks for 3. Might just get it the last remaining Arkham. 6 points of HP. This round is surely to be done here. 1 versus 4. 1 stray bullet, and that will be it. At the half, ladies and gents, it is 9-6. We'll see you all after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gents. So, not a bad first half overall. Ravens looking like the cleaner side, but in all fairness, Donna, it's a pretty decent recovery from MRBR. There was a world in which that could have been 11-4 very comfortably at one point.
Absolutely. So they saved face here a bit and yeah, had a good recovery. And now there's actually a chance. Pistol round also very crucial here. Again, double duelies on the CT side here. But this time on Raven side. And very fast pacey by MRBR, going towards short. Look at the setup here with the dualies. Oh, and it didn't work perfectly. And look at the frags from MIBR. Only 2 players left on Raven's side. That was fast. That was a storm, Neo.
Yeah, in a matter of moments, they had the entire A site, and before you know it, I mean, this round's done. There really isn't anything to talk about here. Done and dusted. We can call it. Now we can start to kind of look forward in towards maybe what's to come next of the Raven side. I don't really expect too much of a buy to come in towards the next round. I think that would probably be the smarter play, is go for a low buy here, have a full buy as soon as possible. Because MIBR, they always have the better firepower. Arkham has a little run in, picks up a kit, picks up a flash. How much you get out of there? Relatively unscathed. A very clean round for MIBR. All things considered, 7th put on the board. Only the 1 casualty. Not too bad at all. If I was Ravens here, I'm calling for a no buy, essentially kind of what I'd go for. But we did see MIBR go for a force. It might be something that they match, and it will be. It does seem to be very partial within the region to go for this force and towards the second round. We'll see whether they can pull it off. Scout picked up.
Now we have a Scout, MP, and 3 Deagles. That's, interesting. Could be dangerous for MIBR here.
Sure. Got to keep an eye out for it, right? It's a world in which a couple of shots could be dangerous, and that one nearly was. Arkham, this idea, while finding the execution at the very least, striking a little bit of fear in towards MIBR.
Oh, look at...
tempted to swing. That's such a risk.
That was risky, but also close, to be honest. China moving up towards mid. The only AK here on MIBR side. Oh, that was dangerous. Almost actually got her. Just got tagged. Now Y has all the info, but didn't land the first shot, and it's a full spread out towards mid.
Okay. All right. Shot coming through as well. Looking for a little bit of more. I think in doing so, it should be done here. 1 versus 3. A lot of damage has been dealt to the T side. Lulu 10s. This is technically doable. Oh, she turns away at the wrong time, though. Swing there could have been something. Upgrades to the Galil, but she's going to get out of dodge. I don't think she's going to give this one a go.
No.
Safe call to be made. MIBR going to find an 8th. And Donna, they go within 1 round.
This one key round there, the 5th round that MIBR won. I feel like this is what kind of like brought them back into the game, you know? And now they can like catch up on that. And they're gonna have an 8th round, almost tied score. Huge for MIBR here, also like to win to win like the 2nd round as well, like the anti-eco.
Yeah.
And now it's very interesting. I would say it's a 50-50 game right now, Neo.
I think it's spot on.
I would wait maybe till Raven have their first gun round as well, because this is when MIBR started to, get a bit control back, right?
Yeah. So right now, this is something that I talk about quite a lot when I cast games. I talk about, I'm personally, if you lose the pistol round on CT side, I hate the decision to force buy, and I'll always be like vehemently against it, because I think having a full buy now would be so big for Ravens, because it just reclaims all of the momentum. If they find a full buy, they go 10-8 up, and essentially have the control of the game back in their favor. But a lot of teams prefer to just try and wield it for Scout and a Deagle, and it's realistically, statistically quite stacked against you. They're going to go in towards apps here. This could be a little bit dicey. Right, will fall. Looking for more as well. Trying to make it a double.
That was a fast one.
Yeah, pretty simple.
Very, very simple and fast round here. Tight score almost in a few seconds. But we still have Katie here with an AK. So you never know. 1 AK in a dream. Neo. 1v4. Bomb not down yet. But it looks like she's... Is she going to save, or is she going to go for it? I mean, technically they can all buy next round, but it's never bad to just like save an extra weapon for hard times. Looks like she's going for the save here, and it's a clean 9th round here by MIBR, and we have a tight score here. Honestly, I'm so impressed by the kind of like comeback that they had. I mean, they had like a few, I would say like it's chaotic rounds that they could have like won as well, but it didn't get under their skin, so they still found their way back into the game. And also, as I mentioned before, Furzy had a few very huge rounds that kind of made it possible. I also loved the CT calls on MIBR side. The stacks were always like pretty much like right. You know, like it was like they were reading Ravens very well. And now it's up to Ravens to read MIBR. Because
absolutely,
this is their first gun round, Neo, and this is so crucial for them now. They really need to pick up this round. Otherwise, it's going to go in favor of MIBR, and I feel like they're going to catch up momentum from this moment on.
Yeah, that's it. This is the one that matters the most. If Ravens can find a little bit of form here and get back in towards their winning ways, then this game absolutely back on. If MIBR find on the T side, then they can start slowly but surely to run away with opponent's map pick, and that does become very uncomfortable indeed. This is must win. Ravens here in round number 19. Looking over towards apartments, early doors, nothing being given up, at least at the early instance. Triple swing in towards apartments. It might just be a classic A-pop here.
Oh, I would love to see that. And look at Vi. She's in trouble if they do that. But they have a really good setup here with the AWP as well. And she lands the first shot on China, misses the second. But look at Vi now. It's all up to her. She has to defend the side, and she doesn't get a second frag. And they have the free A side right now, only Kati here. But she has to wait for the rotation before she attempts to go for the retake. And it's a 3v3 retake situation here. MIBR, one Molotov left, could buy them some time. But it looks pretty good for them. They picked up a smoke on top. Oh, this is really looking good for MIBR right now. I think Raven, if they don't get the entry pretty soon, they maybe even have to call for the safe because they have no money next round.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. This looks like it's about to be cold. And it is. MIBR are going to find a 10th here. 3 saving is fine, though, for Ravens. It gives them the ability to buy back into the next round. So that's at least a silver lining. However, is a little bit of a worrying time where we do start to now think about the repercussions going forward and talk about there's actually a world in which it might be Arkansas to just run away with this T side. And that's sort of where things feel like, at least at the moment, I'm pretty concerned about what things are going to look like overall. I think for MIBR, they just look like a little bit more of a conclusive side on the T side right now than Ravens do on the CT. But like we said, with 3 remaining alive, they can rebuy in. So they give it another go here in round number 20.
Oh yeah, it's so exciting, you know. I feel like the cards are like on the table for each team. Everything is possible. But as I said, this round is very, very important for Ravens right now. Exchange of a few nades, but they have banana control pretty early on, which is very huge. Trying to put some pressure here, baiting out some utility. Still nothing happening. There's still enough time left. Trying actually to get more info. This could be dangerous here if she peeks at the wrong timing. But MIBR are going back. Actually giving them back a bit of banana control right now. I feel like they still are not kind of sure which side they want to hit on. It's trying to test the waters right now.
Yeah, there really doesn't seem to be too much of a kind of a conversation to work with right now. I feel like, at least early doors, maybe I'm a little bit lost on where to go. I don't really understand the CT had to do well. That's a great Molotov. Good timing.
Absolutely.
On the 45-second mark, it's coming down, and of course in doing so, yeah, like you said, it buys them a little bit of time to work with as they go for an A-pop. Amy, gonna be tested here. Needs to get at least 1 before she falls. Can she make it 2? She can't. Reggian heading a swivel 180. Orb shot misses. Arkham just gonna fall away. But Vi reclaiming space. Is in a bit of trouble herself. One in towards balcony. Mizzy trying to be a bit of a nuisance. Might take a swing in just a second. Vi still trying to tuck her head. Bomb goes down. 3 versus 3. And Vi, they know she's here. She knows where they are. It's a bit of a stalemate.
And she cannot clear up because of Keisha. She's watching this angle. So it's a very tough spot for Vi here. Look at Mizzy. Huge frag from her. And it's a 2v3. Bomb is ticking. I think they should go for the save. There's pretty much no chance to win this. But Lilitan, she still tries. And Keisha with the last frag on her. And it's 11th round for MIBR here. It actually kind of like looked good for Ravens at one moment, especially when they threw the Molotov on mid. Good timing, and it bought them a lot of time. They had, I think, around 35 seconds left when they went for the A-pop, and still kind of managed to like make space and get the A side and get the bomb down. Really strong T-side here by MIBR. Great call, good frags yeah, looks like Raven is kind of like losing their fire right now, Neo.
I'm with you. I really am starting to get a little bit concerned. I think where we stand right now, Ravens are in a little bit of trouble. This game, or this at least map number 1, looked like it was locked in their favor. It looked like they did more than enough. That 9-6 in the first half, and T-side just looked so clean, so comfortable. And we were even saying that we could make a very strong argument that it maybe even should have been something closer to like an 11-4, like a 10-5. And now we find ourselves with MLBR 11-9 up, really starting to put the pressure on. They're in a very, very kind of worrying spot right now where I think for MLBR, realistically, going to be up to 12. They're so close to the finish line on their opponent's map pick already.
Oh, yeah. This is not looking good for Ravens. Ouch, the double nade, but she still survives that. That's actually crazy. Managed even to do some damage on Reggie and it's Lily Tens alone with a headshot. Super clean. Great shot here. The steps. She heard the steps in apps, so they have the info. Found was there, and maybe Luli with another Deagle shot could be pretty good damage. But she falls to China, and it's only a 2v3.
Chaos. It's chaotic right now. I mean,
but the Deagles are strong.
Yeah, you can talk about, honestly, they've made it pretty expensive already with a couple of kills. It's not bad, but I don't think there'll be too much. Maybe one here. China's pretty low. Want to make a difference. So 12-9, a couple of casualties, but not the worst thing in the world overall.
No, it doesn't really matter. Look at their money. 10K, 8K, 7K. They have the bank full. Even if they would have like managed to get one more frag, didn't really change a lot. But yeah, 9 rounds for Raven on CT side. Not looking that great, but the next full by gun route here, and they're going for a fast banana control take here. This might be interesting, but look at the flash from China. Huge flash. Luli could not see anything, and they got the first entry on her. And it's already 5v4, so early on in the game.
Yeah, I love that from Furzy as well. It's just super aggressive. Works well, but Katie answers back some of her own as well. Namie finding one through the smoke. Massive kill. Reggian falling. And after a moment, it's a lot like MLBR. We're going to find yet another round, but somehow, some way, Ravens have got back into it. Arkham going to reclaim some space with the AWP, finds a pop shot. Mizzy's a fall, and it's all down to 1. 1 versus 3, technically doable with the bomb on her back. A minute to work with. Does not clear the long corner. Namie, 1 kill through the smoke, another over towards A long. Really good round, and finally Ravens find their first round on the CT side.
Yeah, that was so important and so necessary. And now the score, I mean, it doesn't look it doesn't look that bad, right? But if you think about how many rounds in a row MIBR won, then, you know, it's kind of scary. You know, all the momentum they caught up and like the dominance that they showed, especially on the T side, it is kind of like scary if you're like in Raven's position, even though the score is not that far apart, right? And the problem is because they lost so many rounds, they just like cannot really afford to do any mistakes. One single mistake, they lose a round, they're out of money again, and MIBR will be so close to the match point. And that's a problem here. Raven, they're like really, they have to sit tight, you know, and on MIBR side, look at their money. They still have, they could even afford to lose this round and full buy in the next again, no problem. But Ravens, they're not in that position. So it's really important for them to gain the control back to win 1 or 2 rounds to make it a bit equal again. Namie going for the early all peak here.
Namie, right idea. Looking for something. Mizzy's on the angle as well. It actually gets dicey. If both got an idea, once get another stalemate, Mizzy swings here. Could work in a favor, but Arkham's just quicker. I shot the orb, double orb setter for the CT side, but actually now starts to feel the pressure. Both orbs finding a killer piece is huge. Now things start to look dicey for MIBR. 2 10s playing around the smoke. A double stack towards B, 2 over towards A, playing around big pit and mini pit. Just a very strong setup.
Absolutely.
And MLBR, they might have a wrap here, but even still, surely only the 1 kill. They line them up. 30. That's the sight. 1 bullet, 2 kills. And just like that, That should be the 13th round. I don't think Ravens can give this a go. Thursday's done it alone.
No, I can't believe the timing. Like, this is crazy. They literally walked into the lineup. This is, oh my god, so heartbreaking. I feel so bad for them right now.
That's the round. If it was one kill as well, it probably would have been traded, right? And then it would have been a 1v3 still and doable.
Yeah, they could have gone for the retake, but this is like, no, you go safe. You don't even go for it. You cannot afford it. But this is so crazy, and it started actually so good with the double, like with the setup they had. They had the early entries, looked very good for them. So this is a bit heartbreaking. But yeah, Ravens, they cannot let their emotions win them over now. They really have to keep a cool head if they want to have a chance to win their map pick here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely a bit of a tilting one. I think when you're Ravens there and you're thinking, no, we've got the right idea. Basically, they've played that perfectly in the kind of the fundamentals in the sense of they've gone for a 2-2 split, right? Everything is right. But just the fact that they line up, my oh my, whether it's luck or skill, Furzy will take it all the way to the bank and back. MIBR, 3 rounds ahead of Ravens, and 3 rounds away from taking their map pick. This now becomes extremely dicey. I'm starting to get pretty damn nervous.
Oh, fast pace from BR. Katie is in a very tough position, and Kija lands the entry on her. Already 1 woman down here so early on. That is not a good sign here, Neo.
No, not at all.
And the problem is, because they lost so early on a player, they have to go for some re-aggression. They have to push them back. Otherwise, they have no chance. They cannot let MIBR get to the moment to get into an execute. So they really need to push back to gain some map control back, which they're trying to do. They actually gave up mid control. They had a deep mid smoke in the beginning, had a bit more info there, but they gave it up, moved towards backside of A, which actually is a good window here for MIBR to go for an A execute if they do that. But they still have enough time to figure that out. Naomi all by her lonesome right now on B. And they're actually going for the A execute.
Trying to make something work here. It's probably the right call as well for MIBR because he's the A site. You can drop essentially one Molotov, one smoke. They're going to go back to B. And actually an over-rotation by Ravens might cost him crossing towards Dark. Now in a lot of trouble. That nade going to do so much damage. A touchdown on towards Naomi. 59 points of HP to try and lock out the B site alone here. She's in a lot of trouble, hoping for something just deleted. Once again, 1 kill should essentially find the round. Pop shots for the AWP, not successful, but the AK through the smoke is up on high. The M4 can't quite convert, and that's it. Arkham has to save the AWP. That's it. MIBR going to find a 14th, and they're getting so close to that finish line now.
You could even see the desperation kind of like from Ravens here right now. Yeah. Like on everything, the way the way they aim and everything, it feels like, you know, they are just like in such a tough spot right now. They look like a shadow of themselves if you compare them to the first half.
Agreed.
Like on the first half, they were the ones who were outperforming them. They were the ones who were stomping MIBR, and now it just looks like they're like so desperate to just like get to any round, and it's just not working out. MIBR is having really good calls. Also great call here to go back to B, even though it looked like they were already preparing to go for the A execute, but they made the last 30-second call to pretty much go back. Also so important, I think it was Regiane that was holding all the time this angle on Dark, because she tried to buy time and she just didn't let her do anything. This was so brilliant. And now we have 14 rounds for MIBR. Look at the Utility Ravens. They have almost nothing left. 3 smokes and that's it.
So worried right now. Ouch. So worried. That's not going to help for Ravens. Katie falling. Back-to-back nades. They barrage their way down. Arkham in across mid here. The M4's 1 MP9. Information heard as well in towards apartments. Arkham going to try and reclaim space, but will fall, overextends, get caught. Busy as well. Thankfully, keeping her teammate alive as well as Vi will fall. That will be the round more or less done here. They know there's no one over towards A. And the last player has got to be that B rotator. Navy's really got nothing to do here. Has no real information to go off. So that should be all she wrote in towards this one. 15 for MIBR. What a performance they've put up so far. And nobody will save as well. They've got no money to work with, Donna, in towards what is potentially the final round of this map.
Wow, that's a bit of a shocker. And also, oh my God, like Ravens, they have to be devastated right now. It's like it just didn't work out in their favor at all. They had such a strong D side. 9 rounds, Leo. 9 rounds on T side. And they had 1 on CT. Imagine that. They had a few chances and they could only convert 1 round. This is tough. And now their money is like, they could not even afford enough rifles. They have a FAMAS and an M4. 2 MPs, and that's it. At least full utility though. Maybe they can try to fight for banana control right now, which is very crucial.
Oh, Lulu 10, nice swing. Kizza will answer back, and Furzy through the wall finds Lulu 10s. Things go from bad to worse for Ravens. Smoking towards mid, Mizzy. One flash over towards top bracket here would be really nice. That player boosted up a Vise in a very strong position, but not too sure whether it was heard. At least for the time being, it feels in a pretty strong position. It feels like there's only something to work with. You get a little bit worried, at least for a mere moment. What can come forth? Maybe on the angle, Deagle gonna find one, Vi gonna find the other as well. This is looking good. But China for one, and the Orb going alive as well. That should be everything in this game. And the Orb 180 as well to see it off. 16 to 10. What a response. What a turnaround from MIBR. From 9-6 down, they limit their opponents to just 1 round on it in the second half. MIBR, that was dominant on the T side.
Oh yeah, insane calls. I love that. Let's look at some highlights. Furzy also so much impact here. The few CT rounds they won actually on the back of Furzy's entry. But Raven, they were so on fire on their T side. But it was not enough. Their CT side was just not strong enough, you know.
Spot on. You're spot on. It was just a pretty lackluster showing. I really think the setups for Ravens let them down. I think they got caught off guard way too often. You know, even the small things. When we look about Furzy and we talk about how great this exact round was, in fact, they should know that essentially bracket is open, so they can wrap us in towards spawn, but it's not actually even a thought process. And that's for me where you see the difference between the setups of these two sides. MIBR just had a much cleaner control of the game. And take a look at kind of how things pan out overall as well. Lulu 10 had a great first half and really was farming on the T side. Just wasn't able to get activated as much on the CT side, but still top right out with 18 alongside Namie, but Reggie Ann over on the other side. And for MIBR, 23 kills and 15 deaths was a monstrous performance. And most of that came on that T side.
She had such a huge performance. Also, like a few like tiny moments, even though she maybe had like in a few rounds like 1 or 2 frags only, but they were like so crucial and absolutely great performance by them.
Yeah, it was an absolute stomp. But kind of speaking of as well, over in our other game too, we've had an update of that score line. It was a 16-5. Furia took down Macraeus in map number 1. So that one was pretty one-sided too. But if you kind of isolate the 2 different halves there, they're 2 completely different stories. The first half, 9-6, we're looking a little bit shaky for MIBR. We're saying there's things that are okay for them, but generally speaking, Ravens are in control here. And the second half, a different story. MIBR, a team possessed. And now they go into their map pick with that level of confidence. I'm actually quite worried for Ravens.
Absolutely. Or we might see a third map and a surprise here. This could happen as well. I would love to see that.
Who knows? We go towards Vertigo next. I mean, what's your thoughts? I mean, I guess the assumption is that Ravens are starting that CT side, so it probably feels maybe a little bit more comfortable for them. But are you worried?
Honestly, yeah. Even if they start on CT side, the momentum that MIBR have right now, if they pick on that up, they can just like stomp them on their T side, and it could like pretty much put them in the same position as they were like right now on Inferno. I mean, they picked up like almost no rounds on the CT side, so it's kind of dangerous right now, Neo.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a little player of the map off the back of that one. I don't think it'll be too much of a surprise to anybody of who it is. Reggie had an absolute monstrous performance, 23 kills, and like we were kind of saying earlier, the bulk of those kills were actually more impactful over towards that T side. That's where she got the vast majority of them, and the impact that she was having as an entry fragger was absolutely huge. I think for MIBR, she really sets up in a big way. We highlighted her coming in towards the game, and this is exactly why. Really well played. 84.9, so basically 85 average overall is incredible, but those entry kills, you know, more than average on towards her team. She was just so good at finding and creating a lot of space for MIBR. And that, for me, is what makes her so damn scary that realistically, Ravens just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said before, Reggian, always a name that we've seen in the past popping off. And she's just like so consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing, when you go in towards a map like Vertigo is traditionally one of the hardest maps to AWP in within the pool.
Yeah.
So you look towards actually your core riflers, and that's where Reggian becomes even scarier. If you look towards kind of ramp progression, you're realistically thinking that MIBR probably start a T side. I'm worried. This could be a very dominant showing.
I could see her just roll over there on the T side for real. We're gonna find out pretty soon. I think we're gonna have a short break and then find out soon. But yeah, I feel like it could actually go even now in MIBR's favor. But yeah, guys, stay tuned. We will be back after a few minutes, and then we'll see how this will turn out.
learn to own my style. How I got this smile, conquer fear, got the crown. Can't nobody bring me down. I'm looking good, quite frankly. Tim's a fitted big Yankee. Then I'm cold when I'm out east. I'm top tier, you can't rate me. Stop talking, baby, go get it. You start something, better finish. Yeah, that rooftop still a missing. I'm independently winning. Master B taught me no limit. Faith got me dominion. God give it, can't diminish. I'm set apart, I'm distinguished. You a baddie, baby. You gotta own it, on the style and your grace. You better own it. All they wanna do is copy and paste, but you they can't replace. So on it. You a baddie, baby. You gotta own it, on the style and your grace. You better own it. All they wanna do is copy and paste, but you they can't replace. So on it. Next turn when I walk in, got them all hot like she back again. Then I'm fit, I'm far from plain. Sugar and spice, I can't be lame. Tried to hate, but my God stopped. You got blocked, but it's tight in. Motivated like them high school plays. I know you remember those titans. Everything ain't always black and white. I'm still gonna get it going with in spite. Shining bright, can't dim this light. Diamond in the rough one made me tough. You stuck on luck manifesting. I say my prayers count blessings. Flashy, flexing. My own style is impressing. You a baddie, baby. You gotta own it, on the style and your grace. You better own it. All they wanna do is copy and paste, but you they can't replace. So on it. You a baddie, baby. You gotta own it, on the style and your grace. You better own it. All they wanna do is copy and paste, but you they can't replace. So on it. Pop them tags.
Upon us, hear the roaring of footsteps marching on. For the snake and the charmer couldn't change up the course of destiny. Ignore the warnings and dig your own grave. Come to your senses before it's too late. Fight back, arms drawn and pointed north, teeth bare. The struggle's hiding up sinners. Prepare for what's to come. We ain't gonna bow to insatiable avarice. Beg for mercy. Pay for your heresy. You poison the well to quench your thirst of greed. All the wolves that you fondle, and he's looking for sympathy. All the wolves that you fondle, come give him more. Give him more. Give him more. Fight back, arms drawn and pointed north, teeth bare. The struggle's hiding up sinners. Prepare for
Hello and welcome back, one and all. So a interesting story in towards map number 1 where things are looking so damn good for Ravens and Donna, they all sort of fell apart in the second half, and that is quite concerning as we now head in towards MIBR's map pick. For at the moment, it looks like a pretty good opportunity for MIBR to take this 2-0.
Absolutely. And I mean, why not? They have the momentum on their side. Red Gen is just going crazy, absolutely, with the entries. And they're starting on the T side now. But to be honest, I don't even think Even though Vertigo is a CT-sided map, I don't even think that's going to be an issue with the confidence they have right now. It could be that they're just going to stomp on the T side.
Yeah, one thing I do worry about as well is with something I mentioned earlier, that generally speaking, Vertigo is traditionally seen as the hardest map to AWP on, right? When we look towards both the T and the CT side. So Thursday was super impactful for MIBR in towards AWPing on Inferno. Maybe we should be limited a little bit in towards map number 2. What's your thoughts? Do you think it's going to be kind of one of those situations where she's maybe forced into a rifle a little bit more?
Might be. I mean, depends how they set up, right? And how are they like doing the setups, and how if she was want to be like more like aggressive and going for the entries with the op, then I could like see her to actually pick up the op. But if they want to go more for like control, it could look differently. Anyways, I do think that we just have to wait and see. We don't have also that much information on how they played on on Vertigo in this season, so it's gonna be like I would also say like a surprise box for both teams, because they cannot prepare that good against each other if they just don't have like current material right now. So it could really go in both ways. I cannot really say who's gonna take this home, but I just like feel like that MIBR has the momentum on their side.
Yeah, you know, recently we saw MIBR, they played this map once recently in a cash cup, and they did very well on it. But obviously, you know, there's been a bit of time. It's been a few days since I was last played, but last time they did play 16-3. That was 4 days ago in a cash cup, and it's a pretty dominant display, and that is probably quite worrying when in the sense that on the other side we don't really have any information, like you mentioned, for Ravens on what they look like on this map, whether there's going to be any kind of storylines about them. You know, stepping up in towards Vertigo. Granted, the expectation is it's going to be a CT side start for them. So maybe something, there'll be a bit of a saving grace. But we're going to have to wait and see, ladies and gents. About to get underway in towards map number 2. It is Vertigo coming up next. The 51 floors here. As, of course, Ravens are going to start on that CT side. We are over on the T side. The potential for a 2-0 is on. See if they can find it. It's a different story in itself. MIBR, very aggressive in their pistol rounds. Let's see if things continue in that way.
I love the double setup on Sandbags here, especially with the smoke. Could be a total surprise here if they just don't realize that they have another player here with the dualies. And they fell for it, Neo.
Oh no. Oh,
no double
didn't
kill
get
for
the
Nuli.
kills.
Oh, that is unfortunate. That was such a huge position for her. Katie already with a backstab.
It's the right idea. Unfortunately, though, the wrong execution. 2 versus 4. The bomb gone down as well for Ravens. Now this is starting to look pretty shaky. I don't know. This already starts to feel in my mind like we could be on track for MIBR starting Vertigo in such a strong way, just running away with the early part of momentum. It's trying to be hard here. But Arkham not getting them. And I think this one is all she wrote. I don't think there's going to be anything on the way out. First, you're going to find one more. Arkham, it's a consolation kill. But that is all it is. Just like that, the round goes in favor of MIBR. On the T side, a very good start.
Absolutely. And this is exactly what I was talking about. It could be, even though they start on T side, they're just going to stomp this T side and just continue the momentum that they have, and especially the confidence. I mean, so far, to be honest, like I love like the idea that Ravens had with the double setup on Sandbags and the smoke. They had no idea about it, but they're just like outperforming Ravens right now. It kind of like is the opposite of what happened in the first half of the first map. And now we see this on MIBR side. And if they continue like that, this will be very dangerous for Ravens to even make it into a third map. We have Astralis set up here in mid. So far, only one player testing the waters on mid, but nothing else happening. Looks pretty good here for MIBR. It's gonna be a smooth round though, but maybe they can get some exit frags here, cause some damage. It's still early on in the game, which is very important also to just like try to make the economical situation for the enemy team as hard as possible.
Absolutely. Right now, nothing being given up, at least for the time being. One will go down. Question marks about what the retake looks like. I mean, when you're kind of Ravens in this situation, you may as well just give it a go, right? You've only got USPSs. Try and make it expensive at the very least. Anything more would be nice. Spray around the corner. But messy. Reggie has to fight here. Could be Janky. Will get it alongside Mizzy. Thursday, Reggie and all going for one apiece. The USP's finding no success. It's a flawless round in a matter of mere moments. So, for a moment, it looked like maybe Ravens could find a consolation kill. But no, not to be.
Absolutely. And it was clean, but nothing more we could expect here anyway. First gun round here for Ravens. They have 4 rifles and 1 MP9 on these hands. Let's see what they can do with that. It's also important for them to like get the ramp control, because this is pretty much like key here on Vertigo. They didn't go for the ramp control. They're kind of like giving it away so far. So MIBR, they can like spread out pretty early on. And Reggie with the first entry, like so many others on Inferno, she is just so amazing with these entries and has so much impact with it. China already spreading out towards mid. They have so much control right now, Neo.
It's worrying. Okay, ball back to 3 versus 3. Now in favor of Raven. So, here's a world. Again, God, this is a bonus buy for MIBR. So already, do you get a little bit worried if they weren't able to convert this sort of round? Double stack going to come down here as well. Fly knows all too well about this. Flash will catch it. She's going to get out of dodge just about. She's trying to protect the bomb and herself as well. It's a manhunt to try and find her in towards spawn, and she will fall. But still, the M4's there to claim. Scalp of her own. Kizza will trade 50 seconds to work with. And Kizza really just doesn't have any sort of idea of where Katie is. Both of them taking significant damage. Both right now really unaware of where each other are playing. This is on thin ice.
It is very thin ice. And this could be the chance for Ravens here to pick up an early round. Keisha going towards A, and we already see the rotation. Yeah, we see the rotation coming already here. So Katie, she's not going to be so far away, but low HP. Keisha, she will be able to take some space already, and that's perfect how she's playing it. To be honest, Neo, I think that round is going to be MIBR's as well. No awareness from Katie here that she could have been behind her, and such a good round for MIBR. Keisha played it to perfection in this moment.
Yeah.
And it's a third round for them. And also Ravens, they lost their first buy round, which is very painful considering how their CD side went on Inferno. Oh, damn.
Super solid round, all things considered. And also to add to that, now, of course, was a bonus round. But like MIBR, this is huge. This is now where they can start to absolutely just run away with all of this momentum, start to completely run away with the game in the early stages. I'm worried for Ravens right now. Back to a low buy. That's on Eco. Met with a couple of nades as well, just to make their life even more worse. Maybe we'll find a scalp. So at least there's something to talk about. Even still, much more needed before we even remotely get confident or happy about where the situation lies. Nice shot. Not able to make it another, but even still, not bad. Not bad at all.
Oh no, 2v3. Still possible to cause some damage here, even though they are just on deagles. It is not quite such a safe round, and look at Luli's push here towards ramp. This could actually be dangerous. Oh, she picked up the AWP on top. I think she's gonna go for the save. Or is she trying to get an entry here? A frag, I mean. Missed 2 shots. I think now she should call it off. Just try to get the AWP, which will be very valuable for them. By searching, found the player on ramp, didn't hit the shot, and Luli's still so close with the AWP. Oh, they're pushing her.
Ooh. Nice shot. Nice shot at the very least to get a consolation kill, stay alive.
Yeah.
But still, like you spoke about, this is starting to look good. Lulu 10 might not survive here. Tag on towards Mizzy as well. Give the luxury. Molotov going to come down as well. And Mizzy has to respect it. Being so low on HP, that will be it. Lulu 10s, will at the very least keep things alive in terms of the AWP individually, which is good. Coming in, of course, to their second shot at a full buy, but now this is another round which feels like a must convert. And because we're already getting a fairly decent whack under the belt in terms of rounds and rifle rounds being played here, I'm pretty concerned. MIBR just don't really look phased right now.
No, it is going very good for them right now. Good that they saved that Ravens have the AWP though, but it has to be used Very impactful right now. Kati with the first entry on Reggie. Huge kill, by the way. Reggie has been such a final boss for Ravens right now. We have another frag here coming from Katie, and it's a 4v3 situation pretty early on in the round. Looks, for the first time, pretty good for MIBR, for Ravens here. This could be their first round, Neo.
Good. Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Maybe.
That looks good.
Gonna find China, and of course, in doing so, Izzy and Furzy left in what feels like an impossible situation now, most definitely is. Furzy is all that's left, and actually with fairly decent amount of damage done to her individual economy, I'd be surprised if she gives this a go. I know there's a minute to work with, but a 1 versus 4 and an AWP. If she dies, she's not gonna have a buy to work with. I'm surprised she's even giving this a go. Jiggle Peek on the corner has been spotted. Furzy takes a pop shot. Now she's giving away the ruse of kind of where she's posted up. How do you now stay alive for the next, 40 seconds?
Oh, honestly, I don't think that Ravens is going to go hunting that much because they cannot really afford it either.
Yeah.
They really need to keep their weapons, and yeah, pushing an AWP is not always the best, the smartest decision, especially if you're like low on economy. I think they're just going to play it safe. Furzy, actually, on the other hand, she's trying to find another kill because even though it's good for her to save the AWP, MIBR, they're leading with 4 rounds and causing more economical damage on Ravens. It could be also key, just like for them to keep control. But looked like she's not going for it anymore. Didn't find any info on mid, and now she's just gonna save the AWP. It's the first round from Ravens here, so already I would say a better start on their city side than on Inferno. Doesn't look that bad if they can maybe catch up the next round as well. This could be their way to find. This could be the moment to find their way back into the game. But MIBR, not to underestimate, they are just on fire right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think right now MIBR still got all the confidence to work with. Granted, there was a little bit of kind of economical damage dealt there, so you can see kind of channeling towards a Mach 10, which is at least going to affect things ever so slightly. Utility a little bit limited over towards MIBR, bringing in the hands of kind of Furzy, Mizzy, and all left with not a huge amount to work with, so definitely a world. 80 up shot to bother the smoke to not much avail. It's a nice idea. I know nothing being found here. That one-way smoke is still pretty damn scary. Neither side gonna disrespect it. Probably the smart way to play it too. Re-smoke over towards the other top. Oh, coming in the AWP. Nice quick shot. Furzy will fall. That was incredibly quick. Trying to make try up to upgrade from that Mach 10. Arkham goes for another peek. This time not as successful.
Yeah, good start for them. And MIBR also out of utility right now. And we have still have 1 minute left on the clock. So that's the question now. What they're gonna do. It looks like they're going for the B rush, but look at Vi's position. She gets the first frag on Mizzy and the second one on Keisha. And Luli helps her out on top. And it's just up to China against 5.
They're back. They're absolutely back now. Ravens starting to play well. China's got to keep the AWP alive, surely. He's going to start to get pretty scared about a flank coming through at some point. Looking like, at least for the time being, just going to respect it. Trying to stay alive is going to be a pretty tough task. I think she'll be given the luxury, though. It looks like the 20 seconds. I was actually going for too much of a hunt, at the very least. So maybe she will be given kind of that luxury of staying alive here. Which is huge. Good. Having an AWP with nothing else around is better than nothing.
Absolutely. And also they're like now actually on money. Now the situation is reversed.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so close. This could be dangerous, but she missed the shot and she cool, that was last second.
Ooh, that was pretty close. Yeah, that nearly went very, very wrong. But thankfully things will go the way we'd hope. In the favor, and of course locked in place now. So Ravens gonna find their second and gonna chip away the deficit to only 2. And there's a little bit to work with. This is what it's all about. Now we can start to see kind of some form coming through. We can start to see at least a decent little, I guess, run here. We need to see Ravens start chaining rounds together, find consecutive rounds on the board, and this is exactly where it's gonna start. Realistically, you'd probably assume there should be a third round on the board in towards the next. And maybe I just don't really have any sort of buy to work with. So, be good for them. It's a very quick opening shot for Arkham there. But it's a complete massacre towards B. The hold is so solid.
Yeah, that was huge. Those 2 frags, very, very good. And I also love that Luli was also already there helping out. Very good B control here. And yeah, this is Raven's chance. Now they can get back control. Now they can catch up. And maybe even have the upper hand after a few rounds. But let's see what Furzy can do with this top. They're on Nico. Even though China forced all the way. So I don't quite understand that, but let's see what they have planned.
Oh, on the corner. They got unchecked. Flick, missed shot. A lot of damage being dealt towards the T-side as well with the nade. The AWP picked up and dropped. It's past the parcel with the AWP here. Hot potato. One takes a peek, dies. AWP recollected. Another one takes a peek, dies. And it'll be a rinse and repeat story. A flawless round coming through for Ravens, and very, very ineffective, all things considered. So simple and effective for Ravens. Find their third. Chip away the deficit to only 1. And it looks like another Force Spy to come through. This one, once again, pretty uncomfortable. A Galil coming in and a Mac 10 alongside the AKs.
Yeah, I mean, China didn't have any money, so nothing she can really afford right now. Yeah, utility doesn't look that good, but still, I think MIBR still have like the confidence on their side, so I could see some good entries coming through here. They already took ramp control here, and look at the smoke kill from Catty. Okay, that is perfect from Ravens. Ramp control and the first entry through the smoke, and now look at Vi. She's trying to make space, trying to get in from B, but this might be dangerous. There are 2 players waiting for her. And
that's rough.
On her. Oh, that actually might be dangerous.
Oh, Kizap somehow finding that frag and staying alive. Pretty impressive. But still now.
So fast.
Yeah, this is still a bit of a shaky post-bomb. Look at the damage being dealt. Kids is really low. Mizzy, 1 bullet headshot for an M4, but of course, it's double AKs on the other side, so it is still pretty janky. Mizzy will fall. Kizza still just about staying alive here.
Oh.
Preview for kill. Up on the ground as well if it wants to be collected, but Katie sticking around. Resmoke going to come through, and I think the round should be done here. Does have a kip, but still no time. So all things considered, that will be that falling away in a matter of moments. It is called. We are going to see MIBR claw back another round on a bit of a janky force buy, but they make it work.
Yeah, it was like oh, so close, especially like towards mid. When I think it was Keisha when she went up heaven, almost got caught up by the rotation, but just barely survived. Like literally just like jumped down when the rotation came in. That was lucky though. But look at this entry here from Katie. This was beautiful. And this was like the key kill, I would say, here in the post-plant situation, that just like forced Katie into going back. They lost the AWP on top, by the way, but they can reinvest. Now it's the third 3 on 5 in favor of MIBR. Still tight score though, so it's very exciting right now, very interesting. I cannot say which team is dominating right now.
This early control has been a little bit shaky. Oh, but an opportunity to line on both up. Threads the needle, hits neither. Reggie out for a double entry in towards ramp is huge. My, oh my, that really will change things.
Regian is so good with the entries. I think it's like the 4th entry I've seen from her. On ramp, he's just going for it. And that round was huge. It's a 2v4 retake situation. I honestly would call for a save here. They don't have the money, and there's kind of like look at China's backside from mid. Maybe she will even deny them the save. This could be so devastating for Ravens. They're not aware at all.
Oh, coming through. Reggie Yang going to clean it up as well. What a round from her individually. 3 kills overall is a huge display from Reggie Yang. Double entry coming forward. Honestly, probably at one point should have been traded there, but she'll take it all the way to the bank. That is a massive, massive answer back for MIBR, who are aside at the moment looking like they were struggling just a tad. That really does change things quite a lot. Gives them, once again, just a little bit of breathing room over Ravens, which is huge on the T side of Vertigo, especially this early on.
indeed huge and such a fast pace right now. Look at the pace they're doing. Trying to have the other ramp control and Nami fighting for it. They actually push them back a bit. And look at Raven's attempt here, trying to really push all the way down to get the info and push them back. MIBR, they have no choice. They have to go back. They gave away too much space, and now they're trying to find their way in through mid. We have no mid hold right now. They used the 3 players to take ramp control into 1B, but they got spotted.
Oh. By Lulu10's one piece, trying to get on to back as well with a double.
Oh.
That's huge. Smoke going to come down. 3 versus 3 now absolutely on. Sticking around as well to try and catch those in rotation is huge. Double coming through. Over towards construction. Actually, the AWP is going to have a little look in. China turns away the worst time. Re-peek it in, finds a frag. That's huge. Flash will come around the corner. Going to tuck herself over towards Jen. Molotov in towards construction is huge as well. And that should be that. I don't see too much to be had on the way out. Even though Katie finds a kill, it will not affect the round. We will see, of course, MIBR extending this lead even further now. The 7th going to be locked in. That is a huge display coming forward. Once again from China. That's a massive 3K.
And I love that how they just like pushed through mid and just like got this. They outperformed them again. Yeah. Because if you look at this, Ravens actually they did a really good job on taking the ramp control, which is very important. What I mentioned before, they pushed them all the way back. They smoked them off. They pushed them all the way back. They gave them no entry on A, so they knew that they were gonna rotate, and they actually also like had the information that they probably were gonna rotate towards mid or will just try to go from B ramp. They in the end just like kind of like lost the duels, even though they had a double setup on B, which is very strong, by the way. Yeah. So yeah, again, MIBR with the firepower here, convincing and winning the rounds. Ravens they're in a tough spot now. They have no money after this round. Only Katie and Armcam they could like possibly buy, but that's pretty much it. So they have to lock this round down, and it doesn't look that good either that they only have 3 rounds so far on the CD side.
I think you're absolutely spot on. Right now, Ravens looking a tad shaky. MIBR, that confidence from map number 1 has continued in towards map number 2. And as we speak, MIBR are on track for a very good showing here in this first half. One in which does worry us a little bit. But of course, if you look towards Inferno, both sides were generally better on the T sides. Maybe not to read into this too early. We'll see. At the time being, I'm still feeling a tad uncomfortable. Our Ravens maybe look tempted to reclaim some space there. Towards ramp, ops against it. Mizzy. Nice high pop flash, giving her a little bit of space to work with. Nami going to go through the flames to find a kill there, but dropped by the AWP very quickly as Mizzy finds one. Full blind, Katie falls. Lulu10 goes up on high, but it will cost her life. Once again for Ravens, they might just be tempted to save here.
And again, they force their way into the side and do it successfully. Really good teamwork here also, by the way. We have 3 beautiful frags here by Mizzy, Regine, and Furzy. That was absolute teamwork, and they're the 8th round now. Money looks bad on Raven's side. They managed to save 2 weapons here, so they might actually just like go for the 4th in this next round. They have money to drop 2 weapons, so... Yeah, but after that,
who knows?
Doesn't look good. And 8 rounds
already
on T side. That is dangerous. Really, especially considering like how they ended Inferno, how they started now Vertigo. This is huge momentum they have, and I do not know how Ravens is gonna come back from this.
I think it's spot on. I think right now, all of the controllers being shown here by MIBR, they're just looking like a completely more dominant side. And this is starting to get very, very concerning. There isn't a lot to work with if you are that CT side. They're losing control of the game. They're losing track of kind of how MIBR are going for these aggro setups. And that is becoming very concerning very early on. I mean, right now, I'm pretty worried about what their response can be like for Ravens, if any. CT side, not a great start. Lulu tends to fall. Arkham posted with the AWP. Think to be given up just yet as well, waiting for somebody to peek, but again, nothing really being shown. This is very methodical early doors because realistically, MIBR, now they've got the numbers in their favor. All they have to do is play the trade game, which is exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, they're going with 3 woman power towards B, but Vi with the early entry actually gives them a bit of a chance. Rotation coming in, and if they still commit to B, this might be dangerous for MIBR. We already have 2 players here on the B side, and we have seen how this worked out once when Vi played from this position. She got the double kill, won them pretty much the round. Maybe here with an important frag on Fuzzy. Oh, now actually looks pretty good from Ravens. So it kind of like has turned here. Amy has full info on ramp. Can call for the rotation. She just has to buy time, and that's it.
Yeah, that's that. Well, let's take a look and see. 3 making their way up towards ramp as well. 30 seconds or just shy of to work with as they go towards the A site. Mizzy gonna lead the charge. Smoke over towards CT. Nade will meet them. That has done a hell of a lot of damage. They're in a trouble here. AK gonna post up, at least to try and find an opening kill here. Bomb's still struggling to go down, and Katie could jump up to deny it. Tap gonna come through, sticking it in fact as well. Katie on the flash, Swing's gonna come through as well. Katie and Vi want a piece. I told them to China, an ace clutch needed for her. Drop. Katie will see it off. There is Ravens answering back.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I feel like MIBR a bit maybe too over-rotated a bit here. Like after they lost the duel against Vi, I think they should have just like exploded B because no one was there, and by overthinking it a bit, it kind of like just played in Raven's hands here.
I agree.
4th round for them, very important. There's a chance here for them right now. This is the opportunity window that they needed, and they really have to hold on to this opportunity and try to convert it into at least 6 rounds, I would say, if they want to have a chance.
Shooting through the smoke, no success. Mizzy on the angle. Vi just so aware. Flash as well coming over towards stairs. Little pot flash there that could give them some space to work with, but Vi not opting to peek. I don't mind this as well. It will sow the seeds of doubt over towards MIBR that maybe stairs control has been taken. As he peeking through, China posted, but she will fall. This actually looks not too bad in the early stages here. So we're going to come in towards mid. Kizza's trying to play around it. Could get some space to work with. The pot flash, not good enough, but the numbers are more than enough. Reggiana Kizza to 4. A flawless round for Ravens here in round number 13. So we're up to a 5th. They're actually making this a bit of a competition, Donna.
That was very clean. Very, very clean here, and exactly what they needed. So this is their chance. I'm pretty confident they're gonna get 6 rounds here as well. And honestly, we have not talked a lot about Vi before, but I feel like she has had so many important kills on the B side. She's doing such a good job as the B anchor, and she's like remained so much control on the B side, which kind of like was a pain in the ass for MIBR. Fast mid to explode here. Double kill by China with the tech down, and they're going to receive, but you have Vi waiting for them. And she doesn't get the second, but so much damage done. And it's a 3v2 after plan situation for MIBR. This actually kind of looks like it's dangerous for Ravens.
It does.
They're
Flash
getting
on the
ecoed
corner. The low HP of Fuzzy and China is still doable. The numbers favor MIBR. One player in towards generator, doesn't matter. China at range, despite the low HP, gonna find a 4th kill. On for the ace here, in fact, will be denied just as she looks for that 5th. And actually, Arkham gonna make it work. 1 versus 3, pulls it off. 1v1s are given there, and the ability to isolate fight is the biggest problem. Ravens find a 6th. And MIBR, they're actually kicking themselves they didn't take that round.
Oh yeah, that was a bit of a misplay in the afterplan situation. They had like the low HP player close on the box, but like the second player from behind, I don't know who was it in the end. Yeah, Reggiana. I think if she would have stayed put and not peeked, and just like let her mate die, then she could have like played for time. But you know, you never know. You're like confident in this moment. You want to peek. You're confident that you're gonna get the kill, so it happens. Still a great pistol round by them, to be honest, but it was so close for them to actually win it.
Absolutely. Molotov towards top yellow. Nobody over there right now. Actually, a little bit more of a passive display here from Ravens in the 15th and final round. Is 8-7 the call here, or do we match it once again? Get a 9-6, like what we had in towards Inferno. But on the flip side, of course, that was in favor of Ravens.
9-6 would be huge from MIBR, but to be honest, if we have a 7th round here for Raven, then I think that's a pretty good recovery from that for them.
Agreed.
And also considering that this that it's MIBR's map pick, I think that's still good if they manage to get like 7 CT rounds. A execute coming through. So far, no resistance. And they managed to get on the bomb site, but look at Reggie and Smoker. That was huge. Bomb plant is not gonna be denied. They have enough time. She gets away, and it's a 3-4 positive situation for MIBR. And honestly, I think that's gonna be a nice round for them because it's so hard to actually retake that, especially with 4 players alive.
Verzi, one. Looking for more as well. Very close there. The final of these last couple. Smoke on towards the bomb. Tap on towards the bomb. Sticking the bomb. In fact, Vi is defusing. I might just get it. Time is enough. An 8-7. Vi going to see it off at the turn of the half. MIBR have made it close. Can they continue it after the break?
Wow.
Time's a healer, only time can tell. They say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I know it well. Take your pulse and lie it down. It's all about now, and you're alive. Light is pulling you in. It's time to begin a new life. I feel enough to last. Forgive my broken past. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I know that I've been weak. I found the strength to breathe. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I'll be open with you, with me. No words unspoken. We can't be broken so easily. Take your pulse and lie it down. It's all about now, and you're alive. Light is pulling you in. It's time to begin a new life. I feel enough to last. Forgive my broken past. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I know that I've been weak. I found the strength to breathe. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I feel enough to last. Forgive my broken past. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing tall. I know that I've been weak. I found the strength to breathe. I'm never gonna break. I'm standing
Welcome back, guys, girls. Now, Manly Pals, about to get underway in towards half number 2 here, and a much more even affair. 8-7 is where we find ourselves on Vertigo. MIBR's pick, and they have a 1-round advantage. Pistol round here for Ravens, and Donna, it's game on.
Oh, I still think about the last round. How they stole it away with smoke and the kit defuse. This was just so devastating for them. But I mean, obviously for MIVR, but good for Ravens though. They really needed that 7th round. And look at their gathering here towards B. But Keisha, she has so much information soon. She's so sneaky and she's gonna, oh my god, I think she just heard them. She's calling for the B rush and she's gonna have a beautiful, perfect position here.
This is good. In behind. Kiz fluffing the lines just a tad. Lunatic and the Katie going to get one apiece. It's carnage, chaos on towards the B side, but actually in favor of the CT side. MIBR looking to fight as well. They might just get them. Bomb dropped and Kizza getting aggro. But started to see it all. MIBR answer back in what was... Whew, that was something. That was a very chaotic round there for a mere moment. But overall, now very good to see as well that we now find MIBR back in control. I thought it was maybe a little bit of a shaky ending.
I love the idea. I love the approach. The first bullets were a bit like shaky, that's true. But honestly, Keisha turned it around pretty well. Got 2 frags in the end. Huge pistol round here from MIBR. And now we have like a full eco from Ravens. Should not be a problem for MIBR. They're just gonna nade them. Oh my god, that was so huge and beautiful.
This could be a clean up here. Reggian for 2, China for 2 of her own as well, and Reggian will see it off with the pistol. So a couple of casualties coming forward, but all in all, nothing to worry about all too much. So not a bad position to be in. Not a bad position to be in at all. MIBR first side to crack double digits on their map pick as well. I think that's very, very important.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure they have a solid CT side. That's probably one of the reasons also why they picked that map. And now we're gonna see the first gun round here on Raven's side. Will they be able to catch up their first gun round, or will it be MIBR? Because then it might actually be dangerous for Ravens. Lose momentum. Just started winning a few rounds in the end. But it looks like MIBR would have the upper hand here again in the beginning of the half. Just like in the first half.
And potentially spam coming through as well. It's again a little bit chaotic here. Working out in favor of Ravens. I mean, generally speaking as well, we do refer to this as a bonus for MIBR. So it's not the end of the world if they lose it. But still, here we are right now.
Oh, look at the aggression towards ramp, which is a great idea. They're not aware at all.
3 for Kizza. That is huge. Looking for more as well. Mizzy gonna see it off in towards mid. Re-aggression, as you spoke of, Donna, has completely caught Ravens napping, asleep. You had no idea.
I love that. When I saw this and you know, I just like could see the movie here and it actually happened. Look at this. The timing was perfect. They were not aware at all. And then she just beautifully sprays with the FAMAS on them. And you know, it's honestly the FAMAS sometimes is such a tricky weapon. Because if you've like failed to spray a bit, then it's just like a bit chaotic, you know, but she just did it so patiently and it was huge round. Also great idea to actually go for the aggression here. I love the calls on MIBR City side. Also just like their calls on Inferno, I really think they have a good idea of how to attempt and to get the control back. And so, well, they have the control right now, not just because they're leading 11-7, but they also have the guns. While they're Ravens, they're stuck with pistols.
True, swinging their way in. Mizzy damage on towards 2 lines up as well. Vi and Lula 10s will fall. The pistols being put to bed here pretty comfortably. Berzy in a bit of trouble. Oh, might be over. Zealous re-peeking in, but Kizza bails her out. She's very lucky to stay alive, in fact. In the end, MIBR up to 12. They are now starting slowly to pull away quite a bit. And Donna, this is now getting worrying. They're 5 rounds ahead of Ravens, and they're only 4 rounds away from the map in the series.
It looks really good. It looks really good for them. But Raven has another gun round. I would not write them off. So sorry. Oh god, a double spray from Mizzy. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, early aggression here. Almost got attacked, but They pushed them kind of like back on B, and Naomi, she's trying to gain some ramp control here. Bring a bit into nothingness, but it doesn't matter. It feels like she's just distracting them. And they're trying to go towards mid, but Reggie and with a double kill on them. Oh my god, this is not looking good. Ravens gun round after the eco, and they're already 2 women down. It's a 3v5 situation. 1 minute 20 left. They have 1 flash, 1 smoke. What can they do with that?
I'm worried. I am.
Ooh!
Vi will find Mizzy. Ravens are absolutely back in this round somehow, some way. So, game on.
Okay, I did.
In a way, I thought this was already dead in the water, and now it's kind of flipped.
100%, right? I mean, they were like 5v3. They had 1 smoke, 1 flash, which they even didn't use. They just got into the side by like out-aiming them. That's pretty much it. I did not see that coming. And the retake, oh, that's a tricky one. But Keisha actually gets a frag on Vi. This could be the chance for them to get back in, but Naomi just with a double kill, and it's just Keisha 1v2. Bomb is ticking. Oh, not the best position for her. Naomi takes the 3rd kill here. Huge round by her, by the way. And it's 8-12, so there's a chance for Ravens. They're fighting for their lives right now. And this round was crucial. Losing that round would have broken their necks.
Yeah, it's an absolute lifeline extended, right? It's given at least a bit of breathing room to work with, where we can start to kind of slowly talk about, okay, there's a bit of space, a bit of a conversation to be had about Ravens getting back in towards this game. It's still going to take a lot of consistency to do so, and this is a very important round. If they can break the economy here, then might be hard, then it is absolutely game on. Double Molotov over towards yellow top. Amy trying to get some space here. Met with a nade, but falls back before it does any kind of notable damage. Staycate on the angle. Amy to find that first scalp. That's huge. And continues to push her way forward. This is great entry pathing from Amy, getting a lot of information early doors. Trying to beckon over rotations around that Molotov. This looks very good in terms of the initial start to round number 21.
Yeah. Looks good, but so far we had a few surprises, even though they were outnumbered on both sides. So let's see how they're gonna convert this, because still MIBR, not to underestimate. We had so many huge rounds by individual players like Keisha and Regian, and they're not giving up that easy. Sound cue is on, and rotation coming in. They're just gonna probably give them the side and go for the retake, but look at further, she got a freaking K. And Keisha! Oh my god, she cannot stop the bomb plant. She was off by just a few millimeters, maybe.
So bomb down planted. MIBR looking for retake numbers against them, and Amy finding more casualties. Brilliant from her individually. She's looking for something. Flash avoided, but Lula 10's going to find the kill nonetheless. All down to 1. And Kids is out of there. I don't know if she'll be given the luxury of a save it. Just the foul gets around the corner. But they know exactly where she is, and she's so damn low as well. I really feel like not long live for the world here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if she realized
on the hunt.
Yeah, from behind. Actually, they don't go for it.
She was lucky. She was lucky.
Yeah, they give her the respect. They actually allow her to stay alive. I wasn't too sure whether they would maybe continue to hunt, but again, it is only a FAMAS. There might be our economy broken, and because of that, it's given Ravens an opportunity now.
That is crazy. This one round that they should have not won. This is the round that is giving them the chance now to actually turn it around. It is so crazy. And yeah, look at their buy. It looks beautiful. They have everything. It's a dream. And an eco here on MIBR side, just save FAMAS. That's pretty much it. I think it's going to be double digits for Ravens here pretty soon, Neo.
I think you're absolutely spot on. They're still on the corner. Mizzy just basically trying to be a nuisance here. Will die. Falling into the hands of Katie. The P2K gonna find at least one. The gun not able to be collected just yet, though. It is still in a very dangerous state. Probably not a good idea to kind of go swinging back in towards that fight. With the bodies heard over towards ramp, they're gonna go over towards B, and they realize in due time, absolutely nobody is home. So there it is. Sorted in this situation. We can once again start to kind of maneuver our way forward. In the early state, Ravens up to a 10th now. MIBR they do need to be careful. They're allowing a pathway for the T side to get back into this game. It's exactly what MIBR did on Inferno.
Oh, yeah. That is looking so dangerous for them right now.
They're just giving a lot of space, right? This is the thing. They're giving Ravens confidence, and when you give the T side confidence, they can just start to continue chaining rounds together one after the other. So that's where, at the moment, for me, at least, I feel pretty worried about just the amount of leverage are given over towards their opponents. Kids are going to set that Molotov just to stay alive. It's the smart decision to swing it out. It was a pick your poison type situation. Thankfully, she, we'll be fine. Stay alive. But yeah, right now, we are in a really interesting one where it's like you look at the MIBR side and they're not playing badly. They just need to tighten up a few specific angles. And realistically, I think MIBR just need to get a little bit more aggressive. They need to get in their face and take the fight to Ravens. That's where they're doing their best work.
Absolutely. Exactly this is what won them also the rounds, by like taking space, going aggressive in some moments. They're trying to fight for the A ramp control. Right now, it's only Nami here. So far, no damage done. Good start for MIBR here. They have the control, very important. Oh, they're actually trying. I think they're trying to get deeper into ramp, but no, they're just like going back. They don't want to risk it. I feel like now they're playing it a bit safer. They're like really, it looks like they're afraid to make a mistake, because you see it's like such a tight score and the money is also tight on top. They cannot really afford to do a lot of mistakes. By here, lurking around B, trying to find an opportunity in opening. Oh, that's such an exciting round, Neo. I just like feel the tension on the server right now.
I mean, especially with just shy of a minute to work with as well. Ravens aren't giving themselves too much time to work with, and this is where you start to get ever so slightly worried. Take a look. Let's see. Mizzy gonna find Vi. Already now. Not bad. Katie gonna find one of her own as well, answering back. This is shaky time ticking. Numbers are going to favor the CT side. This could be enough as well. Bomb dropped, and I think the round should follow suit, and it will. Just when you thought that Ravens had an idea there, it's answered back, and at 13-10, MIBR once again reclaim a massive stake in the lead here. 3 rounds ahead of their opponents, 3 rounds away from the map and the series in their favor, which would be huge.
That was actually huge from MIBR. I loved the time they just like bought. It was also good that they had like maintained the ramp control, kind of like pushed them back, and they just like didn't risk anything. It was perfectly played. And now look at Ferdy's early aggression to ramp, and I think she hears that there's a rush coming through. But will she get caught off guard? No, Ferdy actually gets the shot on Katie. And a tag on Arm Game. Okay, this is actually looking very, very dangerous for Ravens right now. Already 1 woman down and 8 HP on another.
This is rough. This is rough. The T side reeling. Absolutely reeling. But the Molotov forces a fight, and Vi will punish. Not bad. Thorpe, full blind. Furzy in trouble. Furzy dead. Famas will try and reclaim space. Bomb drop is huge as well. Another kill to be found as Arkham will drop. So now the numbers go back in favor of MIBR. 1 minute to work with, and 2 players are Ravens to collect the bomb and try and get it down as well. But with Vi so low on HP, any body part spotted, and that's the round done. To make matters worse, Donna, the bomb's rolled forward.
That's so tough. And they also have a lot of utility to work with. So actually they can just like they can even give her the plant if they want. And go for the retake if they really want to play it super safe. Oh, that's Fred was huge. Actually, there's a chance now because Keisha is only 12 HP. Double kills. Oh my god, Neo! No way! This did not happen. This was a safe round.
What a round by Lulatan there. You can see this, the cheeky grin at the end, realizing what she has just pulled off. That is massive. Just for a mere moment when you thought it was done, when it was MIBR going to find a 14th, Lulu 10s has once again extended the lifeline. And not only that, MIBR economy broken, morale broken, mental broken too. That could be one of the most important rounds we see out of Ravens, and all come off the back of Lulu 10s there. Monstrous stuff and she'll continue her reign of terror as Reggiano fall.
Oh my god, I still can't believe what just happened. Oh, that's a fast-paced round. Secure 12 here for Ravens, pretty much. My god, I still have to like just process what just happened.
It's huge, honestly.
On the previous round, you know, like they had it. It was like 3v1, and they had the bomb. You know, they just like had to let her come towards them, but holy shit, she played it so good. And it is looking dangerous for MIVR right now. 12-13, only 1 round separating them. And money's not looking good on MIVR side as well. They are able to buy, yes, but if they lose this one, then it's gonna be in Raven's favor. And I think this is the moment where they're gonna turn it around and actually be able to get it, go to match point.
Essentially, this is the most important round.
Absolutely.
Is where we find ourselves. I mean, this is, for Ravens, they want any chance of kind of being in towards this game. This is the one that matters most. So I'll have to wait and see whether they can pull it off. Flash over towards theirs, flashing towards ramp as well. China gonna go aggro, ships in the night through the smoke. He doesn't clear her coast right. Naomi gonna find a freebie as well. This is something Naomi's done so well. Entry frags over towards ramp. She's traded back by Kizza. Or towards sandbags. Lula 10s. Gonna try and hope something goes her way, but again, nothing really being given up. As I say that, Reggiano fall. Verzi gonna find one. Data repeat is mollied out. Smoke will come through to keep her alive, just about. So, numbers in favor of MIBR. Looks like the B split call is the call, and probably not the best one. Bomb drop towards stairs. Lula 10s all on her shoulders once again. This time, though, even tougher.
But I'm a bit worried. It was also her in the last round, 1v3, with the bomb down, and I'm kind of getting a deja vu right now. Is she gonna pull it off again or not? Oh, that is dangerous. But she is so low HP, 11 HP left, 1v2 situation, and it's really tough for her. They know exactly where she is, and they will not move an inch. They will not make the same mistake again, and Verzi takes the kill, and it's the 14th round for MIBR, saving their lives. Because this, as I mentioned before, this is the most important round for them right now. They can afford losing that. And now it's up to Ravens. They still have money to reinvest, but MIBR only 2 rounds away from taking the 2-0. So yeah, it's kind of tough now for Ravens.
Yeah, right now it feels like, at least for the time being, things are starting to be ever so slightly locked in place. Pop shot gonna come through. Nice from 30. Naomi to fall. Luliten still remains one of the best players in the server without a shadow of a doubt. I have to wait and see whether she can keep the dream alive here. More needed. 4 versus 4. Looking over towards the A site. T trying to open the charge at the double stack over towards short. Does it go? Checked. Yes, of course, by Lulatent. None other than the orb lined up to Verzi. Yet another collateral. A collateral per map for Verzi right now.
Crazy.
Versus 2. Famas up on high as well, but it cannot convert. Wow. Easy only good for the first. Ravens make it 14-13. Game on.
It's crazy. She literally got another collateral. Just like Inferno, but it is not enough. Ravens take the 13 rounds and a timeout here, a tag timeout for MIBR, very much needed. Honestly, I'm surprised that it took so much time to actually take the timeout, because it was just they got so many rounds like slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, nice shot there. As well, I said, Verzi getting another collat is
right?
insane. 1 per map right now. But it's Ravens who are starting to look like the side in charge, at the least in terms of momentum right now. Where they are around behind, there's no buy from MIBR, so it's more or less locked in key, locked in key essentially. There's going to be 14 apiece. I mean, we're going to get the full 30 rounds here. It's just a case of how do we see things pan out. I don't know where you do. I don't know what you do if you're MIBR. It looks like the call is just a rush. Rushing in towards Lulatent and Katie, and they're just going to feed them. Simple and easy. 14
Didn't even try. It's like, let's just like skip this round. That's pretty much how it looked. And let's go to the round where we can actually invest and make it to the match point. And oh my God, this is so exciting. I am scared right now. I can't look. I can watch. I don't know, Neo. This is a tough spot. China only with a pistol. And we have a Farmers on Kija. I mean, she has proven to be really good with the Farmers, but still doesn't look that good. And I feel like this is Raven's round to take.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty damn worried. Eight on towards the corner. A lot of damage there. And probably on towards the most important player in the server right now. That Lulaten's 26 and 18. Having a monstrous performance. It is starting to get pretty damning. MRBR needs to find a way to shut her down. That has been the tallest order. Not quite though. How many tend to work with? And Ravens looking like they want to go back towards A.
I just like you can feel the tension right now. No one wants to make a mistake. Jump spot really good from Ferzi to get early information. She has a Molotov. She spotted them. Molotov buys her a bit of time, but they slipped through it. So they cannot take too much time with the rotation. China actually huge position here. She needs to challenge Vi here and get the frag. Otherwise, I think that's it.
I think you're right.
Oh my God.
Vi for 2. China and Ferzi falling. And of course, the round by 4 with it too. It looks like MRBR calling for a save. Raven's going to find 15 map point on their opponent's map pick. Off it up. And MIBR have to respect as they are now playing for overtime.
Oh, this is crazy. And it's just, it was like this, like some tiny little details again, like this little moment on gap. The duel between Vi and who was it, China. This was actually pretty crucial, but I felt like China was like, it looked like she was a bit too nervous when she peeked, and Vi gets a double kill on top. So this was pretty much, this was it. Like Vi won them the round. And it's a 15th match point for Ravens. Huge comeback from them. MIBR had so many chances actually to close it down, and now they're down on economy. It's 14 to 15. They have to they have to invest everything they have, but they can't even go for 3 full rifles. So they have like a FAMAS again on Kija, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I haven't seen an AWP on them pretty much in the last rounds as well. I hope to see some aggression with the MPs they have invested in, in the MPs and FAMAS. But it really looks like the momentum is on Raven's side right now. Oh. KG with a double entry. Huge.
That's big. That really is. That is huge as well. Just when you thought for potentially Red Jam was going to find a bit of success. 9. Maybe overextending just a bit. That's pressure.
Yeah, it's pressure and desperation right now. I feel like they just don't know what to do, so they're just going for the pushes and over peeking a bit. Also like Regian, she had a good kill, didn't fall back, was so open and got traded instantly. And a one-for-one trade is never good if you're
no.
Oh yeah, it's just Mizzy against 4. Bomb going down, and yeah, I don't see a chance here. I think we're going to the 3rd map, Neo.
I think you're spot on. Molotov over towards Tetris. Mizzy, it's all that's left. Time ticking. Has a kit, but no util. Has to take fight. There's the first. Damage taken, however, though. Gonna make her life so much more difficult on the retake. Swing on the corner. Clears. Finds another kill. Mizzy's making something of this. More to be found, however, with no smoke to work with. Just makes it so difficult running out of ammo as well. It is probably the worst case scenario. Tap on towards the bomb. Honestly needs to stick it and doesn't. 16 to 14. Ravens somehow, some way have clawed it back, but it was a bit of a one-man army at times. Lulatense was incredible.
Oh yeah. Wow, what a crazy game this was. Actually one of the most exciting games I've seen so far in Impact.
It was huge. With the first half went in favor of MLBR, all of the kind of early momentum went in their favor, so it just looked like it was closed out. Kind of 13 to 10 in my eyes. I was like, yeah, this one's done. Like, it's just a very good performance. MLBR looked solid. And now, game's absolutely back on. And heading in towards Mirage, it's anyone's game.
Absolutely, absolutely. I cannot tell you who's gonna win it. It could be both. But honestly, losing like that, I don't know. I would be a bit in not the best mood. But look at this. This round, by the way, from Luli, I feel like this is the moment that broke them. I cannot I feel like this is from this moment on, because they had a safe round, 1v3, bomb not even down, and I feel like from this moment on, it was lost.
Yeah,
such a huge round from her.
Let's take a look at some of the stats as well off the back of that. 26 kills for Lulaten's. Katie on 24. Kids on the other side had a pretty good performance, but Lulaten's and Katie, that dynamic duo just was so damn strong and showing exactly what they're all about. This is now where things become very, very scary looking forward, because if these two continue that form towards Mirage, which is essentially just brilliant rifle, we're in for a very, very worrying time where for MIBR, it might, in terms of their mental, be a little bit tilted. Donna, that's a really rough one to lose.
I'm heartbroken for them, honestly. But same chance for both. We have a third map, and who knows who's gonna bring it home?
Yeah, exactly that. So this is that. We now will go into Mirage. We start to look at that in terms of, we've got two different stories. They've taken each other's map picks. We've got Lulaten's and Katie playing so damn well, heading in towards Mirage, which is kind of at times the Pugger's paradise, where the rifles can really start to be super, super effective. I'm now worried on the other side for MIBR, where maybe their individuals can't keep up with Lulaten. So she's playing like that sort of level. We look towards someone like maybe Red Jian to try and help out. But if Lulaten's playing so well, I don't know what we can do. We got to have a head-to-head to kind of bring you and have no kind of questions asked of who we're bringing into one of them. Of course, Lulaten's with an incredible map one. I just want to compare the two in terms of, these are two of the pack riflers, essentially, two of the kind of the entry fraggers who do a lot of the early work. And both have had a very good kind of series so far, but Lulaten's, that map specifically, was just brilliant.
Yeah, her T-side was incredibly strong. The entries were on point. The impact frags she had were huge. Keisha also, she had such a few good moments. I remember the moment when she just went for the re-aggression on ramp and then got the triple kill with the farmers. It was really huge, and also a lot of crucial rounds. But I just feel like on Raven's side, you just had pretty much 3 players popping off, because Vi also had a few good entries and important impact in this game.
Absolutely. This is now a very interesting place. We both said coming into this game, we were in favor of Ravens. And, maybe after map number 1, I started to doubt myself a little bit. I started to think, okay, well, maybe we just got this completely wrong. We misread it. Now it's back on. Now we're going towards Mirage. My kind of confidence in Ravens is once again kind of up there. I'm feeling pretty good. If they can continue that sort of performance, if they can kickstart the first half in towards Mirage with the way they finished on Vertigo, they could run away with a lot of early momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to go for Ravens.
Do you think you're still believing? Okay. Yeah. It's a very tough one to call, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, it's our decider. It's map number 3 on the cards. Mirage is where we head to next. We'll see you all after the break.
Your troubles and pour me a glass of them bubbles. You only live once, but that's all I need. So keep it flowing and I'll buzz just like a bee. Dancing on the tables, throwing out the labels. Life is a ball and I'm living it large. I'm the entertainment and I came to play. You gonna know my name. We're gonna misbehave.
don't stop, it makes you move. You only live once before you turn to dust. I'm feeling fabulous. We're gonna misbehave. Oh, bring the champagne. Oh, this is how we celebrate. Pour me some bubbles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Forget your troubles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Yeah, pour me some. Pour me some bubbles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Forget your troubles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Yeah, pour me some. And do it on the double, baby. Give me them bubbles, yeah. Sipping on them bubbles. Sipping on them bubbles. Sipping on them bubbles, yeah. Sipping on them bubbles. Sipping on them bubbles. Sipping on them bubbles, yeah. Forget all your troubles. Forget all your troubles. Forget all your troubles. Just one more glass. Pour me some bubbles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Forget your troubles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Yeah, pour me some. Pour me some bubbles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Pour me some. Forget your troubles. Pour me some. Pour me some. Yeah, pour me some. And do it on the double, baby. Give me them bubbles, yeah. Really got it going now, yeah. Picking up the day. We take it up to overdrive now, moving all the way. Shake it up, we come together. Shake it up, we're doing it like we do, like we do. Waking up, what goes together. Shake it up, no song, just pepper, hot stuff, vibes, and we're giving it what we want. Just me and my sisters, making it all worthwhile, all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock that night. Just me and my sisters, making it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock that night. Break it down to everybody. See the girls on time. Live a life just like a party. Have a fun non-stop. Shake it up, we come together. Shake it up, we're doing it like we do, like we do. Hey, waking up, what goes together. Shake it up, no song, just pepper, hot stuff, vibes, and we're giving it what we want. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock that night. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock that night. No. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile, all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock that night. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock that night. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock that night. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock that night. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together,
side when I stepped on a memory thought. How I did it to myself. Blood I heavy, had to break free from the minefield that you are. Bum, bum, bum. You let it burn, sharp on the fuse. The table stand, the screws were loose. I guess you had life. I wish you fall out from a window, take a bad trip to the ground. Ooh. And in the pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. Ooh. You're reflecting, I'm deflecting, burning tires to move on. Too many noises, clash of choices, future came and left like ghosts. No more messing, no caressing, heavy panning on the walls. How I did it to myself. Craving a hip, practice land sleep, now my bed is cold inside. You let it burn, spat on a fuse. The table stand, those screws were loose. I guess you had life. I wish you fall out from a window, take a bad trip to the ground.
Welcome back, one and all. So map number 3 is where we head after what looked like it was going to be closed into. MIBR, they were on the track, Donna, to seeing that one off comfortably. And then it all fell apart. A masterclass from Lula10's coming through. Now
Yes.
we head towards Mirage. Essentially a best of one to decide who takes it on the puggiest map of all.
Oh, it's I don't know who's gonna win it. It could go in both directions, but I still think that Raven is gonna pick it up. Just looking at how they ended this second map, and they're gonna have like obviously the confidence on their side now. It's always like you're always in a better position if you're the team that won the last map, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, there were like a few rounds for MIBR where they could have like closed it down on a 2-0, but it kind of like slipped away, made some individual mistakes, and it cost them the map and maybe even the win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're MIBR now, you're in a real worrying position where you're your morale does get tilted a little bit, right? You are going to start to take a bit of a hit where you're thinking, we should have closed that out, and the fact that we didn't, it's quite worrying. You're now going towards the third and final map with a little bit less confidence. On the other side, with Ravens, you've already pulled off one great comeback to come in towards this one. You've not only a map down, you were at the half down, you were 13-10 down at one point, you still put off a comeback. For them, they're riding an all-time high now, which is huge. And now we go in towards map number 3, where for them, one pistol round to kickstart things, and their confidence is going to continue to absolutely spiral, which is where you get very worried for the likes of MIBR.
Absolutely, especially if we have Lily Tense just wiping the floor with them. Oh my god, she had such a crazy map. But honestly, it was not just like her. I feel like even, for example, if you look at Vi, she I think she was like 17, 19 or something, but the kills she had were very impactful. Like she had a very few like very good crucial moments, also Katie. So absolute dynamic team right now, and I think it's going to continue like that in Mirage as well.
This is the worrying thing. The worrying thing over towards Ravens is there's actually a few different people that you can look towards to find a lot of early frags. I mean, someone that I looked towards a lot on the vertical, especially on that T side, was Namie. Entry frag, each of the most entry frag attempts in that second half when they're on the T side. That for me is huge. So she's someone that I'm going to look towards when we head to map number 3. But ladies and gents, let's get underway. Let's get things started here in towards our third and final, our decider, as we head in towards Mirage. Of course, knife round has been concluded. I think I'm right in saying that was just one out there by Ravens. Of course, they're going to start on that CT side. MIBR starting on the T side. Map number 3, a best of one to decide who takes the map in the series.
By the way, MIBR picked Mirage on their last match, so this was their first pick, and yeah, I think they're still gonna feel confident on that map, even though they lost on Vertigo. Already one down.
Ooh. Is he jumping around the corner there? trying to get Knight and aggro. The fight's been taken until CT and Lulatens, Argam, and Nami all going huge. Overextension by MIBR. Costly as Nami's going to see it off. Highlighted her coming in towards this game, and that's why. Brilliant individual prowess. Mechanically fantastic. Ravens going to find that pistol. We were worried, Donna. We said, if this happens, that's where things, in my eyes, get quite shaky. And my, oh my, now things do become quite the predicament.
And speaking of the devil, you just mentioned Nami before. Look at her. 3 clean shots in the pistol round. Huge, huge, huge round by her. And they pick up the first round. But still nothing to worry about. It's just the beginning. Let's see what MIBR is gonna do with their force buy here. 3 Galils, actually, no, 4 Galils and a Scout. That's quite interesting. Mostly you see 1 or 2 Mech-10s as well. Rush towards mid.
It's just, it's carnage. But actually, not as bad as you would think from MIBR. The Galils, I mean, that bomb plant just gives them so much room to work with. So I'm coming through. Reggie is so low, 1 point of HP. Nothing to worry about just yet over towards Ravens, but it looks like they still want to kind of stack over towards the B type, which actually would be the right call. That's where the bomb's heading.
Yeah, it could be actually a chance for them, but look at Vi. She's going back. I thought she's attempting to push through the smoke. She has a very good position here. If they don't hard clear her, then she has, I think, pretty secured the frag on Mizzy. They're just waiting a bit. They still have time, waiting for the bomb. Rest of the team together. But you have 2 players on B, so it's a bit tough to push through here. Especially look at Regina. She has 1 HP, Neil. You're going to send her first to die and to get information.
Swinging in. Fine. Finds 1. Make that 2 as well. Round should be done here. All down to 1. A quick trade to come through. Lulatens going to see things off 4 to 0. She starts in towards this game as well. Ravens going to convert what was actually a little bit maybe of a shaky round at one point. That looked potentially like it could have been, you know, swinging the other way. Thankfully, not the case. But all things considered, now we find ourselves once again back into a very interesting position. MIBR, that was a forced buy. No success means no real investment here, round number 3. So just pistols for them to work with. And Ravens a good opportunity for a pretty clean 3-0 start.
A few failed missed shots.
Big nade.
They're keeping the pace. Oh yeah, huge nade. But look at Nami. She's cleaning up. And the round is over so super fast. Man, the MP9 is so strong in the slight close angles. It's like it's ridiculous. Also, like the angle that we had before in the B apps is just like so overpowered. If you don't get like hard swung insta headshots, you have pretty much certainly a frag. It's the 3rd round now for Ravens. Very important for them, for their economy, to not give away any round in the beginning. And looks good for them. On the other hand, MIBR, they went for the first full buy here, but are low on money. So this is the round they have. This is their round to pick, actually. Already taking space in B apps. No mid control so far.
It's going to get a little bit janky. They might just go quick here, or try to at the very least. Vi going to drop a smoke just to get out of there. Full blind. Lunaten's going to find the kill towards Mizzy. That's important. Dropping down, looking for more. Picking them out the sky like duck hunting right now. Lunaten's 1 more. Regian answers back. Vi's reclaims space for one of her own. Numbers remain in favor of Ravens, and MIBR on their 2nd chance and a full buy. It's not looking good. Just like I say that, Kizza finds 1. Looking for another. My nearly gets it, but Ravens going to close things out. 4-0 star for the CT side. MIBR left reeling, left scratching their head thinking, how have we let that one slip again?
Wow. Honestly, it looks like they are a bit under pressure. It was their first like full buy round where they had actually like AKs and stuff, and they, instead of like trying to get some map control, they just like went for the fast B explode, which I personally think is not maybe the best call to do in this situation. But it is still early on in the game. Mirage is still, I would say, a bit more C-decided. So MIBR has a chance here, and also they have like a loser bonus, so they could buy again. Oh, the nade is very, very, very tough. China already on 68 HP. They're trying to go for the A execute here right now. But we have an AWP holding actually the ramp position, and yeah, it just like froze them right now. They're not attempting the A side.
Oh, good swing first. He's going to find the first. Arkham was posted, gets deleted. So does Lulaten. Now this is starting to look shaky. M4 for one, but only. And already now this CT defense is falling apart. MIBR, first round for them is on the cards here, surely. Can't see a world in which this one falls apart. They're in a good position. Maybe exit frags for Vi can be important. The low economy for MIBR, that would be big. But Regian tucks her head in towards Sandwich. Looking for an aid. We'll get it. So Regian's dead. That's the first thing. Now what more can be found with it? Swinging forward, trying to clear a little bit of space, but she is slowly starting to be flanked from T-spawn. China should catch him, maybe knife out here, and she will. Sees it off, so MIBR going to find their first round.
Clean from them. Important also. Pretty early on in the round. Honestly, I just like based on the last rounds, I think Raven would have like picked up a few more rounds in the beginning and would have kind of like pushed MIBR, towards the wall. But yeah, they still have the motivation going on, and I just like hope to see some a bit like more map control right now, especially towards mid control is very important here in Mirage. So far they've just like attempted more to go towards the A or B side, and Armacan with the push on lower, but China catches her first, and now actually MIBR 5v4 early on in the round. This could be huge. Another entry by Keisha, and it's already a 5v3, and oh my god, the round is falling apart. Everything is falling apart, and it's just Katie left. She has no choice except saving right now.
Yeah, has to go for a save.
Yeah, they're out of money as well. That's crazy.
So not only that, right? It gives MIBR now actually a good opportunity to start closing the gap pretty consistently. Then I'll get to a pretty interesting point where already things get at least a little bit worrying where we stand, at least for the time being. MIBR going to be up to a second. Reality should find a third alongside it because Ravens don't have any money.
I'm pretty sure they will find a third. I mean, Katie saved the M4, but even if they force, they can't really afford that many weapons. And so far, they're like, I mean, the explosive rounds have worked the last two, so it's actually not a bad attempt from MIBR right now. And maybe this is the key to win against Raven. It was honestly also a good push here by Naomi, but I think she just like kind of like lost the aim duel, which everything fall apart from this moment on, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely
and, let's see if they're actually gonna eco or if they're gonna force around the M4. Because if they go for the full eco, they can just like reinvest the next round completely. Maybe try to stack something or stack around the M4 or something. They're going for the eco, so they're not forcing around the M4.
I like the call. I think it's probably the better call here, right? Just to have money to work towards the next.
It's risky. It's risky to force in such a round. Oh my god, Katie, already a frag on Keisha. Important frag, but still, 3 USPs and 1 M4. What can they do?
Swing coming in. Oh, well, Vi. Okay, that's not bad.
Okay, now it's interesting, Neo.
That's an AK on the floor, and the M4 sticking around on the right side. This does start to get so slightly. He's quite spicy. So
and look at the fast rotation also towards A. They're already almost all there. So it's not going to be that easy to go on this A side. You have the AK here as well. Oh, Katie. Oh my god, that is huge.
Oh,
and they won.
My god. Wow. So Ravens going to convert around on a nothing. A full eco and 1 saved rifle. Find it in their favor. And MIBR, that is going to be incredibly tilting. Just for a second when you thought maybe there was something to work with. That's where they now start to feel all the more uncomfortable. That's the kind of round where losing that is going to really kind of send you over the edge. You thought you had everything in your favor, and well, yeah, not to be at all. So
that is crazy, especially Vi's frag with the USP. This was huge also. It was not just the M4. But okay, let's go to the next round. 5v2, 5-2 here in Raven's favor. Already early entry from Naomi here. MIBR
That's big.
Oh.
I think right now as well, we look at things. They felt like they were going to be pretty comfortable. Back into 3 versus 3. Now, numbers favor MIBR. They've actually flipped this on its head. Bomb going to go down. Question, of course, of can they cross in towards safety. I think actually this round's more or less done. MIBR, they've got the site. Molotov over towards door. Smoke going to come through as well towards window to buy some time.
Ouch.
They are in trouble. One in towards shore. Finds a freebie of a kill. Arkham going to reclaim a little bit of that space. And I feel like this one might be done here, and it is. Arkham finds a consolation. And MIBR, they answer right back.
I think the safe would have been the better call here. 2v3 retake situation. The moment they got hit by the nade and were like half HP, I think I would just like call it a day, you know.
Yeah.
It's really important for them to maintain like some good economy. They could have saved the AWP, they could have saved the M4. Now they're down to a Deagle and MP9 as 3 M4s. That's a whole different situation right now. But they even won a round with 4 pistols and a rifle. So yeah, it's still okay, I guess. And now this is also kind of one of the key rounds.
MP9, close. Namey with a deagle. That is crisp. Looks some more of a repeat in towards an AWP. Katie, MP9 at this sort of range. Picks up an AK and that'll cost her a life.
Oh yeah, that was heartbreaking to see. And now it's a 3v3. Now it's super dangerous. And honestly, MIBR, it looks better for them, especially with Keisha getting the frag on arm cam. Oh, that is really tough. They have to gamble stack somewhere. Otherwise, it's going to be 1 versus 3 on each side. Lolita, she can see the cross though, but will she be able to react fast enough?
It's a tough one to call.
Oh.
What do we see here? I mean, 2 versus 3. Flash on towards the corner. I'm trying to go down. Trying to be denied here, but it's swings towards the AWP. Reggie, I'm going to see off Lulatens. It's just a trade, a pretty simple one, being played by MIBR. They're going to be up to their 4th now. We find ourselves once again in quite the interesting position where MIBR within 1, but the money's not good for Ravens. So realistically, it feels like this one should be all tied square. Whether that's the case, we'll have to see.
Oh, that's a tough one to lose. It looks like a tight score here for MIBR. And this time, I don't think that Raven's going to steal around with an eco here.
I'm pretty with you. No, but don't at least have the rifle to work with to try and, again, alleviate some of that pressure. Zeus on towards the box here, but unfortunately, they've gone towards A. So, gonna have absolutely no use. It's a nice idea.
Yeah.
Right, execution though,
I mean,
at the very least.
A gamble stack is always a 50-50 chance, right?
Exactly. So, yeah, not to happen. I think you may as well give it a go if you are Ravens. Just see if you can make it expensive in any way. A kill or 2 would actually make a pretty big difference. Swing the corner, nothing being given, and they calm, and it's an absolute massacre. Arkham going to find one. A team kill comes through. Makes that a little bit more uncomfortable. So a couple of casualties is what we get out of that.
But money looks still good on MIBR side. I think they have nothing to be worried about. They also, I think, starting to get some momentum right now. It's also, not to forget, more city-sided map on Mirage. So 5 rounds early on, pretty good for MIBR. If they can catch 1 or 2 more rounds, I think that's pretty good. That's a pretty good haul for them. So it's more like Ravens that have the pressure here. They're the ones that really have to convert a winning round pretty soon. Because MIBR, they have come back to life since the second half of Vertigo.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. For now, I do once again still worry about what we're going to see out of this side, at least at the moment. So I think for Ravens, they've looked a little bit shaky at times. You're a tad worried. So pop flash being set up over towards A here. It's going to give them some space to work about a ramp if they want. And they're going to get it. Trying to get down in towards underpass. They're going to come over as well. Might be a little bit late. Reggie for 1. Lulatens quick on the trade.
Oh,
Arkham going to find 1. Nearly a second, in fact. The trade will come through is good. In case he falls away alive. The numbers are in favor of Ravens here. They look for more. The AWP dropping them towards the site into death. And Lulatens will see it off. Ravens on to back 6-5. It's very messy. It's pretty scrappy, but we absolutely take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not beautiful, but it gets the job done, right?
Oh,
and this is
exactly.
what they need. They just need a few city rounds right now. Super important key round for Ravens here to like keep their head above the water, and they have done it. And now look at MIBR's money. One more round loss, and Ravens is gonna have the upper hand for sure. Mid control this time. Haven't seen this in a few rounds. They're changing their attempt here on the T side. Oh. Spikes being exchanged. And look at Furzy. She's just so fast with the first frag. But why? She has been so good as a B anchor on Vertigo, but she only gets one frag now, and it's a 2v3 situation. Actually doesn't look that good for Ravens now. Retake B, not the best situation, especially if you're one player down. So maybe calling a safe would not be a bad idea if they don't get an early frag here.
Yeah, they've got to find a kill within the first kind of 10 seconds when the bomb goes down. That's already starting to tick. We're going to find a nice flick. That's a good shot.
That's
some more, two. One crossing onto the side. China going to find one. Looks for another. Traded out by Katie. Time is ticking. HP low. Smoke on the bomb as well. Could get a tap off here. Doesn't have a kit though. That's going to be a bit of a problem. And she dies to the flames instead. So it's a nice idea, but unfortunately, the wrong execution. And that will be that.
Oh, I saw a little chance there. There was a little bit of light shining through Raven's window, but yeah, that was unfortunate. It was a good try though. It was a good try. The first strike was kind of like what gave them the chance, but yeah, in the end they played the post-plant situation very good, and MIBR takes their 6th round, tight score. Doesn't look that bad, but it's actually not such a good sign here for Ravens. Eco for them, and they're on the city side on top. Fast pace towards short. They're taking short control. B is going to be free for them. Wow. And they have again the sec on the other side. This is very... now they're actually being very unlucky with their secs.
Yeah, that's... I mean, that's the round, basically, isn't it? In a matter of moments. Well, we'll see whether anything changes going forward. At least for the time being. This is a done round. I don't really think there'll be too much of an exit to come through. His nose is one above. I was going to say, no reaction immediately. Did get a little bit worrying for a second. Here's Reggian seeing it off pretty comfortably. His pistols. No real problems here at all. So, the exits will be lovely. The answer is no, though, at Furzy. Nice little spray transfer to see it off as well. Just an insult to injury, too. So, MIBR answering back with some success of their own now. And we find ourselves in towards a very strong position for MIBR where they can close out the half actually relatively comfortably. If they win this penultimate round here, they're going to break the economy once again of Ravens and can lock in more or less what is a 9-6. Not a bad position to be in at all.
Oh, no, not at all. So this is Ravens' last draw, I would say. If they want to have at least a decent city half, they have to win this one. Or it's going to be at least a 9th round for MI. I mean, it's going to be pretty much a 9th round for MIBR. They have no money next. So what is Ravens' attempt? I would have loved to see maybe some aggression towards mid. I think they didn't try. I think they didn't try once to take mid control, or to push mid. So they have been like very passive. And Luli actually going for the frag here. That was some good aggression from her. Actually, very key and important. So this might change things a bit. Still enough time. Yeah, enough time, enough util for MIBR to work with. But at least Ravens, they have the upper hand now with the numbers.
Yeah, this is where Ravens can kind of play the buddy system too. They don't need to do anything too audacious. Katie, nice angle. We'll find yet one more. First, he's made a way out on towards stairs, but still there's no real control to speed. Oh, flashing towards the corner. Does not catch Furzy. That's so crisp. Welcome to 4. East side starts to look a little bit vulnerable, but Lula tends in behind. It's all down to 1. Furzy gets caught in mid-air. 7 apiece. Raven's going to tie up the game. And now, once again, you get towards a very interesting position where things are looking pretty comfortable for Ravens to at least reclaim a little bit of a stake in this game. It was looking like they were losing control on the CT side. Now, at the very least, they can go towards their T side, which they've generally been better on, with a little bit of confidence to speak of.
Oh yeah. I can't wait to see Luli tense again on the T side with the entries. And yeah, the previous round also was very crucial for Raven, just like to get a following up round as well. And now they might look into an 8th round here. But anyway, I think they recovered pretty well considering how it started for them. MyBR maybe feeling the pressure now a little bit so far. They have been like pretty laid back, but yeah, I think they would like to take an 8th round. 7th round obviously is a good half also for the T side, but you can never have enough, right?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. So, we find ourselves in a very interesting position to be in. This final round of the half is going to be massive. Kiz has got a lot of space to work with out here. Molotov going to come through. That'll force Katie towards a fight, but the flash actually gives Katie the freebie, and she somehow falls away alive. Arkham playing around the smoke here. There's 3 players on the other side. They fade. It could be a bloodbath. It's actually only a 1-for-1. Mizzy found the trade. Furzy going to answer back with one of her own. A Lula 10 will drop. It's Carnage here on towards the A side, which seems to be favoring that of the CT side just about. Versus 2. Low HP on towards Katie. Smoke starting to fade too. She tucks her head into towards default. In for the crossfire. In for the end of the round. 8-7 at the turn of the half. Slightly to Ravens. Can they continue after the break? So, second half begins here, 8-7. It's as even as it can get done at 8-7. Ravens take that final round. So for me, it feels like a big confidence booster, but at the moment, it honestly feels like anyone's game.
Yeah, it could be anyone's game. So Raven had actually a pretty good recovery towards the end. MIBR looked very dominant for a second, but yeah, 87 score, everything is possible. A mid aggression here from the CTs on mid. I love that, getting a lot of information very early on, but look at this. And now the Lulitans is coming out from under, so she could actually spot and get a lot of information. Loses the fight. Naimi very fast paced towards jungle. And plant bomb is gonna pretty much gonna go get on for sure or not. She just they did not cover the bomb. And this cost them the round, Neo.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Maybe gonna find one of her own still on here. 1 versus 2, but this is difficult. Naimi got to hit a crispy couple of shots. Regian and Kiz on either side both had very good games so far. 13 kills apiece. So probably the two worst you'd want to face in this situation. 55 seconds to work with. They're going to go back in towards a CT wrap. Regian, not expecting this, it feels like. So actually, maybe something to work with. Flank coming through. Maybe going to find a kill. 1 versus 1. Absolutely on here. USPS, all it needs is a headshot. Looking for a fight too. Time is starting to tick slowly. Does she know where the last is? No, she doesn't. Kizza plucks her out of the sky. MIBR tie this game right back up.
Wow, that is crazy. I mean, they actually had like the side control, right? And got the bomb pretty much almost planted down, but no one was covering the bomb planter. And then, yeah, Kira, she just walks in there like it's a beautiful Sunday. A beautiful sunny day, and yeah, it's 8-8 now. Pretty heartbreaking rounds to lose.
Yeah,
for Ravens
absolutely.
here, and they didn't even invest. They didn't go for the force buy, obviously, because they didn't plant the bomb. Trying to go here for a run boost didn't quite work. No, pretty much, yeah, no big damage done on Reggie, and fast pace towards Con. Beautiful spray by Keisha, and the round is over in just a few seconds. It's the 9th round for MIBR, leading with 1 round right now. That's the first gun round here for Ravens, so now it gets interesting, Neo.
It's a pretty important position to be in for MIBR. It's the early bit of control. Of course, generally speaking, this we revere as a bonus round. So if MIBR, they can find kind of 3 kills out of 5, even if they are to lose it, that would still be absolutely massive. And of course, we'll see whether that is the case by any means. It's not a bad position to be in right now. You two into a top mid. CT side gonna tuck their head. They don't really want to overextend too much, but you can see the Ravens on their first full buy, how tentative they are. It's mid-aggression from IBR. This is such an audacious score, but it actually could be brilliant. It could catch them off guard. The flash is good. There's the opener. Untraded so far as well. They look for more frags. Vi gonna find one. Looking for a second as well. It's messy, and she'll get it. Bomb down. Arkham gonna answer back as well. So 2 versus 3 already. This is really scrappy, but they're gonna go over towards B because the site is empty.
Oh man, so Reggie and huge and important kill, and it's a 1v2 situation for Ferdy. She actually has a chance, especially considering that the Armkey, she's 5 HP and she's planting the bomb, so she will know exactly where she is. 1 hit and Ferdy wins the round, and she does. It is so huge right now for MIBR. 10th round, double digits for them.
And I love the welcome to the clutch spray as well. Just to really lock it in place there for Thursday again. That's really well played. That's a massive round for MIBR to be taking, because that is a bonus round that they just converted. So already, in essence, we're looking at that and thinking the implications of what that's going to cause over towards Ravens. Yes, they get a bomb plant, but confidence still takes a big knock there. Thursday, massive clutch coming through when it mattered most of a FAMAS of all guns. A gun I'm not a huge fan of. So credit.
Me neither.
Absolutely credit. 10-8. Find ourselves now, Ravens, in a worrying spot.
That was huge. This time, no mid-aggression, but she has a one-way here for herself. They smoked her off again. They're aware of the one-way. And Mizi, she's gonna get some action close. I don't know if she heard the steps towards ladder room or not, but she spotted Katie on catwalk, and now she has the information. Used her Molotov pretty early. Actually, this might get interesting. They took so much space. They have like space on B short and on B apps right now. But look at MIBR. I love their re-aggressions. I love how they're taking always space. Just like on the round before when they took mid control. Now they're pushing out ramp. Gives them so much info. And this is actually huge. This could win them again another round. If it comes to that. Pushing out B right now. Ferzi with the first frag on MK and another kill on Vi. Oh my god.
It's carnage. Definitely is carnage. Namey Casey one apiece. Channel answers back, but Namey gonna make it a second. 2 versus 2. Look where the bomb is. That's gonna make things more awkward. Bomb will be collected and given the luxury of falling away, but Regian might not be accounted for here. The bomb may go down, but setting up the post bomb is going to be difficult. Regian has all the information. Gun barrel spotted, but it does not matter. Bomb allowed to go down, but the round converted once again for MIBR. That's all that matters there. So we find ourselves once again with MIBR just pulling away now on the CT side.
That is beautiful. Beautiful CS by MIBR. And I love how they're approaching their CT sides. They're not giving Ravens any space. So they're giving them space on some parts of the map, but they're always like very like keen on taking it back on another part to get the information as early as possible. Yeah. And yeah, just like having all this info, it allows them to have their rotations pretty much early on, and it shuts Raven down so fast. Look at Ferzi, beautiful movement here, so early on with the mid aggression. I love that. How they're like just like switching up. Now they're going for the mid aggression again in another way, but she will have very early information, and she has a great position right now. And now they lock mid down so far, so they know that it's most likely going to be an execute towards A or B, and this is where the rotation can already come into place. And we already see Mizzy rotating towards A, so if they even go for the A execute attempt, they're going to have 3 CTs waiting for them here.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit dicey. Double stacking towards unders, never really accounted for. Maybe one, but a second, surely not. Is it going to find one? They're not going to expect another person. Oh. No way! She lines up 2, drops the bomb as well. Regian is massive. Mizzy pulls out the pistols on and off. 1 versus 2. Namely having top for a rifle, tapping away, runs out of ammo to make matters even worse. This is getting shaky. MIBR for a swing, and it is just a brilliant play once again. It's a little bit different, a little bit audacious from MIBR, and it's enough for them to extend the lead to 4 now.
Wow, I love the calls and the setups they're having right now on their CT side. This is beautiful. It's beautiful. I love the setups and the calls, how they're switching up also with the aggressions. I mean, we saw once mid push, then towards like a ramp aggression, and then with the AWP positioning herself on Speedway. Really beautiful, and also like the double setup under was perfectly timed. They were not aware of it at all. And now look at this, 4 rounds difference, and pistols on Ravens.
Yeah, 4 rounds ahead, 4 rounds away from closing out the map in the series. And already now looking okay, at least for the time being. This is already now very worrying over towards Ravens. They find themselves in such a shaky spot, but maybe getting a couple of crispy 1Ds like that, then maybe something might be on. Oh, gun barrel spotted though. All it takes 1 pixel to the right. Okay. Namey is so crisp. Flash avoided. Looks for more fights as well. You can see how scared MIBR are to peek, and I fully understand why. Giovanni will fall. Red Gian is going to fall as well, but it's seen off. The pistols made that very expensive.
Yeah, that was expensive. But does it really matter? Look, I mean, they have won like so many rounds. They still have enough money on their bank. They can afford to pretty much lose 1 more round and win again, right? Exactly. And they're already on 13 rounds, Neo, 5 rounds difference. That's huge. And they're having a beautiful CT side right now. I feel like Ravens, they don't really find a way in so far. And even if the rotations are so fast, the retakes are so fast, it is really pain in the ass for Ravens right now.
Pretty difficult where we find ourselves, at least at the kind of the mere moment. I feel like for Ravens, they are really starting to feel the pressure. Time is ticking. Okay. Nice little pop shot there, just for going to drop Katie off early doors. That's a very important opening kill once again for MIBR to get closer and closer to that finish line. an expectation that someone's in towards apps, they would be right. The bomb not commits that way. The bomb's still going towards mid.
Yeah, they're having a slower attempt now. Their explosive executes so far have not worked out first with another entry here. Oh my god, she already had 2 entries. That is huge, but Naomi actually gets the kill on Reggiane. But look at their HP. Naomi low, Arkham low, and yeah, that's a tough situation. I don't even think they're gonna get the bomb planted.
No.
It's just Naomi versus 4 and 9 HP. Tough round. I do not know how she wants to convert this into a winning round, or at least get the bomb down. And it is over. China was the last frag, and it's the 14th from MIBR. 1 round away from map point. 1 round.
Yeah. And considering as well that once again, time and time again, for that T side not getting a bomb down has massive implications over towards them in terms of, you know, really shaking up their economy, making it pretty uncomfortable. You can see now they can go for some sort of a buy they wanted to force around Naomi, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to go for a hero AK buy, a few pistols, but again, does not feel comfortable where we find ourselves right now. This game is starting to look like it's on its last legs. MIBR just in complete control. I can't see it stopping anytime soon. This is just a incredible display.
Yeah, it is so clean, and honestly, I don't know what I would do if I would be in Raven's situation right now. They cannot even go for a full buy here because they would like risk losing the game. They have to play for overtime, and even if they make it, they're still so far away.
Yeah, exactly. Does make things pretty difficult for them. Oh, missed. Again for more. Seems to be a little bit of a shaky one here.
Oh,
bomb
they got the
down
bomb
at the very least. Full blind going to come through. That's the AWP being dropped as well. There's actually something on here. Ravens are about to kind of convert around on a nothing.
That is
Seems
crazy.
like.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of the pistol round that we saw earlier on CD side with the 4 pistols and the M4. It was like out of nothing. They just like won the round, and we were like, okay. But you know, this is CS, right? This happens. There's no shame in losing against a few pistols. It just like you can just like be caught off guard, and yeah, Ravens they did a good job right now. Actually, not an unexpected winning round here, to be honest. They probably didn't expect it as well. I think their game plan was more like, okay, let's try to get the bomb plant to have more money, and yeah, somehow they won a round, and it's the 9-14, still a bit far away. Still, MIBR looking dangerous. They have money to reinvest again. But if Raven wins another round, there actually might be a chance, especially because MIBR is going to be out of money. So this is the moment for them to find their way back into the game and turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see where things go right now. Swing coming through towards mid will work in favor of Kids. She's going to find the first. Just for a second, Reggiane supports her, actually finding one of her own. They're still running towards mid, but the AWP going to pick her off. Double for Arkham. To bring her back to a 3 versus 3. Ravens alive and kicking, and Vi's got space towards A. She'll sneak away forward. Does she clear the stairs play? Yes, she does, but Reggiane walks away with the kill. Falling from stairs into a sandwich, may I say. Somehow making that one stick. Ravens, that is got to be a tilted. Vi's and everything right there in terms of space. And speaking of, Reggiane's taking great space in towards pallets. There's no way she goes. Checked here. Bomb dropped, and surely round 1 already.
Oh yeah, that was missed chance here, missed opportunity for Ravens. 15th round match point for MIBR. And oh, that's a tough one. I mean, Ravens, they can buy. That's not the question, but they cannot afford to lose a single round. Again, the mid-aggression from MIBR. I love how they approach their rounds, especially after they lose, and they just like kind of like change a bit like their approach and their pace, and this is kind of like really playing in their hands.
Yeah.
Huge kills also by Reggiane. Now look at that, another mid-aggression by Reggiane. She just wants to go for it again. Will she be successful? She gets the first strike, but this time gets instantly traded. Not the best situation here. Trade 1 for 1 on CD side. Never good, like I always say.
Yeah.
And now still a lot of time left. Oh, this nade is gonna be beautiful. A lot of nade damage down here.
Bad idea. Swinging for the first frag. Luluten's going to fall. Bomb might follow suit, and it will. This could be the game set. A match being found in a matter of mere moments because Furzy's finding frags. Vi is all that is left. And I feel like this one is more or less game, set, and match here. All down to one. Vi going to pull off a monstrous 1 versus 4. The Molotov tickles the toes of China, but it's the awkward range to see it off 16-9. MIBR close the map, the series, in what was a brilliant display. What a showing from them. MIBR, after losing their map as well, to come back in that sort of fashion, absolute credit to them.
Incredible. Honestly, such an incredible performance here from them. I love the setups, the positionings from them, everything. It might look close at some point, but I feel like as soon as it was like, especially on the like CD side, they had the control.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like just at those sort of positions, you really just see the level of dominance, what it's all about. It was just a really good showing.
Yeah. And it started off already with a pistol round like this. Such great moments. I loved also the setups. Like here, that I've already mentioned before, the double setup here was beautiful. Mid aggression was great. The different kind of like positions they took. They were like really creative in their CT approaches, and it showed. It showed like Ravens really had like tough times to kind of like read them and like see what they were like up against.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We look at the scoreboard at the end of that map as well. And Reggie, what a display from her. 27 and 18. She finished on over 110 ADR. Was a monstrous display. I mean, so it's some fairly decent performances on the other side too. Namie looked pretty good. Luluten's kept up some form as well. 90 ADR is not bad, going 18 and 18. Luluten's only getting 100 ADR, but just when you have someone going 110 ADR, you have Furzy, the AWP going huge as well, 92, and Kizza also on 92 ADR. You've got two players 92 ADR. You've got Reggie on 110 ADR. It's just absolute dominance when it comes down to it. So what a performance from MIBR. Reggie had a really good showing. Crazy. Not only across the map, but the series too. It's someone we highlighted coming towards the game, and that's what she can do. She just has the ability to take over a match, and well, that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, we literally talked about this before the map, like how much impact she can have. But honestly, we had like 3 players on MIBR with over 90 ADR. That is huge. That is impact. And most of that impact happened on the CD side. They just like had the full control. It was absolutely beautiful CD side by MIBR. And they absolutely deserved that win.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering as well, when you look towards them overall with this being their first win of the season, that's a really big thing for them. Just to get the confidence going after their week number 1 not really going the way they would hope. That means a lot. This is our player of the match at the end. Just a really solid display coming through from Regen. 20 kills map number 1, 20 kills map number 2, and 27 map number 3. Well above the average across all 3 maps was huge. And even the ADR as well. Same thing again. Average being 73. She's 80 plus on the first 2, 110 on towards map number 3. Just a really good showing. I think Regiane just showed her individual ability. Mechanically, she's just so damn talented.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we mentioned her a few times now. And also like in the previous seasons, like she has always been showing up and being like very like one of the consistent players and having so much impact. Like her mechanics are amazing. And she's just like the one that can like transfer it into like a few multi-frags per round. And she has absolutely stepped up for her team. But overall, it was also a team effort. And I just want to mention again, I really love the calls on CD side, especially on CD side. I feel like MIBR's like predictions and read was very good. And this was also one of the important parts why they actually won in the end.
Yeah, absolutely as well. I think in a moment we can take a look through the standings overall in South America and kind of see where things are. And that win does mean a lot for the likes of MIBR, just because for them, you know, it gets kind of a very good push towards the likes of Furia. It allows them to start kind of, at the very least, opening that conversation, right? To push towards what is the dominant teams towards the top. When you look at the kind of the big 3 organizations right now within South America, Furia, Flux Demons probably the 2 most prominent, but MIBR now are starting to become in and around that conversation, or at the very least sticking around with them. And obviously with that second win for Furia, that also kind of confirms that Furia picked up a win in their game too. They of course were playing simultaneously with our game, and they won a pretty comfortable 2-0. It was a 16-5 map number 1, a 16-5 map number 2 on Vertigo and Inferno. So Furia closed that one out in pretty record time as well. So pretty clean stuff from them overall. So good work for Furia. They look really scary in this region right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's Furia, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But to be honest, like I still don't know. I think I asked you like before who you see on like the second spot to take like the playoff spot. And after this match, I think it was like so close. It could have gone both directions. I still think Ravens could have a chance. MIBR is looking good. I would say like Furia, MIBR, Ravens for me right now are like the top teams in South American League.
Mm-hmm. I think if Fluxo can clean things up as well, their opening game in towards the South American region looked a little bit shaky against Macraeus. There was a world in which they nearly dropped things off there, but they closed at 2-0. There's a world in which they could clean things up and be a very solid side to keep an eye on. But what we are seeing is that Impact in South America keeps getting better and better season upon season. So
yeah,
what we want to be seeing, it actually makes it very difficult to call to who's going to make it towards that Valencia LAN at the end of the year. But, ladies and gents, that is us done and dusted. Donna, it's been a pleasure to be on a mic alongside you. We've got one more best of 3. Now heading over to North America. It's Hyperion taking on Shimmer in this one. So we're going to throw this one to a break, and we'll let North America take over. See you in a bit.
I might be too taboo. I have tried to be a girl with good intentions, proud to speak my heart without any pretensions. My words will never ever leave you in doubt. I don't see what all the fuss is about. Oops, did I say something I shouldn't have? You see, I'm not that nice. Should I apologize? Oops, did I do something I shouldn't have? Did I embarrass you? Do something too taboo? I didn't know I had
thought that I was in the dark, so lost trouble. I thought that I might fall apart. And even though I'm just a fool, I'm so blue, yeah. I know that I can make it through. I'll keep on fighting. Watch me go. I'll be living in a better world. Ooh, you never bring me down. You never bring me down. You never bring me down. You stand up, I hear you talking. Put my stride in where I'm walking. You never bring me down. I thought I never understood the rules, yeah, yeah. Standing up for something good. I know that it might take some time to believe, yeah, yeah. But maybe I can make this right. Oh no, I'll keep on fighting. Watch me go. I'll be living in a better world. Ooh, you never bring me down. You never bring me down. You never bring me down. You stand up, I hear you talking. Put my stride in where I'm walking. Ooh, you never bring me down. 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 You never
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Impact, as we are now moving on to a third and final matchup of the day. We've had a bit of a delay, but if you're still sticking around here with us, we definitely appreciate that. And honestly, Affinity, I think we saved perhaps the best for last.
Absolutely the best for last. Indeed, we have Hyperion versus Shimmer, and what a matchup this is going to be.
I am honestly so excited. You know,
Same.
There's a little bit of history between these two teams. Of course, we will get into that a little bit later. But I'm just, first of all, very excited to be here next to you. Already, of course,
likewise.
Had a little bit of a glimpse of you last week. But now we get to tackle, once again, this NA region. And, you know, for those perhaps who are a little bit newer here, coming into Impact, no clue what's going on. Over here in the NA region, things have changed a little bit in comparison to last season. We've had the groups actually completely open up, so it's one big group right now. Everyone will face each other once, and the top two teams eventually, after all the matches, we will find out who then makes it to that LAN final.
Absolutely. And I believe the LAN final is being held in Valencia in Spain as well, which is an absolute treat. I've had the pleasure of visiting, and imagine competing there.
I know. Valencia just has so much history in regards to ESL Impact, and even previously DreamHack Showdown. That's where it all began, and that means that, well, right now we can sort of make it full circle, wrapping the year up in December. Still a little bit further away, but, you know, as time goes on, these teams are battling it out. But yeah, we've already had week one go on the way, and NA was, even though we've had 2-0s across the board, I felt like there was still some very cool matches matches. There's even a highlight that we can show you guys of last week. Empathy was really popping off big time. A 1.51 rating.
That's crazy.
Is insane, Affinity.
It is indeed. And 92, almost 93 ADR as well. The impact that they were having, crazy stuff. Hopefully we're going to get to see that again today. I got to go back and have a little look at that match, and it was absolutely incredible stuff. Hopefully we're going to see them lighting up the server once again.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, we are going to be taking a look at Empathy again, as we have the Shimmer versus Hyperion matchup here coming up very shortly. And overall, I think it's very exciting. We, of course, want to know not just what we think, but we want to know what you guys think over at home as well. So let us know your thoughts. Let us know who you think will be taking the crown home for this match. Is it Hyperion? Then you can Hype I guess it is, or hashtag Shim in the chat. So if you do that, use your channel points and come.
I was gonna say,
make your guesses.
You got to use the channel points at some point. You know what are they there for?
Very
otherwise?
true, very true. Yeah, come and let us know. And before we dig into our opinions, let's dig into the veto, because we were looking at scouting a little bit earlier before here we started here the broadcast, and I feel like there's quite a bit of lap over between the two regarding bans and regarding the maps they do play.
Now, Vertigo is an interesting one. We were talking about this, you and I, earlier. Vertigo is a permaban for both of these teams, so we didn't know who was going to go first, but we knew that it definitely was not going to be played. And Ancient, an interesting one as well, probably because Shimmer's had some good results on Vertigo lately.
Yeah, I think honestly Hyperion's map pool seems to be a little bit the one that is weaker, and Ancient being so good, the most played map currently for Shimmer, I do feel it's sort of fair, but it does leave some of the other maps open. But this is interesting, Mirage Inferno being picked, so a little bit of the puggy maps that are coming about. I thought maybe Shimmer would go into a bit of a punish pick perhaps.
Potentially, but there is still a chance, of course, for them to float maybe overpass. We've seen them play. The Mirage pick from Hyperion, though, is an interesting one because, of course, it's a map that Shimmer loves so much. But it is Anubis actually will be getting as the decider.
Yeah, this is fascinating because if we do go to a third map, honestly, I would think this is going to be in Shimmer's favor. Anubis is very, very strong for them, and Hyperion actually vetoed it out last week. So on paper, it's a bit scary. But let's talk a little bit about these two teams. We can start off with Hyperion, because Hyperion is, of course, a newer face within the scene, but definitely not quite the names. There's still some big stars that have been playing in the female scene for ages. We have Artstar, Kimmy, of course, Artstar, she did return from Valorant. Maybe the game we shall not name, but yeah, very recently. I mean, not the only one. We see players over at Team Karma as well, who feel there's still something here to grab in that CS scene. And honestly, well, yeah, for sure, hell yeah.
Absolutely. Some of the Shimmer roster as well took hiatuses. I think LX had a period playing in Game Changers with some absolutely stellar sort of ratings on the duelist. So it will be interesting to see if that firepower does still translate over into CS.
Yeah, and when we talk about Shimmer as well, this is, of course, the team that made it to season pre-finals over EG Gold. So we do definitely have some expectations to go all that way again. But a little bit of a change happened, of course. We have Bouchard now into the mix instead of Vanessa, who went to EG Gold. But I am very curious to see how she will be stepping. Again, a ton of experience coming in from her name. She played for Detonate. She even played in the women's scene since 2017, when there was still like lots of LANs happening all over the place, not just ESL Impact, of course. So yeah, I'm curious to see what that sort of new experience, what that can bring to the table.
The other thing about Shimmer is that they've been competing in a lot of the Impact and Women's Cash Cups as well. They've actually won 2 of them. They placed semis in one of the others and came second in a 4th as well. So they've really been practicing up against other NA Impact teams as well. So not only are they well versed and well practiced with this lineup, but up against these opponents as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's very interesting to see how this will sort of pan out, because there's a couple of players that actually played together before, whether it was like a season ago or a little bit longer, but there is a history between the two teams, but now they're all separated. But before we dig into things, I want to hear your opinion. We will get to Twitch chat in a little bit.
We will.
But Who do you think will be taking this one home?
I think it's definitely going to be close, but I do give it to Shimmer. I think they've got a little bit more experience. They're looking really, really strong as a team as well. So I've just got to give them the edge there.
I think I would have to agree. Shimmer definitely feels, the experience and just overall, the structure of Impact and knowing what it takes to pull through. I think that can really help their mental game in a game like this. Knowing that every game right now in this season has to count in order for you to still get to that final spot. But I do have to agree. I think it's going to be a tight one, and so does Twitch chat thing. It's a 50-50 split all the way in the middle. And honestly, I definitely think this can go to a third map. I do think if we go all the way, it will be quite a bit easier for Shimmer. But Mirage Inferno, I think like those first two maps definitely have great potential here for Hyperion.
Absolutely, and it's two of the maps that we always talk about sort of being almost the standards, that the maps that everyone is well versed in. Sort of, they're not really your extremity maps like your Vertigos, the interesting ones. They're maps that everyone sort of has a fairly solid playbook for. And I think that does definitely mean that it could go very easily either way, regardless of whose pick it is. And it's also maps that it's fairly even, T-side versus CT as well. So there's so much that could go either way. It is going to be brilliant to see.
Yeah, Shimmer here kicking things off on that CT side. Hyperion on the way to set foot onto B. Looks to be a nice contact push. Has a smoke there for Market to just help out with the coverage, but it looks like Shimmer definitely is very much prepared for it. 3 players stacked up on this B bomb side. Empathy is very low though. Needs to be a bit careful. Abby, she goes unchecked. She could definitely be the surprise factor here.
Kimmy as well coming in from behind, and Abby, look at that on the boost up. Perfect position. Little bit of HP left. Battle around the boxes.
10 HP, but Abby looks the wrong way. She could have had it all. That was very, very close. Honestly, well played by Shimmer. The round will go to Hyperion.
Absolutely. Very close round. And they did a lot of damage as well, so that is money in the back pocket. I don't see them buying into this. Of course, not really in the position to do so, but definitely a good start. We could see a couple of pieces of utility, a couple of upgraded pistols, as we are seeing come out as well, but really not in a position to contend against the likes of the Mac 10s and the Gills coming out. And look how much utility they've got as well. One might even say excessive here.
Yeah. This is, of course, what you get when you do decide to go for, I guess, a bit of the downgrade into the Mac 10. Leaves a little bit of extra wiggle room for Util. And, what you can do with Util like this is definitely make sure you win a round like this nice and clean. You don't want to be giving those Mac 10s away and potentially even more cash to be generated on the Shimmer side. But Hyperion played slow. Just, honestly, very nice default. A couple of players now slowly moving into, well, what is that, mid, but actually abandoned top mid to just leave Natty to deal with potential pushes, and all the rest now stacking up to make an A push work.
Absolutely, and that could very much be a thorn in the backside as well. Leaving someone there, you can hear the rotations. You might actually be able to catch somebody out on the rotation as well. Give yourself the advantage, because no damage has actually been done yet. No shots fired. That is potentially about to change here, though.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you have Util on your side. You can easily clear out these angles. Lisa, in this case, already been spotted. And sure, a couple of these players, but they're so awkward here. These positions, and Natty comes into flank at the perfect time. Does run out of bullets. That's an opportunity for Bouchard and actually Empathy here as well to get a couple of kills. Make it a bit more costly. Anna is also quite low. Now Artstar has a bit more extra HP on her back. Is able to plant that bomb. What can these CT still do? It would be so great if they can get away with a weapon. Mech 10 recovered. Of course, the 2 rifles that Hyperion do have in hand, they are still on the squad. But it could definitely go and hunt.
It could indeed, but there's so many stacked up right here, specifically for where this bomb has been planted. Beautiful flash there. Doesn't need eyesight though, teammate to back them up, and Empathy on 1 HP will just run away with that save Mac 10. Has to be careful though, 1 HP and that bomb radius can get a little scary.
Yeah. I mean, it's not anything like an Inferno and Ancient.
True.
But still, you do want to make sure you stay alive, and everyone does exactly that. But this is, yeah, I mean, Shimmer definitely showing good sign of life, couple of kills here and there. which is what you want to do on an eco like this. And now there's all the funds to get what you desire. Maybe not everything completely. You do have to make a bit of a compromise on Lisa and on empathy here with a Mech 10 and a FAMAS. But there's plenty of util in order to try and stop Hyperion.
FAMAS is very much the, Mum, can we get rifles? We have rifles at home. It's not ideal, but again, they do definitely have the weapon advantage here, I'd say. And utility does favor Hyperion here. That is what comes with winning these first 2 rounds. And they won them fairly convincingly as well. Lost a lot of people in the pistol, but have the money to. But look at that.
Wow.
Holding down the fort from below.
Absolutely insane counter flash by Abby. As soon as they hit the steps, they just time her completely, and 2 players completely blind. Easy wipe away, but it does get still a bit costly. The AKs, the Galils make it very dicey for weapons like the Mech 10. Oh, but Lisa, right around the corner. Now Artstar, 1 versus 2. Definitely not impossible. She does need to recover that bomb, and it's in the middle of the side, guarded by the 2 remaining players of Shimmer.
It is. Does have a lot of health to play with, hasn't taken any damage yet, but as you said, that bomb is down in a very uncomfortable position. 2 people watching it like hawks. Push up. Doesn't have any util to make her life any easier here.
At this point, you need to guess. Where are they at? And the time is ticking away. Engels, crossfire is perfect here. And Shimmer with that one, nicely calculated, and they pick up their first round.
Absolutely, and brilliant to see it not get out of hand. A lot of time, if you lose that 3rd round, that bye round for your first time, then it puts you in a really difficult position, both mentally, financially as well. And look at this. This is just a beautiful clip there. Standing, holding down the fort, almost gets the 3rd as well. They got the 3rd. That round would have been so much easier for them.
Into mid, they will go. Hyperion used a couple of flashes, but on the flip side, there's a bit of counter util. But smoke makes them actually a bit worried. Actually, I think it's a missed smoke, no? There's a smoke that I think failed and it landed. There we go, it bounced. Re-smoke will be done. So maybe still an attempt here at hand for Hyperion to get that mid control on the way. But Shimmer knows that's present. And maybe try to get a hold of their read.
Absolutely. They have some very awkward weaponry here as well. Looking at the scout as well, which will be challenged in a second. Empathy has a perfect angle here.
Yeah, Empathy heard all of that. Double kill. There's eventually a trade though with that scout. Kimi, oh, she could have had an opportunity. And Bashar being so incredibly close, making it more and more dicey. Well, Nettie does have a good spot over in connector, but I think she got spotted. And is now in a very, very rough spot, honestly, to be in. Does have the support of Kionetta right behind her. But moving from this choke point right onto the side, it needs an entry, and there it is. The 30 seconds time will start to tick, and there is still a player lurking right about the side, creeping into Sandwich. And Abby spots the body, and the second one as well. Not quite the kill, so maybe still a window of opportunity here for Kionetta.
The damage was really good as well, and lined up perfectly there for LX on Catwalk. What a way to end the round. They did buy into that as well. They went in with, they bought up some weapons, so this is a really sticky situation for their money as well, if you have a look. So they are going to be forced here, probably just to take an eco. I'd recommend for them just a full eco here, reset, and go again into the next. It will tie up the scoreboard though.
Yeah, the proactiveness on that CT side. And honestly, Hyperion, stuff like a missed smoke, it definitely can eventually cost you the round. It was tough. You have to try and recover, but it sort of revealed the plans already. If not, the potential lurk that wants to come about later on in the round. Shimmer stay in control. 2 rounds now back to back, making it more dicey. And this round should, on paper, be relatively easy for Shimmer here as well, considering, of course, that lack of economy. Bomb actually still on T-spawn. They're perhaps waiting for a couple of pushes. Not quite the case. But that means it's a bit of a slower round here for the T's.
It is. It has now been scooped up. They've got to try to decide where to go with this, and it's going to be very difficult to get any foothold. Usually on a buy like this, you'd want to stick together. You'd want to try something fast and try to catch them off guard here. They're trying to take a slower approach here. May be able to catch them out here. Only 2 on the B site. will be called to stand on. But Abby on the SMG, the perfect position for it there as well. They don't have the util to clear them out.
Just have to try and rush if you want to go for it, but the bomb is actually
Going
on the way back. Just leaving one player, perhaps to try and just create some attention. But, well, Empathy once again in that same window position. Here's the footsteps. Oh, a small tag up on a teammate, but it's all good. Only a single loss taken, and they deal with it effortlessly. Yeah, Shimmer don't really overstep here. They just play it calm collectively, just waiting for information, and as soon as it comes, well, pretty easily they make sure to either smoke off an angle, and therefore the second support player can help out the rifler. But yeah, on paper it looks solid. Now we just need to see if they can deal with yet again another buy of Hyperion.
It is. Utility's looking a little light on the ground for some of these players as well, but might not necessarily be needed. The fast mid presence here. Bouchard, though, caught out in the open. Empathy doesn't need eyesight to get the kills, though. Ooh, spotted there on the jump. Will just fall away. Readies up the flash.
A bit doubtful if she wants to make more noise, what the rest of the team wants to do. That bomb's still over towards top mid, so exposed. We'll try and use a smoke, but yeah, of course it gets spammed. Empathy with an M4 that he tries to work around. Does hear the footsteps of Empathy. Maybe she has an opportunity to try and catch, but Empathy says no. The round is hers. 12 in 4. My lord, the scores are off the roof for her.
Absolutely crazy round, and it was of course a player that was highlighted to us that had done incredibly in their last games as well. So it's awesome to see the firepower so early on as well. That's 2 kills every round, and 3 KD.
Uh-oh. I think there was a tiny team knife that
I think there might be.
On the Shimmer side. I saw Alex being tagged. Yeah, it happens to everyone.
It's whether that's going to be a detriment up against the likes of these Tech 9s, though.
Very well could be. No, Shimmer does have the util to try and deal with it. Already early nade being deployed. Not really much there. And I think of the back of that, Hyperion once again want to see if they can go into underpass. Empathy has been in the spot before. To try and clear out more. Ooh, but the Tech 9 will eventually become the death of it. Kimmy quite low as well, so on paper, still definitely an advantage here for Shimmer. But they are getting in nasty spots.
They have, and they've picked up that AK as well. These footsteps will be heard by Abby, who will be called upon to get several here. Drops the bomb, that's information passed across that they can work with now. But 3-on-3 is not how they wanted this round to go.
Now, it gets a bit scary, because we have Kimmy here trying to catch up rotations. Alex, who's actually one rotating to the B-bomb side, had completely died. And it does leave us with a 1 versus 1. Now, Ana is low, but does have a shot of trying to get their bomb planted. Does have that smoke. Oh, just tries to go for the duel instead, but Lisa is very much ready for it. And with that, Shimmer does get away with things, but just by a hair.
That round was a lot scarier for Shimmer than it should have been. They should not have lost that many people. The moment that AK got dropped as well, it suddenly got very scary. And look at this. This is where it got a little bit dicey at the start as well, is they get that first pick and goes for more. They managed to survive, but on the way out, just goes for that engagement. Unfortunately, just met by 4 other people. Not quite a fight you're going to win. And then a tag on the legs. That's a rough way to start, but that HE nade is looking good.
Ooh, almost a Kobe. Oh,
okay.
There was more supportive utility trying to go the way of top mid, but absolutely annihilated. And well, Lisa on the back of that, a bit worried how much she wants to expose herself. Also needs to be careful of other angles. So we see Bouchard, who was actively pushing into ramp, needs to fall back, maybe needs to take on a bit of a different position. But this is great. They lose a bit of control regarding mid, and we have a bit of a push down towards B. So that is an absolute dead. And a lot of control back in the hands now of Shimmer.
Ooh, Lisa just missing out on the kill in connector there. Bouchard gonna be called upon here. Once again, here's the footsteps. So most people are coming their way, but don't they know how many?
Oh, Kimmy, that is a big kill to be getting. Putting the pressure up on the CT side. Forces them to try and push, maybe make something still of this round. And Empathy, now she has once again an AK in her hand. Not quite the kill, but definitely good damage dealt. LX can now try to mow them down. Artstar, LX, the 1 versus 1 are dance around the box. But Artstar is the one to deny it. Picks up the AWP to take home for the team. This was a very good run. Hyperion continuing to apply that mid pressure on the back of that early kill, and Shimmer had a small window when they did try and recover, but the Angels were just on point in that round.
They were indeed. A couple of locations where maybe gun barrels sticking out, giving away the location a little bit, specifically in Connector, of course. Little mistakes like that, or little positioning things that just really gave them the edge in that round. But we have to see whether they can capitalize on it as well. It's all well and good getting 1 round, but they have been on a little bit of a losing streak here. They need to try build something and stop Shimmer getting right back and bouncing onto that momentum once again.
Patience. Slowly creeping out. Kinetta now will make herself heard. And that's an instant smoke. Oh, and look at that flashbang here as well. On the flip side, though, Bouchard gets 1. That's a team kill. Oh, very rough, because actually the numbers were looking to favor Hyperion. But this is now actually kind of falling apart. Abby. And now has backup beside her in the form of LX. Artstar, we're seeing good things of her. But now just by herself, caught in no man's land. No cover, nothing. The rest of her team falling like flies. And Shimmer just continue to add round after round.
Absolutely. And we can see 183 ADR there from Empathy that round. And brilliant to see them on the AWP. They have been very eager to switch back over to the rifle as well, which is something that I really like to see, is when our AWPers are really happy to switch over and have that same impact as well. Doesn't matter what weapon you hand her, Empathy is ready and raring to go. And it's just been so difficult to play against.
We've seen Hyperion make it close with these pistols.
We have. This is going to be a difficult angle to push, though.
Flashes. They do fly over. Need to be a bit careful. Did spot the second player as well. So that's extra good information being gathered here for the CTs. And maybe they're going to be eager. Maybe they want to push on further. Lisa might have a good spot here to try and just be patient at top mid. Needs to be careful not to get pushed, because there are still a couple of players lurking about. I think now a step being made, and that is just easy farming for Lisa. 4 in a row on for the ace. Now Artstar is very far away, but no, does need to collect the bomb if she wants to still make something off of this. And you know where the players are going to be lurking. Oh,
there's nowhere to go.
She wants it. Lisa's like, let me have it, please. Yes, no, Abby. Oh, yeah, that's deserved.
That was personal.
That's deserved.
That's such a shame. So close yet so far. That's gonna be one to talk about later as well, isn't it? That's a lecture on camaraderie, maybe.
Yeah. Oh well. I mean, it was eco frags after all.
Nope.
So, but
all rounds were created equal. All aces were created equal. You know, I love seeing them. Such a shame. So close yet so far. But going unchecked there on mid. I think maybe they thought that she would have fallen away and they had the opportunity. But look at that. Really early pick there onto Empathy. The AWP down, no less. And that's a really expensive reinvestment as well if they can't pick that back up.
Now, this round is very important. Hyperion. This is their map pick, of course. There we go. Kimmy does get the opening. Shimmer get a bit too overly aggressive towards that A site. We've seen them push a couple of times, or at least hit close into ramp. So I'm not surprised something like this is coming about Shimmer again. But this time Hyperion are ready for it.
They are. They're very scared to touch mid when rotating as well, is something that I've noticed. Is that they usually send somebody mid, but then they just pull it back as well. But even with Empathy gone, they are very, very cautious about it, which is something that Shimmer has very much conditioned them into being a little bit scared of. The smoked off, that Molotov. Gonna give them sight. Lisa, once again, thorn in their backside.
It's already so much damage dealt. Oh, Alex does spot people wanting to push her. Flashes behind. Oh, I do love this. We have one player sit for anti-flash. That one gets killed. The other one is fully blind. Oh, Alex, my lord! What are you doing? You are not supposed to eat them like that.
That was beautiful. Played to perfection. The perfect self-flash. Gets the 2. And then just beautiful aim jewels there taken on the others. 4K. Absolutely putting the 8th round on the board for Shimmer. The individual plays have been unreal today.
I mean, this is just really well played. You know, flashing behind, catching the cross. And then there's one more to grab. And of course, they want to trade, so they overextend. And that is just so well played. Hyperion, the dreams down the drain.
It's brilliant to see them calling a timeout off the back of that as well. Usually situations like that, clutches like that, the adrenaline is really high. I know a lot of people, they tend to start shaking after clutches like that. You just need a second to bring it back down, calm down, because that energy, whilst great, can accidentally lead to sometimes overextending, or getting a little bit cocky and ahead of yourself sometimes as well. But beautiful stuff, really good to see, and our first time out of the match as well.
Yeah, I thought for a second that it was being called by Shimmer.
Oh, it's match paused. Maybe something a little bit more then.
Yeah, it could be very well a tech issue as well. Have to find out. But it's looking very, very good. And it's just so rough. Hyperion, who have actually quite a good couple of very close rounds in which we expect them to close it out. But Shimmer, sometimes their individuals are just on another level. We have Empathy on 15 kills, only 8 deaths. But LX as well, you know, on the back of that 4K, 13 kills for her too. So it's it's popping off, and we sort of have to now see them try and bounce back, try to break their momentum.
Absolutely. Now, yes, we do have a couple of technical difficulties. I'm sorry, everyone. You know how it goes with esports. There's always something bound to go wrong, but we're working on fixing it, making sure you get the best share possible. Now, we get to play one of my favorite games here, Villas. We get to play looking at the background of all of the players and seeing what's there. Oh, look at that. Beautiful lighting, some of these as well. There's a couple of players playing in absolute darkness.
I'm not surprised. I have lights on my face as we speak because we are on broadcast and it's hurting my eyes. And I want to be focused on the game if I were playing. Actually, not everyone. Some are just sitting in the bright daylight. Can also keep you awake, of course. But it depends. If you're a night owl or if you're a day mammal.
What are you? I'm very much a night owl.
It depends. I'm a night owl to a certain extent. You know, I do value my sleep. So like there's sort of a cutoff. Sort of after 2-3 a.m. I get extremely tired, which start to get probably tired very soon.
I was going to say it is a late one for you.
It's definitely a late one. But I do love the evening more than I love like the afternoon and mornings. Like mornings, nah.
Yeah, I can't do mornings. Can't do early starts. Can't do mornings. But it's brilliant to see such an amazing start, though. Also, thank you everyone for showing up as well, and all of the support these players have been getting. It's been absolutely crazy to see the hype around this season as well, which, you know, really important that we see that sort of hype around these events. I'm not sure about you, Felix. It's my first time doing Impact. I've loved it. And yeah, everyone here is just awesome. But it does look like production solved the issue quickly, absolute legends that they are. And we're going to get right back into this.
Yeah, of course, there's still a bit of a gap here to work with for Shimmer. Have the half already secured. But Hyperion, I mean, this is the time for them to wake up. They do have rifles under their belt once again. They've been actually doing quite good of trying to stop early aggression that Shimmer tends to show. But then in the mid-round, this is where things start to falter. And Shimmer, even though they might take an early loss, they do always find a way to bounce back, maintain control over the map, and sort of try to gatekeep them in those choke points.
Absolutely, and we will get to see an example of them being held back here, potentially. Maybe not, actually. Gonna choose to keep themselves safe. Relying on Abby there, the backup. Chips away at them. Nothing found just yet. I tell a lie. Alex the first to fall. Natty absolutely on a tear here. Empathy. Gonna have to try find something here. Stop this getting out of hand.
Perhaps Empathy could do it all by herself once again. Already dropped 2 and makes it so tricky time and time again. 3 in a row. And Kimmy, she's still so far away. Was hoping to try and maybe catch a rotation. Go for a bit of a lurk. But once again, her teammates are gone. And she has to do the job by herself. Where's everyone positioned? Oh, head spotted. Oh, not quite the spray down though. But Kimmy is extremely low. So this still 100% favors Shimmer. The timer is also starting to tick. Very much aware, potentially even her back end with the crossfire that's into play. This is still a relatively easy round to pick up for Shimmer. It's once again these individuals that step up because Hyperion had such a good beginning to that round. You know, they came in, Natty with an amazing 2K, looking left to right, dealing with 2 different angles. Just sort of cleared it out, but then they stalled. Once that fire came, they were just completely separated from one another, having trouble trying to get a grip back onto the site, and once again, it crumbles from there.
It does, and unfortunately the bomb went down in a really unfortunate place there as well. And the moment they saw that, they could just swarm around it. They knew where they were coming from, they knew where they were last seen, and it was a very difficult round to win from there. Empathy, unfortunately, can't quite afford an AWP this round. Or maybe choosing just to spare them. Look at that, LX. The absolute sole defender of this B site. Hold him down. Empathy once again called in as backup.
Uh-oh.
Oh, indeed.
Uh-oh. This is a very big uh-oh. Bouchard. Uh-oh, yeah. I keep saying it because my brain is just not braining in this moment. What is happening? From pistols, we went to actually a favorable situation now in favor of Hyperion. Kionetta also found herself a rifle. And after plan positionings are going to be everything. Where's Bouchard going to be coming from? Tried to get a read on it, but the timing not quite there to catch her coming out of the apps. Bouchard has the right ideas, but Kionetta is just simply better. Wow. This is a round they should not have let go. But we've seen this a couple of times, though, where Hyperion in a situation that should not quite be theirs, they do win rounds like that. But when it comes down to the rifle rounds, when they should have everything they desire, there's a couple of stakes that I think they are dropping. But who knows? They could definitely still make it onto 6.
They heard us talking pre-game. They said, you want an underdog, right? And they've given us some of the craziest rounds as well, which is brilliant to see. And have forced Shimmer back onto a really uncomfortable buy here as well, despite the fact that they have got so many rounds in a row, so many on the board. Look at the money. It's all gone. Kimmy here, just not wanting to deal with the constant re-peeking. Decides just to let it go.
Yeah, we've seen that fight happen already a couple of times. But I know that there's still a couple of presents. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is... we've seen this happen a couple of times. Bouchard has been sitting deep into ramp. Not just this round, but plenty of rounds already before. And maybe we see a bit of a reverse sweep right now. Shimmer, now with a couple of pistols on their end, they are just making it work. They know exactly where Artstar is, and now it's just Nettie by herself. Maybe can clear out one, but not even a second. That's rough because Hyperion, they do luckily have still some money in the bank. But if this were to happen a couple of rounds earlier, their economy would be just down the drain on the back of, well, the fact that they just won a round.
Shimmer really said, hold my eco round there. Beautiful stuff. And off the back of that happening to them as well, can't help but feel it's a little bit of revenge, a little bit of a boost for the mental as well, getting around like that. And to put them onto double digits, no less, this is a really solid half, regardless of how this last round goes.
So I like this response. So they immediately see that down towards top middle, there's a lot of util being thrown, and immediately it will eliminate underpass as a spot that they can peek from. Now they block out lower con, so once again, give the advantage here for Lisa to try and peek right over it. needs to be still a bit careful. It's now isolated, so that means that she will need to deal with this push by herself. Not quite capable of doing so. And that means Empathy is the one to be activated next.
Absolutely. Kimmy, I think, just saw the barrel of the gun there as well. Empathy, though, doesn't know where to look.
Oh, well, that's a freebie. That's very nice to be getting as she is looking for more. Switches to the Deagle. And with that, actually, a lot of time chipped away of Hyperion. Being a bit worried. Where are these CTs rotating in from? One already closing jungle. Oh, the double ding coming right through. But now Alex makes herself known. Knows there's two of them. But Artstyle wins this out. It's 10-5. A big gap. But definitely still room for Hyperion to get back into this.
Absolutely.
Cars or sparkling diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play. So come, let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come, let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come, let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. We running, we running, we running, we run this town.
Well, 10-5, that is currently the scoreline. Shimmer on a roll thus far, but can they continue this streak over on their T side? Some will say City side is a bit easier when it comes down to Mirage, but Hyperion definitely had struggle, especially trying to convert some rounds. So let's see if with this pistol they can get back into the game.
Absolutely, and we've seen Shimmer with the absolute hyper-aggression as well. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out on T-side. Kills go back and forth here as well, favoring, however, Hyperion.
Oh, Key of Netta, hello. Well, there's definitely an answer right back. And of course, who other could it be? Then Empathy does get completely deleted. Kimmy sneaks right up from behind. I mean, that is exactly the round that they needed. This is your lifeline to get back into this match, into your own map pick.
It is indeed. And it's a little bit of an interesting one. At the end there, they had the opportunity just to make sure that bomb didn't go down. Missed it by a couple of milliseconds, I can't help but feel as well. So that does give Shimmer the money if they want to force into this. It's looking like they're going to as well, which is really awesome to see. I love this aggression. I love this fire that they're bringing as well.
Curious to see how aggressive Shimmer will play with this. Looks like they want to set foot into mid. Actually, nice and fast. On the flip side, there was a good tag. Definitely needs to back off. Too risky to stay around on 10 HP. And that means Artstar and Kimmy will be on mid duty.
Kimmy actually going to push through that smoke, completely disrespecting it, falling away untraded as well.
That was so nice.
Beautifully played. See the ball heading towards B here a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Anna heard the footsteps there over towards Palace run away. He's going to be giving it a look in towards Ram, but on the flip side, Natty needs to be ready for this push. Well, Anna, that's a lurker out. And now, if there's more damage here to be dealt, that is just going to completely separate Shimmer completely. And, well, seems to be exactly that case. Maybe Empathy can find a way back, but it's still 4 players that you need to find.
It is indeed. If anyone could do it, it would be these 2 players as well. And they want it. They're fighting for it. Dance around the pillar. Goes Artstar's way. Unfortunately, unable to find anything at the end there. We've seen some awesome clutches from Empathy, but today we're not adding an extra tally onto that list. But still very strong CS that we're seeing coming out for them as well. They did force into that, so their money's a little bit difficult here. We will see the Deagles coming out, but they won't be able to put too much more firepower behind them.
I mean, Empathy is still on 23 kills, so we can definitely cut up some
cannot
slack.
downplay, yeah.
No. But, yeah, Shimmer now off on a couple of pistols. We have seen Shimmer make this very dicey a couple of times. Also on the flip side, pistols are just scary, period.
They are. But I was going to say, but doesn't seem scary for them. Had to eat my words a little bit. Beautiful shot from Empathy, but the woman disadvantage sort of hindering them here. They are going to pack up and head towards A, but don't really see that there's too much they can find here.
No supportive util. If they, for example, had a smoke or two, they could try and deal with these CTs, but now there's no reason for them not to peek.
There's nothing here to stop Anna as well, so we'll have complete line of sight and have their own utility as well to keep this bomb from going down, keep that money from landing in their back pockets.
Bouchard just makes it a bit more dicey, but at the end of the day, it is a relatively easy round here to pick up for Hyperion.
Suddenly that scoreline as well is looking a little bit terrifying for Shimmer. What was a really strong lead at the half suddenly has just disappeared.
Yeah, this is what happens on the back of your pistol momentum. I'm also very curious, now that we do have a bit of a pause, you know, how with CS2, you know, we're going to be changing to a shorter round system and what it will do with the whole halftime and pistol rounds and the impact of them. I would reckon you're going to be seeing much more forcing to come in the future because, you know, sort of pistol and then ecoing. Also, hell yeah, mustache all the way.
I love it. I love seeing them have so much fun as well, because that's a massive part of this as well, is seeing everyone just have fun playing. And I mean, I'm having fun casting this. It's been an absolutely crazy match.
It's been, honestly, it's cool. And I love to see that there is a bit of a lifeline, a bit of a comeback happening on that Hyperion side. But once again, now that Shimmer have rifles, that is when they get so scary. Trying to see if they can put up with it.
it could very much mirror what we saw in the first half as well, where Hyperion had a really good first 3 rounds, then suddenly Shimmer got their first proper buy round, and it was all downhill there as well. So maybe we can see something mirroring that as well. Little bit of a slower start to the half. Although having said that, fights in Underpass go in the way of Shimmer.
No, Hyperion is quite split up. No mid control. Oh, and that causes Lisa to go on a bit of a hunt. Very cheeky position. Easy for her to catch rotations if there were to come one.
They're not going to suspect that they've pushed up that far, are they? You're not going to suspect someone to manage to push all the way through your defense into it. I tell a lie.
Just the senses on Artstar. Well, that definitely makes the round very much still possible. Netty on the close angle. It's always a little awkward. Need to trade. Will come through.
They haven't played them out. The Molotov is going to be perfect as well. There's absolutely nothing to combat it. Luckily, not spreading, but they're throwing a second one.
Barbecue.
They really want to toast her. And it's just Anna now. That second Molotov. You felt it.
It was absolute pain. Now Anna makes a bit of noise, lots of noise in fact. The steps will definitely be heard. And Empathy with that, a relatively easy kill for her to pick up. Yeah, Shimmer on the back of the post plant, making it very, very tricky. Sort of catching a player like, well, she was sort of stuck in a cage there over towards Van. Nothing you can do. And once again, Shimmer do prove that once they get rifles, they seem to be winning it out in most of the occasions. Now, Hyperion's money immediately looking a lot more tough. We have pharmacists across the table here, Netta with a deagle. And also, the util department is a bit more shallower in comparison to Shimmer.
It is. Kianetta there almost got a very clean headshot onto Lisa. That could have been a crazy way to open up the round. But alas, the smoke does protect them. It's Abby just poking and prodding their head round, trying to find out where everyone's hiding. Will be called upon to battle this one out. Does lose to the FAMAS, however. That's the woman disadvantage immediately, but does get good damage done onto Kimmy.
Oh, Alex said, absolutely not happening today. But Artstar will be pushing, and that certainly won't be expected. A double push out of apartments. Now, this is a very strange situation. Artstar is incredibly close here already, but she's all by herself. Has to give up the site. Needs to wait for the teammates. If they decide to go for this, honestly, money is, of course, on a bit more of the lower end. But it will be giving it a look in. Smoke now onto Apps will create a bit of a help here. So you won't get peeked from Bench or Van. But no one is over towards short. That's the problem. The afterplant position for Shimmer is just so good.
There's just bodies and bullets everywhere. And a brilliant round there. Bomb down very early on. Gave them the ability to set up to that post plant. That cheeky boost up there as well. They had them really paranoid about the archers as well. It's somewhere that we saw Hyperion sort of very much playing quite heavily in their sort of CT side. On their sort of T side post plants. So it's interesting to see their little bit of worry about it as well. Unfortunately, looking in the completely wrong place. Brilliant for Shimmer. And as we said, it's very much mirroring the first half where they struggled to get the initial rounds. But after they get the guns in their hands, it's just brutal. It's a massacre.
Yeah, Shimmer should have no problems here marching to a 13th round. Absolutely no money in the bank if Hyperion to make even a single investment into this. With the exception of a small P250 in the hands of Artstar, and they're actually going to be going for this push. Abby, not quite looking the right way, makes down noise, and there we go. That's the end of her life, but of course, with the knowledge of that push, what will Shimmer do? At least deal with Artstar.
Absolutely, and look at Lisa storming the site there. An absolute hurricane to contend with. Bouchard gonna be looking through that smoke. Is a little bit of an awkward one, has a little bit of an angle, but unfortunately isn't going to see anyone just yet. But they do have sight, they do have bomb down, and suddenly it's very difficult for Hyperion. I just jinxed it, didn't I? The moment I speak.
Well, Bouchard is very well positioned here to deal with rotations. There we go, does clean up the second one as well. And with that, Kimmy, well, It's quite a rough one. You do have an AK you could potentially save up here. But the rounds, I mean, they would want their AK back. Which is understandable. I mean, I have to be a bit careful. At least Empathy does have the funds to, you know, if you lose it, it's okay. They can reinvest. Kimmy is very well positioned to unbox the gun barrel. Oh, and Empathy is just better. Almost 30 bombing here. 29 in 14. 2 KD.
Reaction times of an F1 driver there. Absolutely crazy stuff from Empathy. That's the worst part is they saw her gun barrel. They saw the gun barrel come, and that really should have given her the advantage against Empathy there. But no, just a little bit quicker on the trigger, as you said there, just a little bit better. And we are 1 kill away from 30 for Empathy.
In a situation like that, maybe you just need to risk it. Try to pre-fire in a situation like that. But this is just so great. The trade kills are there for Shimmer. And once again, mid compromised. Abby, not quite ready to deal with that push of Anna. So maybe that is a window of opportunity here for Hyperion to get back into things. But knowing that they pushed into A, Shimmer is looking to get into B.
They are. That would have been really useful as well. It would have given them the opportunity to maybe hit a different side. They are very much funneled into B right now. That's the Molotov to clear out Van. We've seen a lot of Van plays there. Natty on a little bit of an off angle. Here's the jump down, but still alive.
It was a good initial flash here to deal with her position. Natty now, though. Oh, this is just very well played. Hyperion on a roll here in this round, and we need to see more of this. This looked great, but the thing they struggled with in half one was finding conversions. They found it on the back of a pistol, which I would say it's not that hard, but now comes the real test.
It does, and it's something we very much saw them struggle with in the first half. Their rounds were few and far between. They didn't really get to build any momentum, and they really need to use this round as a foundation. The gap is still closable, but that map point is getting ever closer, and they really won't want to give this gun round away because it could all be over if they do.
Honestly, what can't Empathy do? She's 30 bombing, she legs Kimmy as she flies around through the side. It's just looking so good. Shimmer not looking to back down at all out of this round. Maybe util department, bit on the low side. But you have players full on confidence mode like Empathy. Still a very scary force to reckon with. Now Empathy slowly creeping up towards mid. Mid is honestly their territory. Not looking to back down out of it at all.
Absolutely. And they've done a lot of damage as well. Like a lot of people, very squishy now. Kimmy, 1 HE away from death. Yanetta, though, here's the AWP. Knows that there's going to be someone just around the corner. Has to be careful. Fortunately, mollied off the angle that she held so diligently for so long.
Noisy, mate. Maybe an opportunity for odd stop. Okay, absolutely not the case. Just completely gets swung by Lisa and Abby Fun to follow up. And this is already quite a rough one. Maybe Anna had an opportunity to find a way back in, at least with the kill upon Empathy. That's a very heavy force that you take out. But finding a look in is hard. There's little money on the side of Hyperion. I think a save will have to be it.
I think so as well. They really don't have the money to rebuy this AWP. They will want to keep hold of those AKs. Of course, a weapon that they cannot buy as CTs. And the bomb just too far gone. There is a kit, but it was just too late. Too little, too late. Lisa, ready to punish if anyone does want to jump down here.
Does not want to completely overcommit here. 14, 2 more to find. Keep the guns you have. Don't want to be giving away any AKs, for example. I mean, there's already a couple on the flip side. But Hyperion needs something more than just AKs on the table. We need more rounds.
They do.
Not, yeah.
It's very difficult because Shimmer, as we said, they play very aggressively. Their opening picks have been absolutely crazy. And look at this again. The early aggression. Look how much space they've just taken. Not a care in the world.
Oh, well, and it even connects. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Lisa finds a double kill there towards the middle as well. So little trade potential for Hyperion, and it's like they get slaughtered. Like, I do feel that over in half one, we saw a lot of occasions where I felt the rounds were relatively close, but right now, Shimmer is just eating them up, not giving them any space to work with. And before they can pick up pace, Shimmer is already miles ahead.
The word that comes to mind is just suffocating, isn't it?
Yeah. That definitely is the feeling right now.
Look,
the gap just gets bigger.
Even though they take out empathy, sort of the front runner in the frag department at the very least, doesn't matter. The rest of the team immediately picks up as well. And there's been some interesting ones as well. One that I saw Twitch chat talking about is how Anna goes into loads of these fights severely disadvantaged and still comes out on top. That's something I did want to point out as well. That there's been some crazy stuff from both sides, and I don't think the scoreline necessarily does it justice. And we are actually on that point.
Very little investment here also on the side of Hyperion. It's gonna be a tough battle to try and crawl back into this one. It's not impossible. Definitely could be giving it a look in. Maybe some of these MP9s on close angles, but that does eliminate something, for example, to deal with empathy. I say that, but absolutely not. Just right before the smoke landed. Does get the nice dink onto the head, and Anna maybe looking to get in aggressive.
The smoke clearing, Anna in the perfect position. Fortunately, Abby just a little bit quicker on the trigger there.
Couple of reinforcements here. Players over towards stairs, over towards short. There's also a kill happening, but Abby, Lisa, they get a kill each, and they continue to make it worthwhile. 2 for 2. There's rifles on the side of Hyperion there as well. Oh, and they planned very open. That was risky. Lisa knows it, does move away. And that is now time to shine for Hyperion. Time to get onto the site. There's no kit. Time will be of the essence.
They have to go for this as well. It's this or bust. So they have to move, and they have to move quickly, and we can see them approaching.
Step by step to get in. Oh, Lisa not quite looking the right way. Maybe an opportunity now for Artstar to try and make something off of this round. Once again, time will be it. They will get on it. I'm not sure if they have it, though. Time
neither
is... Oh, there's actually a kit. I think there was one on the site.
Oh, there was.
Wait.
Oh,
it's so close.
Oh, my God.
Hold on. Wow. Wait, I want to say, but... It was actually Artstar that picked up the kit. That was after Natty was defusing. I'm not sure how that went down, but they got it anyway. We're still in it. Double digits now for Hyperion.
That is the first of 6 that they need to win to keep this game going, keep this game moving towards overtime. And that's a scary thought as well, especially on map 1 of a best of 3. As we said at the start, Shimmer a lot more experienced in this sort of setting with these longer days and these longer fights. Ooh, uncharacteristic miss there from empathy.
I just didn't want to completely overextend.
Let's give them a chance, you know? Put on a show for us.
Well, they definitely have to. Artstar getting boosted up here towards short. Will be perhaps accounted for. Lisa spots it. Gets tagged, but empathy now, all her eyes on locked on that position.
Inetta, I think, saw the feet there. This is a close one. Luthard just looking the wrong way. Another miss from empathy. They know where the AWP is now.
I don't think she really wanted to make that work, but just the pressure that she continues to apply, even if it were to be a miss.
Absolutely.
Scary thought.
Oh God, don't do it. I thought they were going to push through the smoke. Just peek that completely dry.
Abby trying her very best to create another opening, but now there's a player in dark. Needs to be a bit careful, because they will deal with the one in CT, but Anna's still alive and kicking. Kianetta comes to help from jungle. And Shimmer, it's not looking too great. Maybe also a bit more on the low end. And empathy once again, not quite on par with how the rest of the match has been going thus far. That leaves LX by herself.
Gonna need to be the ace clutch here. Gets the first. Low health though, so not too much stock that we can put in it, and they are all swarming towards her now.
Yeah, understandably so. But this is nice. Good sign of life. Definitely very much still possible to try and get to OT.
It is. Money is in a really awkward situation because you see, you know, Empathy and Lisa on a lot more money. And we will see that sort of come out in the form of, I think what it is just going to be a hero AK here. But means that this round going to be a little bit... It's going to be a little bit easier for Hyperion. Not very easy. They've brought up the Deagles and we've seen them have absolutely massive damage. Again, should be a round that they get. But it does bring that scoreboard ever closer as well. If they lose this, the money is in an even worse situation. But it's definitely a good sign of life for Hyperion here. They really want this OT.
This is their map pick after all. So I would say for them to go to a third map potentially, you need to have this one in the bag. Or Wildstar in a bit of trouble. Water does get one. Natty does find two here as well. So there is a bit of an advantage, but not for that much longer. It's once again the pistols that just completely annihilate their opponents. Now there's even an AK in the hands of Lisa. Which are maybe looking for something as well. They fake plant, looking for an opportunity, and now they have spotted one. But that is rough. Lisa overextends in that scenario.
Very tricky one there, of course, going the way of Hyperion, as we expected, but a lot closer than it should have been. That round going to a 2v2 at the end. Not ideal for Hyperion, but they put the round on the board anyway, and that's all that matters, is getting to that 15-round mark at this point. Now, they have the money for this buy. They really need this, the Shimmer. If not, their money's in a bad place once again, and that could very well see us in OT. So this round, really, really important.
Shimmer, take it slow. Maybe go for just a straight up execute. They have smokes down to stairs. Not quite anything to deal with CT just yet. Maybe need to be careful because Ana wants to get ahead of this, but actually gets punished for it. Abby looking for even more. Lisa finds one as well. And this round might just be it. 4 versus 2. And a post-plant scenario now. Everything favors Shimmer.
Flash off the angle is perfect, but they know where one of them are now. And this is scary. Timer is ticking. They have kits on both of them. It's definitely doable, but that absolute aggression could have just sealed the deal.
Wildstar does come in from a position that's currently unnoted. But position for where the bomber's plant is for is just rough. And there we go. But then just a blink of an eye, they finish it off. It got close. 16-12. But at the end of the day, Shimmer, they do take home their opponent's map pick of a Mirage. It was a bit scary there towards the end, but I would say Shimmer looked like the better team in the server.
They did indeed, especially on the individual performance. The coordination, I could see coming out from both sides, but looking at just the individuals as well, I think was what really gave them a leg up on the rest there. Especially, we can't go without saying, Empathy, absolutely the front runner in this as well. The aggression on both sides really gave them an edge and a fire behind them that was very difficult to combat as well. But again, I really don't think the scoreline did it justice for most of that map. It ended a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be at the half, but generally beautifully done from both teams. Shimmer looking really strong going onto their own map pick as well.
Yeah, on paper, this now is a bit of a problem.
It is.
Because Hyperion, of course, losing their own map pick, and we know that technically on an Inferno, they can be very comfortable as well. But, yeah, you never know, because the stats don't lie. Shimmer is perhaps on a bit of a different level, especially, again, when we talk about Empathy, but also Alex, 22 kills for her. I would say Kianetta did great on the Hyperion side of things, 23. But overall, you do see there's a lot more deaths, and yeah, just the average ADR is just a tad bit lower.
It is indeed. But generally, brilliant from both sides as well. I am super excited to see the next map, if that is the standard that has been set from the get-go as well. Absolutely crazy showing from both teams, especially Shimmer.
Yeah, I mean, we were already talking about her, but there is only one name that we can sort of highlight after this very first map, and that is none other than Empathy. Honestly, we were already actually talking about her going into this best of 3, you know, highlighting sort of a player coming out of last week on the NA region. She really spoke to us. And right here, map 1, she is not taking a chill bell. She doesn't need to wake up. She is there from the beginning, from the get-go.
AWPing, entry frags, having the highest ADR, really just doing everything so beautifully. Brilliant utility usage as well. An absolute asset to the team. And I'm hoping that we see that same momentum going on to Inferno as well. It'll be really interesting to see, of course, them starting on the T side. If we get that same aggression going into it, because it was something that was definitely difficult, and we saw Hyperion struggling to combat there. And I don't blame them. How do you fight that much fire?
It's difficult. I mean, we actually saw them deal quite well with a couple of early aggression pushes, because Shimmer, especially back on CT side, it used to push Palace quite a lot. It used to push Ramp, even Apps towards B side. So we immediately saw a bit more of a defensive attacking side coming out of Hyperion. You know, they were taking slow starts, waiting off that aggression. But in the end, it was sort of Shimmer always bouncing back mid-round.
It was. Now, I think we need a little bit of a break to recover from that map and get ready for map number 2, of course, Mirage. So we will see you all very shortly over there.
So you wanna know what's up? Trying to get to me through friends, liking me on Instagram, but me and you have never met. Playing it too cool, but you play yourself a fool. Already know you're cute, so why you taking so long and hanging in the sidelines? You've been mad when the chance is gone. So take the chance, take it now before you lose it all. You need to be, but your ex go broke your heart. But it's time for a brand new start. So take the chance, take it now before you lose it all. Cause if you swerve and you lose all the chance that you can't refuse. Hey, take a chance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, baby, 5. Pick it up, jump boy, jump, gonna blow that drop, it gonna make it pop. Make sure I move, take it to the next level. DJ, turn up the bass and the treble. Ayo, 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 check it, ayo, 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 check it. What you gonna do, what you gonna do now? What you gonna do, what you gonna do now? Ayo, 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 check it, ayo, 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 check it. So when you want it bad, then you better say what's up. Lose, 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 bad. 'Cause if you want
Took the keys to your Mercedes and went for a drive. Never dance again was playing, I'm going 85. I taste the liquor on my breath now, I'm out of my mind. But you're the one who's burning bridges, so let's go for a dive. Got the gasoline, gonna make a scene. Standing on the edge of a cliff, I bet no one ever sees. You're dipping out on me, I got the receipts. I was hanging on the edge of the words you said, but I found your secret. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. 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 I lit a cigarette and burned a heart shape on my tongue. Starting to lose all the feeling for you going numb. Don't tell that shaky alibi your way out of your mind. And I don't need your 2 cents, not a nickel, no a dime. Pour the gasoline on your off-white beam. I'm placing all my bets on the cards you've dealt me. My hands gon' beat you. You're dipping out on me. I got the receipts and all the things I let you get away with. You gon' find your keeper. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. Look what you made me. Look what you made me. Look what you made me.
Hello, 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 and welcome back, everybody. Now, we have just come off of an absolutely stellar map one, and we are rearing up to go into Mirage. Now, I'm Affinity, and I'm joined by the one, the only, the incredible Veerless. How are you doing? How was the break for you?
A little warm. It's a little late,
yeah,
little tired, but I'm still full of energy, even though it is very late, because this game is certainly delivering. Already here into map 1, Mirage. It got close. It got a bit scary. And now moving into Inferno, perhaps anything could still happen. We saw a good sign of life, especially towards the end there. Yeah, I kind of hope for a good fight back, but it is going to be the map pick of Shimmer up next.
It is indeed. And it was something that you said there. It was something that they had a really good start on both halves, but then struggled as soon as the guns came out. So I'm hoping that maybe map 2, we can see them have the good gun rounds, build upon it a little more, coming back a little invigorated from that break as well, a little more warmed up. Of course, map 1, bit of a write-off. Everyone knows map 1, it's just warming up.
Potentially, yeah, you definitely could be. I'm just excited, honestly. Inferno is a map where we can see usually the off shine. Also, it's going to be very important for economy. Something, you know, that we saw over at Hyperion is lacking the conversions and therefore not being able to build a bank. I can't really even recall that much AWP presence of Hyperion on Mirage. It was sometimes a scout here and there, but usually just the rifles that they were able to afford. Which, yeah, at the end of the day, you want your AWP to shine. That's usually a player you can really heavily rely on, like Empathy on the flip side. So yeah, hopefully right now on Inferno they can bring back that life.
And it's a really interesting one because this is a map that both Hyperion and Shimmer play. Shimmer played it a lot in the Cash Cups, of course, and Hyperion, it's been something they've played quite a bit in Open, ESEA Open Season 46, of course, for those of you playing, those of you keeping up with it as well. And it's a bit of an interesting one. Can't put necessarily too much stock in Hyperion playing Inferno. Very much sort of the map of best of ones in open, of course, but means they are well practiced on it coming into this. Of course, Shimmer well practiced in the Cash Cup up against some of the other teams here that are competing in the NA division.
Yeah, no, for sure. They sort of have to right now because, I mean, if you want to get to a third map, it's still going to be uphill battle, I would have to say. Anubis would be a potential decider, which is a map they actually usually ban quite often. I think overall, you know, looking back a little bit at the veto, they do have a bit of a weaker map pool. I'm already quite surprised that Inferno came out in comparison to potentially an Anubis pick already or something else. Like, you could definitely go into punish pick territory.
Oh, absolutely.
In regards that Hyperion removed Ancient, Shimmer got rid of Vertigo, and that left a lot of stuff still open that also Hyperion doesn't really play. I think on paper, Inferno is still a really solid map for Shimmer. It's probably just a comfort pick, and they're confident that even though Hyperion do play it, that they can still take it.
Absolutely. And with the individual performance that we saw on Mirage, of course, I have no doubt that they can back that up as well. But Inferno, definitely going to be an interesting one. We will see Hyperion starting out on the CT side. Hopefully that's something that we can see them abuse a little bit. It's one of those maps that's very up in the air as to which side it is. There's a lot of debate about it as well. But Shimmer starting on that T side, their aggression, I really want to see that come back out.
Kimmy spots it already, but on the flip side, look at this! Push down the middle,
oh my God,
completely unnoticed. You were hoping for a bit more Artstar 2, but the answer back is so solid. Shimmer not backing out of that one. Actually, want to go back to A, so that's continued to put more pressure up on Kimmy. Does spot the cross. It's the connector kill, but on the flip side, it is a bullet straight to the face.
It is, and that should be an uncontested plant here. Plenty of time for the post plant. They've done good damage on Kimmy as well. There is a kit if they wanted to go for this. I see no reason for them not to. It's unfavorable, but you might as well. It is a pistol round.
There's a kit and there's a smoke. The position of where that bomb is planted is a very rough spot. Empathy, and there is just a very good crossfire. Bashar just, well, no fear. Just continues to peek.
Oh,
yeah.
Crispy.
It's looking good. Shimmer now with that very first round up on the table. Bomb planned alongside of it. So the money is looking very solid here already.
It is indeed. We can see an AK and full utility coming out for Bukar already. Galil's on a couple of them as well. Mac 10 on Abby, but there's so many places that this can be played absolutely brilliantly utilized as well. They will be up against a full eco, so should be, I hold my breath actually, it should be an easy round for them, but a dink off the bat onto Lisa. And kills go back and forth here.
Yeah, surprisingly, pistols definitely can still do something, but now to make 10 starters shy, Abby. This is dirty. 3 kills in a row. And Lisa will top it off. Looking good. Eventually, after an initial threat being noticed, they shut it right down. Make it clean moving forward. And yeah, it's looking good. Empathy already with an AWP in her hands.
The first pistol round that Shimmer have taken today, of course, losing both of the pistols on map 1, which is a really good start. And something that we talked about is they struggle getting those initial rounds. And this could be quite scary for Hyperion as well, because we've seen them on these gun rounds and they are very dominant. They're very good at putting these rounds together. So it's scary for Hyperion to have lost those initial 2 rounds. But they finally have the weaponry to make this a little bit more competitive now.
Warning shots being fired. And, well, you can see Hyperion is not looking to contest for Banana whatsoever. Maybe here for apartments. Bit of a deep incendiary here and a smoke as well to maintain that control. I do like this idea. So they realized Banana control, not quite ours. Maybe have to put pressure on a different part of the map then.
They are just poking and prodding a little bit, probably trying to find an opening pick here, maybe an area of weakness that they feel is a little bit undefended. It does look like they're moving towards A. Bomb has been left behind, so it isn't really a full commit. but it does look like they're wanting this A site. Bomb is being retrieved. And actually, it's going to go B instead. They have this banana control. And there's 3 over towards A. Bukhar here is in a perfect position as well to here rotate, maybe punish as well. Just the thorn in the backside. I tell a lie. Deleted from the round. Lisa storming the site as well and locking Anna out with that smoke.
Gonna be quite tough here with that. Oh, well, yeah. Just a large wall of utility that is into play. They have to wait for the rest of the team to arrive before they peek, but they just line up instead. And that is just so rough because there is little to no money in the banks of Hyperion and the rest are quite far away still. Have to back off.
No kit, 2-woman disadvantage is not favorable. They will just want to save these weapons. Maybe go for an exit kill if they can here. Of course, that bomb radius, very, very punishing on Inferno, like we said earlier. But they are just going to head down Banana. Plenty of space. LX definitely looking for that kill. Knows that they were there, but doesn't want to lose their life fighting for it. Look at that. LX still takes damage from that far away.
It's Inferno, baby.
I hate it.
It honestly sucks.
Alex and I are twinning, by the way. I only just cottoned on to that. Going for the matching blue hair, you know?
Hell yeah. Love it. Mine is a little faded, have to admit. It's sort of a minty... It's a weird color right now.
It's a beautiful color. That's what I say.
But yeah, you know, this is what happens. Little edgy people coming together and we all end up dyeing our hair.
Warning shots through the smoke as well. Empathy not really being able to find much with the AWP just yet. But he puts it in hand. Smoke's really not helping their chances to find anything early on here. Hyperion desperately trying to keep hold of this banana control, something they've lost the past couple of rounds. They line up for Artstar. Fall back as well. Keep people safe, and that's 2 kills gone untraded as well. Absolutely massive advantage.
In a case like this, they don't have to overextend towards Banana. They just fall back, actually send over an additional player to rotate back into A. Scout tag, that's really good. Continues to apply that pressure up on Shimmer. For the tags, make them even more so scared to try and continue to peek.
Hyperion love these sort of disadvantaged rounds where they've got a little bit of a messier buy. They absolutely thrive in that sort of chaos. LX here, though, pushed up quite far. Are they going to expect them here this quickly?
Oh! Wow, that's a really beautiful play coming out of LX. There are trades there present. But where's effort? Only empathy now left, 10 seconds, and well, yeah, that's not quite gonna be going her way.
Not quite the play. I saw what she was going for. I was rooting for her, but unfavorable situation. And of course, we'll lose that 1v4. Not the right weapon for it, not the right position, unfortunately. The Hyperion roster absolutely stacked up there and ready. I think this fight in Banana as well is where it's sort of losing too early on, not being able to trade it. And then LX throwing themselves out of apartments there. Nothing scary to a CS player than just seeing someone flying directly to it. Or not seeing them, actually. That might be scarier.
The ideas were there. But unlucky that the rest of the team couldn't quite make it happen. But new round and there's a new chance.
Look how much space they've already taken on A here.
Uh-oh. Immediately pressure up on Kianetta on the flip side of Hyperion. As a response, want to see if they can continue to apply that pressure up on Banana, but it actually gets punished.
Look at them running through CT spawn here as well. They're swarming. They're suffocating them from all sides here.
Anna struggling with the spray.
It's actually the pistol to finish the job there as well.
Yeah, it's rough.
Look at that, just the save call. This AWP just too valuable to lose. They have a little bit of money on a couple of the players, but the CT economy is so difficult to manage, so punishing. They will not want to lose this, but Empathy goes hunting for it. Knows that there's an AWP, does not want them to have that advantage in the next round.
Hunting down. They are so close. Oh, that's noise.
It is. They may well take this AWP away from Empathy, though.
Oh, they will.
They will.
Well, that's making it costly, and there's well, there is room.
There's room in the budget if they want to go for another AWP, which doesn't look like they're going to. Unfortunately, Empathy, losing their life, has been told, nope, you're back on a rifle for now. Build up a little bit more money in the back pocket. Of course, we know how easily money can get out of hand if you lose a couple in a row. But Hyperion, they get one, but they're just not able to capitalize on it. That's been something that we've seen time and time again for them.
Honestly, I don't even think Empathy needs to be on an AWP.
Nope.
She's great, but on Mirage especially, she was just great keeping things alive on the rifle. And she's looking for more, will be traded. And Artstar actually finds more to follow herself up with. That's 7 kills for her in the bank.
They still want to go for this B site. They have a little bit of utility to make it happen. They still have Natty over there on A just as sort of insurance. But doesn't look like anyone is going to be coming that way anytime soon. One will go down. It's a little more than Shimmer could have gotten this round. Artstar, the savior of this round, called upon to do some more here.
That is still for you, still coming through from Banana. She could easily flash to sight. Help her teammates out. They're creeping closer. And now Shimmer wants to get proactive. Lisa finds one. Kianetta will trade. And that's actually on Abby, her full HP teammate. And that is room now for Nettie to clear her up. Very nicely done.
Beautifully done. That's the sort of round that we need to see more from Hyperion. Absolutely beautifully played there. Cannot state that Artstar was monumental in that. The initial kills, holding down the fort, giving their teammates enough time to rotate, and buying that little bit of extra space. Retakes on this map are so difficult, and having somebody that is willing to hold down the fort, give them that advantage, give them that time, give the teammates something to play off of, really is crucial here.
Now, Artstar anchoring down towards B is looking really magnificent thus far. Still
It's
have
not a position anyone wants to play, but definitely an important one.
Very true. It can be an extremely tough one. But a lot of these iconic moments do come from anchoring down towards the B-bomb side. On the flip side, Kianetta goes a bit aggressive with her ult. And I like that she's not always playing the same angle. We've seen her a couple of times over towards long. This time, pushing into apartments.
Ooh, caught out in the open, does manage to get away. And get another.
Wonder where the Empathy already sneaked into midi pit. Now slowly even crossing onto the side. The Kianetta is just so ready for it. Wow. Slaughtering them completely up on the side, and Hyperion is back in the game.
That is some crazy stuff there as well. The AWP absolutely dancing around the side there. The way that she just moved around, kept them on their toes, kept them guessing as to where she was. That fluid movement really kept it elusive. We're going to get to see a replay of this as well. There's the first, second. It's this kill at the end here, beautifully done. Stunning stuff. And then that's Shimmer forced back onto pistols at the end of this as well. This could very easily be a round that Hyperion ties up the scoreboard. Brilliant to see this early sort of fight, not wanting to let the half slip away from them like they did on map 1.
It was on the CT side that Hyperion looked a lot more lively over a Mirage. Good to see right now they're continuing that same sense. And now how will they deal with Shimmer? Everyone sort of gathered up here towards second mid into apartments, ready for perhaps a bit of a waterfall play. And we have seen already some cheekiness coming out. So maybe you could do it again.
In the perfect position here, especially against these pistols, Natty could demolish them, demolish any chance of putting something of a round together here. The flash is good, though.
Uh-oh. It absolutely is. And even the trade there, that is, or should be at least a window to get a bomb planted, which is on paper a win for an eco. But you have 2 rifles now to fight with. That is incredibly scary. There's smokes to be deployed. And even an additional flashbang if you hear steps.
They do have the utility here. They could flush LX out with that Molotov. They have the flashes. They've got abundance of flashes, actually.
Counter flash now coming right on through. It will delay the CTs further. Crossfire needs to be up par. Bouchard, she lines them up. This is an incredible play coming out of Shimmer, starting with just pistols, getting away with an AWP.
The eco rounds today have been crispy. They have been on point, and it is brilliant to see that as a round that Shimmer had no business winning, but nonetheless, they somehow find it. The individual plays, the team coordination, even on a round like that, is brilliant to see. And Hyperion on a little bit of a scrappy buy here subsequently. They are still fighting to keep this. They don't want to let this slip away too much further, but it is a messy buy to say the least. Tag immediately through the wall onto Anna there.
Very rough. And you can immediately see Hyperion once again giving up banana early on. Shimmer sort of get this control every single round for free. And over on the flip side, it will just smoke mid and hope that's going to be good enough. Of course, you do lack some long-range firepower. They have Key and Netta, for example, here backing up Netty. But 2 resources you have to spend on apartments. Short currently, open. Artstar left to deal with things over towards long is smoked off and has only an MP9. Now Bouchard, not quite the second, that's at least a good trade. That's what the rifler was for. But the pressure. Artstar knows. And that's the call. Need to try and get the fight done and will do so. Still it's a 2-on-2.
Alex taking down Artstar there, but maybe she did enough. Absolutely equalized this round, but unfortunately that bomb will go down on the other side. Does look like they're having a wonder whether they can do this. They do have a kit if they want to go for it. The money isn't good. If they lose this, it's even more catastrophic for them.
It was a good sign of life, of course. But now with a couple of rounds in a row for Shimmer, potentially looking a bit more dire. The pressure's continuing to stack up. Now they will use that smoke in actually a near to perfect position. It will sort of caught off guard these 2 players, but they just boost themselves up. They get ahead of the situation. They do not back down. They are just confident that they can win an aim duel like that. And well, Shimmer on to 6, doubling the scoreline of Hyperion.
Brilliant stuff there from Empathy as well. They didn't quite let the smoke bloom from the flash. The flash was brilliant and should have provided the cover. The smoke, however, didn't quite bloom, and it just gave Empathy the ability that that shot fired after the flash, impulse, and gets the kill, really stops anything happening there. And then, of course, the boost up. Perfect stuff here. The teamwork and coordination from Shimmer has been brilliant to see. They are on their game tonight.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Well, Anna's lucky to be alive. But there's a follow-up. Actually, well, let's... A couple of the teammates back up. Wow! Util is on the point, and, well, Hyperion looked to go a bit more aggressive here towards Banana, but every single time it just gets denied, and now it's most likely just Abby who will, well, continue to apply that pressure. Meanwhile, they have Kianetta up on the middle of the side all by herself. Is also still debating whether she wants to perhaps go and help or just holds off Speedway for any rotations, any pushes.
The A site is looking scary here. It is just Kianetta to hold this down. Hotstar does look now like they're going to rotate over, But is it too late? They've already swarmed them from all sides. Kianets are going to have to try find something here if they want to keep it competitive, but killed through the smoke.
With a pistol nonetheless, she had an AWP in her hands.
You know, sometimes you don't need the upgraded weaponry. Sometimes
You don't.
Pistol's all you need.
Well, on the flip side, there's of course some pistols, but it's definitely a bit more of a struggle here when, well, you have the upgraded weapon as well in the hands of Empathy. And look at this, pre-fire right around the corner. Shimmer just feeling themselves, completely annihilating their opponents and making it clean while we're at it. You know, this is really important. We were talking about it already here before heading into this map, how economy can be such a crucial factor on a map like Inferno, which tends to sometimes go quite back and forth. So if your economy is not there to, well, back you up, you're going to be struggling trying to convert rounds and eventually get to that finish line.
Absolutely. And it's just one round more that Shimmer need to have sort of won the half at the least, which is a brilliant position to be going into. Their T-sides have been really strong. And Hyperion, we've said, they've always shown a little bit more sign of life. That's a little bit messy. They're still one in the smoke. Do they realize?
I don't know.
What on earth? Now, it's definitely interesting to see. This is one of the first times that we've seen them properly fight for this banana control, and it has not gone well for them.
Bomb now planted. And once again, it's a very favorable position here for Shimmer once again. You know, sometimes people just take a bit more of a passive stance in and after plant. That's not in the strat book at all for Shimmer. They just continue to peek. They're like, well, I expect a player to be here. I'm just going to be ready for it. Just going to swing. And if a player's there, I will shoot. And I will win that duel. That's sort of how rounds just tend to go down.
Passive? Who's she? Definitely been crazy to see. And on the T side, it's so devastating. Hyperion definitely had some good signs shown here, but it's just very difficult. They're finding it difficult to combat. Everywhere that they are meeting Shimmer, they are losing these battles. They finally fight for banana control. They lose it. They lose loads of people in the process as well. And it's just devastating that Shimmer winning at the half already, only a couple more rounds left. Hyperion really need to find something towards the end here, or it could be, could very easily be, well, all over.
It very well could be. And this is sort of what we saw earlier on of Shimmer, of course, where it looks super dominant. And she still had a falls back on the side of Hyperion. But an early lead is definitely already not great for your mental game as well. And once again, it is a couple of pistols. They do have a FAMAS alongside of it.
Hotstar here.
Pretty much all.
Hotstar is in an absolutely... has been smoked off, though. It got scary for a second, though, because they were out in the open and Artstar so easily could have punished. But gonna slip out of Cubby. No? Gonna cha-cha slide back into Cubby, it would seem. But look at that. The rush from behind. They want to try pincer this. They want to try force them and funnel them into one area. It will give them the sight, but they are already swarmed and ready for this retake.
The way they just jumped into middle expecting it to be clear while they deal with it effortlessly. Have to admit, Empathy, she's on a roll with a pistol, maybe a little overconfident here in this scenario. Now there's weapons in the hands of Hyperion, at least Bouchard here to deal with exits. You desperately need Natty here as well. There we go. 9 secured on the way to 10.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff here. That was, it got scary for a second. I saw Empathy charging at them with the pistol, gets 2 kills, an absolutely brutal and cold fashion. Like, look at this, just, and goes running directly towards the next as well. Complete confidence. Brilliant. See, unfortunately does lose their life, as you said, a little bit overconfident. That's something they've got to keep in check as well, is the confidence is good, but sometimes you get a little too cocky, you push a little too far and will be punished because of it. But we're hopefully going to see that reined in. Beautiful start to the round, though. This is what they needed. 2 kills untraded. And And suddenly it's looking scary. They have Banana control and they've pushed up quite far. Kionetta sees the corner there as well. And wants more.
I don't want to be saying stuff, but we had an Empathy who sort of sneaked right through. It's a bit sad that now the rest of the team is not quite alive anymore. But the way she just does this and goes completely unpunished time and time again is insane.
Playing out in the open here. Ran through one Molotov, pushed off by the other. A little bit scary about the person in boiler, could pop their head out at any time and end this round.
I love this. Oh, well, okay.
Almost walk into them. Yeah.
I thought she was going to be ready for that top ramp player. She had really good ideas of where Hyperion would be potentially positioned, you know, knowing that a push from B could come on through and then maybe someone holding off of mid-cross from T-ramp. So the ideas were certainly there. But yeah, it all started off, of course, great A-side for Kionetta with the AWP and beautiful 3K. And yeah, on the flip side, she is doing great on the AWP as well.
She is indeed. It has been brilliant to see them light up the server. This is a little scary though. Push a little bit further up than they were ready for, especially for that AWP. A little bit of a scary position, but nobody dead just yet.
Lack of information, and on the flip side, Stars M4 will reveal hers. Uh-oh, Time Flash coming about. Not quite blinding, and that's actually an opportunity for her to swing. Very nicely done. Tries to switch to the AK. But on the flip side, Shimmer try to now pick up the falls, the speed, but Kionetta is already here. Well, shoulder spotted. Needs to be a bit careful. Gets rushed and overthrown. And now, 1 versus 2. It's Empathy of all people. And a bit of a missed shot. Tries to make it work with a pistol. Maybe he gets behind, but she has the bomb on her back. If she perhaps gets the kill here on Speedway, that's a B bomb side that is completely open. There will be a Netty that is right on the back. She can even run to A, potentially. This is a bit of a cat and mouse game.
Time is a little scary, but the issue is she waits too much longer. Oh, she's going to go for it. Time is going to be close. Time is going to be really close here.
Really close. I think she should make it. Just
plant default.
You know, get the movement going. There we go. All right, and she plants safe. Natty now still a long way ahead of her to try and rotate. Goes in through library, it seems. And now Empathy. She's hiding.
Giving us a nice little knife inspect. Little bit of a dance as well. She's happy. She's feeling it. She's confident. Natty, however, I've got ahead. Jumps off.
No way! What a read! Empathy was so ready for Natty to push Graveyard. And, I mean, it's always a bit risky. You don't know if someone's going to be coming out from short. But honestly, considering knowing if she's going to come from B, and she could have followed Empathy for Banana, but it was just read like a book.
I thought Artstar had done enough at the start there, but Empathy just on another level today.
Absolutely insane.
She's smurfing. She's smurfing.
It's actually so. She once again has 2 KD, by the way, 18 in 9.
God.
On it's just on a completely different league.
That's a confidence booster as well. Look at them. You could see that they're feeling it. You could see that they're confident going into the final round of this half.
Oh, tiny tag through the wall. And Empathy once again goes aggressive. This is what happens. Hyperion keep leaving Banana open, and they will get punished for it. Now a full-on B execute right up on this side. We still have a player who is sitting in the back. But it won't take long before she gets overrun out, and now spotted tagged a half HP. There's at least a good counter flashbang to deal with things. She gets away with 2. That is maybe still a window of opportunity here for Hyperion.
They have 1 more smoke for CT should they choose to use it. There it goes. Comes out now. Alex. They're all going to hide backside. Brilliant crossfire here established. All angles covered. I think that was the... No, I tell a lie. There's still a little bit of utility left. The time is getting low. There's no hit either.
It's getting extremely low. Alex so well positioned here on the high ground, ready to grab the final kill. And honestly, Shimmer is just on a roll, looking to clear it out 2-0. And let's find out if they can do so after the break.
Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s, and 20s. Stay fat, light a lot of them. Rag, house by the lake, bought that. Opposite brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit them with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss, they king and the czar. Got them so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Yes, I let you co-star. Gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no razor toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no razor toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no razor toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no razor toast to the goal, yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Currently, the scoreline 4-11, and even more so dominant halftime scoreline in favor of Shimmer. It got close over on Mirage, eventually 12-16. And now let's see if Hyperion still got fire left inside of them to try and get a comeback going here on this second map.
Absolutely. Their pistol rounds, for the most part, have been incredible. They have won 2 of the 3 we've seen so far. Now, if they can win this, it'll definitely give them a little bit of hope that they need to try to tie this up a little bit. If Shimmer can take this pistol round, it could be a very, very scary rest of the game for Hyperion.
The pistol round was sort of their lifeline over on Mirage. So if they want to make it work, this needs to be it. They have plenty of util here for this B execute that's coming about, and there's little to no presence here for Shimmer. Abby does connect a kill here, and there's even further damage being dealt. Kineta, half HP, Artsar tagged, killed, but right after the bomb plant.
They get the bomb plant down, which is good money at the very least, but this is scary. The double peek is good, but backfires almost entirely there. And that's the defuse.
Yeah,
Blink of an eye.
it's clean. It's only Abby died in the process, who was initially holding off on the site. So this retake is exactly what you want to see, and with that 12th round in the pocket, 3 times the scoreline right now of Hyperion, and that must feel great.
It must. Hyperion in a little bit of a sticky situation here. They could force it. They got the bomb plant out. They didn't get many kills, so it's not going to be the most incredible buy. They're going to have to forego on quite a bit of utility here as well. The bomb plant gives them the ability to force. It does look, I think before we got the replay here, just look like they are going to go in with that extra weaponry. Hopefully, if they can take this, it will break Shimmer's economy. And it will force them onto potentially a double eco, probably a double eco. But it's not looking favorable.
Bit of a push down in Banana. Do you like that Shimmer kind of want to look into their options, see what the plans are of Hyperion? Not much aggression spotted, and now the boost coming about once again. Not noticing any very close attention, so we'll give it up for the time being. Maybe even looking to opt to rotate. Empathy! Hold on, oh! I thought she already spotted the shoulder, not quite, but...
4x3 moment.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. Oh, wow, and the push just continues. Aggression for Shimmer, and that's further damage dealt. That is a potential great scenario for Empathy to just clean up the rest.
Here's the 2 have dropped as well, and that must mean the 3rd's in the apps. They can sense it. All eyes are trained there on Artstar.
There we go. Not quite the ace. Abby, of course, picking up the long player, but still a beautiful 4K coming out of Empathy. She's just farming here.
Was it Abby earlier that stole the ace as well?
Yeah, it was.
Abby is an absolute menace.
Honestly, in all fairness, in this case, Abby would have died.
True.
So I understand that she's just fighting for it, just in case. But yeah, Abby, just toxic.
Oh, there's going to be discussions after this, I'll tell you. But yeah, as you said, fighting for their life. Does unfortunately steal the ace, but they win the round, and that is getting them ever closer to this series point.
Oh, head spotted.
It is.
Oh, Shimmer, feeling the heat a little bit, will throw down an incendiary to try and slow them down. Nade on top of it, and once again, 2 players extremely low already here to begin with. And they still haven't set even foot onto a side yet.
It got a little scary. They did get a little bit of damage onto Lisa here, and this is one of the first times that we've seen them take this really heavy banana controller. It's an area of the map that they have been really hesitant to want to fight for. Bukar absolutely farming. The crossfire there with Abby as well, absolutely perfect. They clear them up. Not a single body dropped as well. That is the sort of round that you want to be seeing if you are Shimmer and Hyperion. It's got to be getting scary for them now. They are 1 round away from map point. The money is good for a buy here. If they lose this, they are in a very, very dire place.
And this is sort of do or die moment for Hyperion. This round needs to be your lifeline to try and get a bounce back. But look at this Shimmer. They just want to completely disrupt everything. Go for an aggressive bit push, but it actually gets punished. Not quite the spray that connected there for push out. So maybe this can be your way back in.
It could be indeed. See them hesitating there in Banana. They still have a lot of utility to play with for this site execute. But then again, so does Shimmer, and they are wanting to keep hold of this bomb site. This duo has been devastating in keeping Hyperion out, keeping that bomb away from any site. You actually see the bomb floating mid. A little bit of a scary place to take the bomb. Usually you'd leave it behind. Looks like they're wanting to push up a little bit further. 3 of them towards A. Empathy here. Saw the shoulder. They line up for her. And that is a brilliant woman advantage off the back of losing the initial duel, though.
And slowly working towards that 30-second mark. Maybe well positioned, has backup, and is definitely in need of it. Lisa not quite connecting. And that is suddenly a site that is open here to be taking for Hyperion. Wow, Anna clean as can be, and LX in trouble. Definitely can still go for this. There is money in the bank, but no, Anna just shuts it down, saying not today. Not getting to map point.
Anna has been absolutely incredible on both of these maps as well, really stepping up when the team has needed her to. And there's been loads of situations, disadvantage fights, or taking these fights that, you know, might not necessarily favor her, but coming out on top, it has been brilliant to see. And there's a lot of support in the chat, of course, for Anna as well, which is awesome.
There, well, it's not going to be a hurting empathy at all. She does not back out of a situation, out of an opportunity window. Oh. No one continues to pick. What was that?
I've got questions. I've got questions that I am too scared to know the answers for. Everything goes a little bit quiet now. Hyperion trying to figure out what to do, losing the initial duel, losing a person, losing a lot of health on Artstar as well. Throws the spanner in the works. They have the utility and they're gearing up to take a little bit more space towards A. They are still putting some pressure on Banana though, giving themselves options.
But they at least caught off here with that smoke. But as you're saying, Bomb is still towards T-Ramp and options still up on the table, wanting to continue to apply pressure here on mid, but also these B players slowly sneaking up. Now Lisa is boosted, and that is actually really great. You have that single B player, and actually Lisa does manage to stay alive. That's a very big win here for Shimmer. The time continues to tick on low, and look how far that bomb still needs to come from. Anna, at least proactive, does get the kill upon Lisa, but Bouchard catches Natty on the rotation.
That bomb has not gone down yet. They still have the chance to win this. On time alone. Will be planted. There isn't really the room to deny it, actually.
Oh, empathy. Could have been a great kill, but now... Oh, they line up! They just completely line up! It looks like a very awkward situation there, Shimmer, because it was sort of them not wanting to shoot one another, and therefore a relatively easy one to pick up for Artstar. She is definitely popping off here. 16 and 16.
Absolutely.
Right.
And this is the sort of position that we saw them in earlier, albeit Shimmer were on map point, on Mirage, before Hyperion started sort of kicking into gear. But we can see it coming here. They're starting to piece things together. They're starting to try reel this back in. It is definitely an uphill battle, but this is definitely a good start.
Well, it's just a couple of pistols, so to try and maybe make something work out of mid. Long range fight here for Empathy towards Bridge. And Hyperion is just quiet. Well, they just want to be patient. Let them come towards them. So far, it's going pretty good.
It is indeed. Letting them walk into the trap there. Damage done, but unable to find a single kill. That is a brilliant round for Hyperion. That's the sort of round that boosts the confidence, boosts the morale. Not losing a single person. That is no weaponry that you need to rebuy, which gives you the money to invest in other stuff, of course. Replenishing that Kevlar if needed. Utility, which we've seen them be really good at, and it's really nice to see them kicking into gear on their T side, because that's something we said they struggled with a little bit more, is they don't necessarily have the firepower behind them. Sometimes Shimmer just a little bit too aggressive on that CT side for them to handle, but it's really good to see them sort of combating this, taking that banana control as well, which is something on CT side we really didn't see them being proactive enough in.
Hyperion don't get contested here at all towards Banana, so I guess that's real estate, and they're gonna make use of it. Immediately be execute on the way. There's two players here, and the cavalry definitely needs to come out and help, because maybe they're in a bit of trouble. Abby at least does fall, and Lisa now all by herself. Does have a window of an opportunity. gets away with one more, potential for even a little bit more, but is still a 3-on-3. The bomb looking to get planted. There we go. That will now happen. Boost over the smoke. Anna does notice it. Does fire right through that smoke.
And it's now a very difficult situation. We've got the weapon disadvantage. They've got very little utility to work with. Empathy pushed up into a nice little position here, but has to be careful because there's people on all sides.
Empathy gets the second one. Kianetta is ready here though, and with the lack of a kit being present, she's just trying to stick it. No way. Oh, okay.
Oh, God. Got
That
so
hit me for a second. Imagine just continuing to miss her. But no, it's okay. Hyperion still in it.
Absolutely. They're keeping this competitive. They're closing that gap as well. The comeback is very much on. They want to take us to a map 3. They are not happy to let this go away so quickly. And it's, of course, it's a bit of a difficult one for Hyperion as well. We said at the very start of all of this, before even map 1 started, it's a round-robin format. Every team is playing every other team. And Hyperion, unfortunately, I do believe, lost their first game. So losing 2 in a row, it's a difficult blow to the mental, puts you in a sticky situation for trying to come back as well.
Yeah, I would say, you know, Shimmer and also Team Karma that they faced last week, not easy opponents to start your season off with against. But yeah, it definitely is a rough affair. And then you need to find a way to bounce back in order to still have a shot for Valencia.
Oh, look at that. The bullet's just going over the head.
I know. It's close. But it was a long defuse. So, in the end, it's A-okay. But now, Shimmer took a timeout, took a bit of time to talk. And, of course, don't think much is going to come off of this round, which is pistols. But at least taking some time to sort of figure out what is going wrong. And then make sure you are going to be closing it out in the next couple of rounds to come. And actually, something that made me think a bit, you know, Shimmer called their first technical timeout. Of course, they have 14. Not that much pressure just yet. But on the side of Hyperion, and actually the same goes for Mirage, there was a large lack of technical timeouts, in my opinion.
There was. It's something that Hyperion not wanting to... I don't think they've actually taken a timeout yet. Shimmer have taken... they took one on map 1 after that amazing clutch from Empathy. They've just taken one now as well. Don't think we've seen Hyperion take any, which is interesting. It's really nice to see teams take these timeouts where there is a mental boost, whether to discuss how the next couple of rounds go. Oh no! Hurts to watch. And it's all downhill from there as well for Hyperion, as everybody just falls down and dies, and it's just LX now, something we've said all too frequently in the past couple of rounds.
And that's a bit painful.
Just a bit.
Well, Alex does get away with a bit of damage.
Consolation kill.
Yeah, honestly, because Hyperion have quite a nice stack of money at the moment, which can definitely help them in the long run if they want to make that run for overtime.
I only just saw Kianetta's balance. 11 grand.
Yes, it is pretty insane. And
how much money do you need?
On the AWP, and it's all very comfortable.
It is.
Of course, there's still a bit of a gap to make up for. You need to find 5 in order to tie the scoreline. That's not impossible. This T-side has been looking a lot better. But Shimmer back on an AWP themselves as well. Rifles alongside of it.
Molotov is good. I'm going to force forward that battle. Will escape. Absolute daylight robbery there.
The fact that Empathy went for a repeat, that is balls of steel, honestly. Oh, through the wall. Kimmy legged. And, well, needs to be very careful. Maybe he can sort of sacrifice herself and then the player can trade off of her. But this is rough. You have a player deficit, and Kimmy is perhaps in a bit more of a passive role because of it now. Natty, who's out on the lurk, you kind of need that extra manpower in order to make the round still work. Now, as a response, Hyperion, they throw in a couple of pieces of util towards A, trying to keep those CT people busy. And so far it works. 3 people do remain on A.
They
actually, wow, they rotate Lisa off as well.
They did.
Oh, no.
looks like you know, toying between the two sides, not quite sure where they want to go. It's a weird one. Bomb was very much over towards A, but they are gearing up to that B here. The smoke's coming out will give them the ability to push on. They do have someone backside. Empathy with the first has to stand and deliver and get more than that though.
Oof. Flash didn't quite do as much, but once again, they maintain a player advantage. And look at the time, 10 seconds. If they can disrupt this bomb plant, that is a map and serious point. Not quite the case, but it's still an opportunity to get that defuse going. Kianetta is in dark, and actually a bunch of the players all tucked into the side. No one in water, no one to deal actively with Banana, and now they're all sort of stuck like chickens in a cage. Otstar just by herself, she lines up one, but the trades are near to immediate. This is 15, and now the pressure is back on for Hyperion to get their run for overtime going. It needs to happen, and you need to win 6 in a row.
It's definitely a scary position. We saw them absolutely stand and fight for it last map as well. So I'm hoping, you know, getting that sort of series of rounds, that string of rounds together will give them the confidence to push for this as well. Try take it to map number 3. But very up in the air, and it's a very good position for Shimmer to be in here. They've got the AWP out, they've got full utility pelts, they've got full rifles, they've got full kits. If any round was to be the round to close it out, it's this one. It is a massive, massive uphill battle for Hyperion here.
Fight for Banana here. Kind of util back and forth. But this time, Empathy playing a completely different position, and I love this, having a versatile AWPer trying to continue to put the pressure on, but maybe with the lack of an AWP towards Banana, it's a bit more difficult to get a grip on. So with Abby gone, that will call for a different kind of strategy. Oh, over towards middle, once again it is a leg shot.
Spots several that that's good information passed over about where they might be looking to gear up and hit.
Positions.
They were a little bit worried about them maybe choosing to pack up, go somewhere else. They have sent someone back over towards B. Empathy getting away with their life there is huge.
Oh, and a no-scope on top of it all. Does need to reload. Not quite in time. And with Alex also falling, that is big trouble that is ahead. And actually, there's low money. I think Bouchard and Lisa should save here. They're very far away from the site. And yeah, this is not quite going... or not quite worth the risk, if you ask me.
It's not.
But that's, it's so rough. Empathy had a very nice early kill, but yeah, the AWP, of course, with, I mean, it happened already quite a while ago, but the nerf down to 5 bullets for the AWP, it definitely can come across you.
It could, and it's, if they were going to go, as we said, map point, they do just have to put the pedal to the metal here. They have to keep going every round. They have to force buy. They don't have any leniency, any contingency. They have to just keep going for this, and this is a brilliant start. They do look like they're wanting to maybe take some of these weapons. They have the money to fight it a little bit. Shimmer here, though, really needs to keep hold of those weapons. The money is not good, but unfortunately, both will fall. Mirrors. There's a Mag 7. Oh, here we go. I've been waiting for... I'm a massive fan of a shotgun. I'll say it every time that I see one in a game I'm casting. I love seeing these shotguns come out. It'll be interesting to see where they choose to play it. It looks like it's going to be played up close and personal, maybe Boiler.
Oh, well, that is not the way you want to be starting off the round. 2 kills within a blink of an eye over towards second mid, and, well, yeah, as soon as Shimmer started pushing, it was over and done with. Back in towards B. You do have Lisa on the close angle, but just a pistol. Oh, no. The flash is just perfect.
Unfortunately, Bouchard on that Mag 7 is going to be unable to do diddly squat for this round. Retake onto B from any angle here. It's just too long range. you just really got to save it at that point, don't you? Happy going for a constellation chicken kill.
Gotta get kills. No
Yeah,
matter
but
what.
Bouchard, just gotta hold on to this Mag 7. There's nothing that you can do with it in a situation like this now. It's very situational. It's very good in certain situations. It's very situational. And once they've taken the other side, you are doomed.
Well,
yep,
doomed
there it goes.
is. Yeah.
What a shame.
Abby just by herself with a deagle, getting hunted down. Hiding behind the kitchen stove. Praying that it will save her dear life.
Can hear the footsteps. It's scary. You could tell that they're nearby. Should be perfectly safe, though. I don't see anyone being able to get up and take her out. But there we go. Difficult situation for them here. They have the money to buy into this. But, of course, money's building up for Hyperion. Kitnetta has been sat on over 10 grand for quite a few rounds now. So they have the money. They have that padding as well. Not that they can really, use it if they lose the round. Of course, it's game over. But if they have rounds where it's a little bit more punishing, they lose a couple more people, they're perfectly fine.
Once again, aggression coming out, empathy. She didn't get that much out of apartments the last time around she was here, so maybe hoping this time it can change. Once again, not quite getting worth her money. They do push top mid, even with the incendiaries that have come into play. Now a smoke onto long, empathy. Now under a bit more pressure, does have support from Pit.
The battle of the orbs coming up here potentially. Which are going to be called to stand and deliver. Gets two. That could be it. That could be the round. Has done more than enough for the team here.
To be. Abby ready here for an incendiary to throw right on out. Kimmy met with one in the face, but she does escape, and she escapes with a kill nonetheless. Lisa now maybe good for a couple. And, well, Shimmer looking to grab the 16th round they have been desiring for a long time. They finished that one off in style. And, yeah, well, even though, once again, we got a good worthwhile money, it got close. And, well, in the end, Shimmer did prove that they were the better team here. Once again, we had empathy just completely popping off, but it wasn't just the empathy show. I felt like it was a very nicely balanced game.
Absolutely. All of the members of the team stepping up. Definitely map 1 Mirage, we saw it be quite a lot of the empathy show. But on this map, other people stepping up, having the opportunity to shine as well. Everything coming together as a team. It is brilliant to see. And they're definitely looking like front runners in this group.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, already we know that from the past, sort of their only threat is a CLG Red, for example. Now, of course, not CLG anymore. But it still is looking so promising here to see them just completely slay the competition week in, week out. It's still the beginning, but yeah, it's definitely giving me high hopes for the rest of the season.
It is indeed 5 more games to go, if my maths is correct. And it is putting themselves in a really good position. Of course, they took their first game and taken their second as well. It's a brilliant start. It's great for the mental. And they've got to be feeling amazing coming off of that.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, we can already see here at the scoreboard, there was a big gap between the players here of Shimmer and Hyperion. I would have to say Hyperion played really well. The fact that they both here, Mirage and Inferno, were able to make it close and competitive and give us, almost the fear that the comeback was going to be ruined. It very well could be. But I think like second halves were amazing. First half, I think there is still some room for improvement. But this is also a learning opportunity for a lot of these teams. So yeah, you win some, you lose some. But from these moments, sometimes you can learn from the most.
Absolutely. And Hyperion, a team that we said at the start, a lot of names that are familiar to the women's scene, but maybe not necessarily together and not under this name as well. But to see them doing so well, the win of course, not going in their favor, but seeing them do so well is a promising sign nonetheless.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And I mean, we can just maybe take a bit of a look at one particular play because she just sums up this entire game. We were talking about individuality here already and how that was very, very important in Shimmer's win. And honestly, if we're going to be talking about that, we have to talk about empathy.
Of course, who else but Empathy? Top fragger, top ADR, some of the best entries as well on both maps. What an astounding performance. Play that was highlighted to us from their first game as well. It has been consistent, it has been brilliant, and it is incredible.
It really was insane. The ADR a bit lower on map 2, but
Only
also
slightly.
having 130 on the first map is already off of this route. Yeah, it's just very, very cool to see that not only in week 1 she was popping up, she is just replicating in every single game. She's this consistent factor for Shimmer, and honestly, this is a play you wouldn't want to miss in your team.
Nope. That's not a player you want to come up against as well. And whoever they're playing next has got a big problem on their hands trying to combat Empathy, you know, with the dynamic and fluid way that she plays. It's just a hell to play against. It's incredible to watch, though.
For sure. This makes me excited for the rest of the season.
Oh, absolutely.
It's very promising. I would have to say, though, over on the flip side, players like Kionetta really surprised me here today. Mirage a bit more quiet, but we were saying once that economy does come online on a map like Inferno, you can really get to see that orb shine. So yeah, it wasn't just the Empathy show. I feel like on both sides, it was a very good fight, even though maybe the scoreline overall doesn't quite reflect that.
Absolutely. And it's something that we said time and time again, and I know a lot of people on Twitch that agreed. There were so many times that the scoreline did not reflect how close it was, and a lot of the rounds that Hyperion gave away were ever so close. There was just a matter of milliseconds in some of them, just a matter of pixels on others, but really brilliant stuff. Both of these teams are looking good.
For sure. I mean, for once and for all, our predictions were right.
We were both right.
Not always the case, but it's good to see that is the case right now. And, well, we have a special guest here with us. And welcome, Empathy. How are you feeling after this match? This was quite a dominant victory from you guys.
I feel good. It was a good game. It was it was surprisingly stressful, but it was good overall.
Yeah, I mean, even though we see a couple of close affairs, you do manage to now take twice a 2-0 victory over the teams you've faced thus far. But moving forward, I'm a bit curious, are there any potential threats still, that you guys potentially are worried about?
Not really. I think once we get everything ironed out, it should be fairly easygoing. I mean, obviously, FlyQuest is the hardest team, but other than that, I feel like we should have a fairly easy time, as long as we play our game and don't get too overconfident in certain rounds.
So, talking of ironing out, what does preparation for you for next week look like? What are you guys going to be discussing? What are you guys going to be working on for showing us next week?
That's a good question. Probably just getting a lot more playtime, because we ended up having to make a lot of roster changes when we didn't think we'd have to. So as this 5, we don't have as many we haven't played as much together as we'd like, because we had 3 roster changes a week before the season. But I mean, it was we lost Lynn and then we had Lynn back, so it was kind of weird. But I think once we get our small issues ironed out, it'll be way better. So we're probably just gonna focus on micro things, because overall we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you guys have proven yourself here today, and even already last week. And of course, there's still more to come, but thus far, it's very, very promising. And also, I mean, looking at you, also of course on the orb, and you were shining. Tell me, what is the secret recipe? What in the hell's name do you eat for breakfast?
I typically skip breakfast, but I had French toast. So.
Okay. Well, I'll definitely remember that.
Now, I've got a question about the game, sort of team communications. Was there any sort of funny moments, any moments you want to highlight from behind the scenes from you guys' perspective? Anything particularly amusing that happened for you?
I think the comms were just like a little, like very chaotic today. I don't know. I don't know. It's not typically the way it is, but I think comms overall were fine. It was like fun. Everyone was having a good time overall, but I think it was a little more, I guess, chaotic than it should be, with people like, I don't know, getting a little spooky.
Maybe perhaps enjoying yourself a little too much.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you could say that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we definitely want to thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to for us to get to know you, and to sort of, seek a little bit into what is going on behind the scenes. Now, before we let you go, is there anyone that you want to shout out? Maybe, family, friends, people of the team?
Shout out Lynn for coming back, and shout out I guess Phoebe from Australia.
Oh, we have fans from all the way. I see.
Yeah.
All right. We want to thank you so much for tuning in with us, and well, good luck on the rest of the season, and perhaps we get to talk to you next time.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Bye.
It's just so much fun to sort of see what is going on within the team, and also hearing about Lynn, that sometimes, not everything is always perfect within the team, no matter the results that we've seen from them in the past and what is going on, what we see. But yeah, maybe it's not flawless, but thus far, it's a very good scoreline.
And it's brilliant to see them so confident as well, to see the passion behind them. We are going to get to see these standings here as well. FlyQuest, the team that they pointed out, is their biggest rival, and the scoreboard really showing that as well. A couple of games still to conclude from week 2, of course, so that may shake up just a little bit, but scoreline's definitely reflecting they're not necessarily worried about FlyQuest, but definitely showcasing that it is their greatest foe at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest was, of course, playing against Sirens, and, well, it looks like FlyQuest have taken that one with ease, relatively similar, like how our game went down. So, yeah, the rest will continue tomorrow, of course. But before we wrap all of that up, we get to have sort of our final thoughts, and we get to talk about the top 5 plays of the day.
We do, and we've had some incredible plays today. So kicking off with number 5, we have Kianetta on the 4K of the AWP that we got to see in this game as well. Absolutely stunning stuff there. Dancing around the box, dancing around apps as well, and pulling out the clutch nonetheless.
Yeah, this is really what you like to see, the confidence. And on to number 4, we have Arkem over here in the Brazilian region, who was just popping off big time. This was a retake, by the way, and she just swings left and right to get that clutch going.
Now, in number 3, also on Vertigo, we have Lola Tens with the 3K clutch. Brilliant stuff there to put another round on the board for their team. Beautifully done.
Just love to see that confidence. And then over here, back into EU, we have a 4K coming out of Oxyset here. It is just so phenomenal. The positioning's coming out, and just so ready for every single CT that was looking to try and get rid of her.
Absolutely. Look at that, absolutely deleting them from the server. And number 1, talking of deleting from the server, is LX's 4K retake that we got to see earlier, that we got to cast earlier. Beautiful stuff. We might get to see it again as well there. Look at that perfect flash. Pushing onto site. Clutch for the team as well.
Yeah, and honestly, I felt like the retakes, the clutches were really the star of the moment here today. And yeah, we saw it in our game here as well. It were a lot of tense round that sometimes went all the way to just the nick of time.
Absolutely. And that's my favorite moments as well. The high tension, the high stakes, an absolutely incredible game as well.
Yeah, well, with that, it is unfortunately the end of the day. If you guys are over here in the EU, you can join us and finally go to bed. But nonetheless, it has been great fun, great day of excitement, even though once again we saw quite a fair amount of 2-0s. I do feel that the competition is high, Affinity.
It is. These 2-0s are not indicative of the skill that is going on. It's been absolutely incredible games, and these 2-0s just really misleading at times as well. But it has been brilliant to see so much support for all of these teams, regardless of scoreline.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, talking of support, we want to thank you guys over at home so much for watching, to tune in, have some fun here with us, and to join us here in the very late hours, of course, if you're still sticking around here in Europe. But yeah, we'll hope to catch you next time. We're back on tomorrow around 7:30 p.m. CST. So we'll hope to catch you then, and if not, hopefully to you next time.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time.
My crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man, them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot slidey, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, call up, size up, shout